competition here at the Teamfight Tactics Tournament at the Esports World Cup. We're going to go crush some keys, so we'll see you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Sandstorm. What an incredible interview from Crazy Moving. I mean, incredible performance as well. This guy is so animated. He is so locked in. He's got these top 1 finishes continuously. He's very consistent. And if I dare say, maybe the backbone here for T1 to be able to advance.
Yeah, 100%. And it's beautiful that he's recognizing Bintium as the one that is being the veteran for the team and helping it out so much. And he's feeling joy. He's feeling not only the joy about winning, the joy about taking out also the key from T1 and crushing it. So this is beautiful to see. This game, Stuart, was all over the place in the start, but actually better strategically defined for T1.
Yeah, we saw in the end the heavy is the crown, which is an augment that we don't really see too much, you know, in general, just in 4v4 and also just in normal teamfight tactics. But using it this game, T1 actually used it really well. Bintum using it on that Mundo early on and actually using it on his backline at the end to give Crazy Moving the win. And I love this story as well. And I love that Crazy Moving mentioned Bintum as well, because we've been mentioning how Bintum hasn't really had the best tournament, but he's the one that's been coaching, that's been helping Crazy Moving shine in this tournament as well. And it's crazy that it comes down to this last game as well. And Bintum is the one that actually sacrifices himself for the player that he's been teaching this whole time, Crazy Moving, and he's been the shining light for T1.
Yeah, same for Dunisuni, also sacrificing himself, taking the 5th, knowing that Crazy Moving is the one that would go for the first. And the story for Vitality was the bottom. Holding hands, Milk and Soyu, not finding Milk with the swords, and Soyu trying to go for a fast 9, but stayed at level 8, trying to play around the Ashe, plus this legendary comp with the Twisted Fate and the Journey in the front. Just not enough. It's a good comp. It's a comp that I love, but you need to have so much resources, and he just needed to step out of the Jin Mundo because he was totally contested, and in the end, it didn't work out.
Yeah, the contestation was way too hard for Soju, like you mentioned, you know, trying to push levels, but didn't have any economy really to push the levels. So when you go to level 9, you don't have enough gold in your bank to be able to roll down to hit the likes of the Ashe 2 and the Twisted Fate 2 that you need for that backline. Your frontline's totally fine, you know, Mundo 2, Set 2, that's a totally fine frontline, but you need that backline damage in the end. And we saw GP players galore in this lobby as well.
Yeah, as well, the expectations specifically that were on Vitality, not just when it comes to their performance here in TFT after how they've performed last year, but also when it comes to the club championship points. They are now out of the running of the club championship point for TFT specifically. And we heard Danny say it earlier as well. They don't have that many rosters left.
Yeah, for Vitality, it's a huge loss here for the club championship. Not even getting 200 points. That is the one you get for surpassing for tomorrow. So only right now, Virtus Pro and Twisted might have that possibility. And those are 2 matches that are coming up against. And it's hype. They all want to get it. Bistro Pro obviously want to get the first to be able to qualify for the possibility of winning even the club championship. Let's see if they make it.
I think that's the exciting thing as well with Twisted Minds and Virtus Pro. Them 2 matchups are coming up just next, you know, with Twisted Minds going up against Flashballs when Virtus Pro going up against Mouse. If they're able to get into the top 8, that's more points they can catch up against Team Vitality as well. And Danny mentioned that these rosters also have more as well. Like these organizations have more rosters than Vitality. So the pressure is on for Vitality with the club championship now.
Yeah, the pressure was on today, and unfortunately for Vitality, they weren't able to live up to it, and that means that their key is going to get crushed. But T1 has really made this run through this lower bracket. They've been in here since day one. They found their backs against the wall, and the adaptability and the growth that we've seen over the last 2 days has been pretty incredible.
Yeah, we see hunger also in them. Last year, runner-up, second place, losing against Wolf, and they looked like the favorite before. Now, more of a rough terrain, as you mentioned, going up into the loser bracket, but they're feeling strong. And obviously, with the aura that Crazy Moves is able to emit, this is just a winning team.
Yeah, you can say, if anything, because of the fact that they dropped to that lower bracket so early on after their loss against Weibo Gaming, they're hungry, but they're also getting a lot more reps when it comes to figuring out exactly how they want to approach this and how they want to be playing on the stage. So with that, they qualify into the playoffs bracket alongside Weibo Gaming from Group A.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo was definitely the big surprise of this group as well. You know, no one really expected them to even get it out of groups, let alone getting into, you know, the first seed as well of this group, which is really surprising. But I mean, this T1 roster, I think, is defied all expectations as well. As I mentioned, you know, Crazy Moving coming in was maybe expecting to not perform as well as Bobe last year, but now with the Asian Champions League, they got second place, they lost the Falcons, now they get to crush the key.
And this is probably the part that they were looking forward to the most. Yesterday they were very excited to crush a key, another one added to their tally. There's also the beauty of being in this lower bracket so early on.
Also, I thought it was going to be Crazy Move, but he popped it yesterday, so now it's Bintium. There it is, the expression, the pop in the end. And this is beautiful. And probably for them, if they win, recognizing maybe this is one of the keys that they would like to have in the trophy. So much historical background for them. Even friends, I think. T1 and Vitality playing Scream so much. So this could be another accolade to be considered.
Yeah, I mean, the road doesn't stop here. It's still pretty long. You still need to play the quarters, the semis, and the finals, but they are on a good path. And I think for the side of T1, when we're looking at how they have been performing over the last couple of days, they're just getting better and better, which for any team watching this right now, it's a little scary.
Yeah, I think they're finally deciding their identity as well. They're finding it out as well with Crazy Moving being this star player of this roster. They say to Crazy Moving, you go and win out. You play these, RNG styles where you go for portable forge. You try and find these win out compositions, and if they can find that win out, then other players are willing to sacrifice for him as well. When you get 7-8, we know that you need to get that first and second. And in that situation, T1 understanding that, hey, Crazy Moving, you're running away with the game. You only have a GP2, but you have that flicker blades, which means you're able to just win out the entire lobby. He wasn't able to win out the entire lobby, but he did his job. They just need a 1-2.
Important to recognize, Prestiven was the one who won, and he played amazing for Vitality, so they have a lot of things to consider. Even though they lose here in groups, they showed amazing. They showed 100%. Really what is up to in the 4v4, and they showed us a lot of tech, a lot of things that have to be managed, how to control Carousel, how to actually grief the opponent several times. They didn't let Bintium play any of the game holding so many Kaisas. So, I mean, the development, Genie, that 4v4 is having, TFT as a whole, is impressive here on EWC.
Yeah, and with that, Team Vitality has been locked out. We do have an exit interview ready just to have a couple final words before they are out of the tournament.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett, aka Discount Matt Damon, alongside Soju. And first off, how much does Gangquake suck?
Not as bad as Cinder last year, so.
Not that bad. All right, so let's talk about the game 3. Unfortunately, T1 got the better of you in the final fight. What did it come down to? Was it just better team tactics on their side or some bad luck on yours?
Overall, I think we played okay this tournament. There's definitely times that we could have played better, but I think for game 3, I think it's really hard to stop Navori Gameplank. I think Navori Gameplank makes it so you can basically just double contest GP or even triple contest GP. So it's kind of just on the Sorks to swing the placements.
Can you tell me a little bit about the second game, though? Because according to the chat, it's an instant classic, the best game we've seen so far at EWC. You guys were down huge. SCSC had a massive health pool, and we all figured T1 was walking away. How did you guys pull it back and force the game 3?
I mean, we kind of just knew we were going to play for 1-3. We stopped stacking the moment they locked in the 7th. I kind of knew I was going to go 3rd, and then one of us had to play for win out. And I think Source just have a way better matchup in Decale. So it looks close, but I mean, the fights were really close. We were worried, but it wasn't just doomed. I think game 3 kind of felt like we already lost. So
it's a tough way to go out, but we now have T1 moving into the top 8. Where do you think they'll land? Last year, they went all the way to the finals.
I'm actually surprised that the Falcons also lost in groups. I think between T1 and Wolves are the 2 strongest teams that are left. So
there you go. Soju, thank you so much for taking the time. I know it's never fun doing one of these after a loss. T1 moves on, but we'll see Vitality next year. Cheers, bud.
Thank you, Soju and Puckett. Some wise words as well from Soju, and some of the interviews that we had with him as well, actually, earlier in the tournament, where he was like, there is not too much expectations from our fans to perform well. We don't really feel anything under pressure, and we've taken a lot of time to prepare for the 4v4 tournament. Of course, it is really sad to be going out so early, but again, I really want to say that when we are looking at Vitality, the improvements we've seen just over the last couple of days, they should also be very proud of themselves.
No, 100%. I think the players on this roster speak for themselves. They are players that are highly rated over in Americas, not just as creators and everything, but as players as well. They're still highly rated. I think they'll go home very disappointed. I think they will be, but I think they should still be proud with how well they were able to develop as a team in a 4v4, and I'm sure this won't be the last time we see them.
No, but this is also not the last game of TFT that we're going to be looking at today, because we have VP going up against Mouse. Once again, both of these rosters in this lower bracket, Hoopson, and that is a scary position to be in.
Yeah, it's amazing. Virtus.pro playing obviously also for the club championship, being in that top 5 spot and looking for the win, and Mouse, they've been doing doing so well. They are now maybe one of the best in the or representing EMEA region together with the Aegis. And we have Lusher there in the screen. He said they were prepared. He said they were locked on. They were feeling so good. And we saw it on stage. They were laughing. Solo Hesan was doing cool. Salvi also, that is normally more of a cold-minded player. He was taking a laugh. He was having fun. And that's exactly what you want to see. Obviously, when you win, it's easier than when you're losing.
I think it's going to be another very close series because we saw yesterday, like the Maus played exceptionally well against Falcons, one of the favorites in the tournament as well. But Virtus.pro are definitely no slouches as well. I think they've been performing very well. We know that they've come through from, into the lower bracket now. It's do or die for both of these teams. But I think, as you mentioned, in terms of EMEA, in terms of the German roster with Maus, I think they have a slight edge. But again, it's going to probably be another 2-1. We might be in for a long day.
Yeah, we could also say the slight edge potentially for Maus coming from the fact that they have already played a game in this lower bracket and they already had the ability to crush a key, so they are on, that little bit of a confidence boost. But whether or not that is actually the case and that's how they are looking at this matchup, let's find out from them.
Maus is in the building. We have Lucio once again, and congratulations. We got to start with the win over Falcons. Everyone was saying this is the super team. They brought in 2 world champions. You took them out in 3 games. How do you get it done?
Well, I think our coordination and teamwork was a bit more on point. We had some good patterns for holding units and then good rolling patterns. Obviously also a bit of luck involved. They're a strong team, right? But I think we proved that we can take down any team. So let's do it again today.
And today you have a new opponent with a lot of pressure. If you win this, you move on to the playoff bracket. You secure top 8 and at least 200 points for your club championship run. How are you feeling about the matchup against VP?
I think they're a strong team. Kind of surprising. They were a bit of a black box before. Obviously, we didn't scrim them since they're in our group. And I think they played better than I expected them. So should be a hard matchup, but I'm confident we can win. And also, we kind of have to win since we have 2 German-Vietnamese players in our team, and it's a Vietnamese team. So kind of for them as well.
You think Wet Jungler is going to finish on top again today?
Yeah, of course. He's cracked, man.
Correct, man. Final question. Alan, one of our casters, is a huge fan of course, all the European teams, but he said the Germans might outplace the French. Are you looking at that battle against teams like Aegis, or what is your personal goal for this event?
I mean, we want to win. It doesn't matter against whom. We want to beat them all. But obviously, in EMEA, I feel like there's a bit of competition since France is usually very dominant between France and then the rest of EMEA. So Alan, as a Polish competitor, also, I'm glad that he's cheering for us, and hopefully we can prove him right.
I love it, man. Well, best of luck. Make the Germans proud. Good luck.
Amen.
All right, the confidence from the side of Maus is there, which is very much going to be needed as they're going to be going up against Virtus.pro. We also had a little bit of a switcheroo. We have Panda on the desk as well as Clement. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Ginny. So excited for this matchup. Maus had their first big test yesterday. They passed it. Now maybe even a bigger test against VP.
I'm really happy we finally get to see a show of VP. We haven't seen them so far, but they were the ones that took down Falcons in their earlier matchup, only dropped to Aegis, the most dominant team so far. So might be an underdog that we finally get a showing for.
Yeah, excited to see how this goes. And we already touched upon Maus a little bit when it comes to the fact that they have been tested in this lower bracket yesterday. They were under a lot of pressure and they prevailed. The question now remains, Virtus.pro has now dropped into that lower bracket. They're coming into this more of like an, oh, we lost kind of mentality. Whereas when you're looking at Maus, it's like, oh, we won. I feel like it could be a little bit of a different approach here today.
And for VP especially, I think the heartbreak of them being close losses as well. It wasn't a blowout like we've seen from some series, like Rock, for example. I think all in all, it comes down to, is our game plan correct? Are there things that we're just losing out on from variance or from the other team being slightly better? Or do we have to completely, rechange our game plan, come into this day 3 with an entirely new plan altogether for Maus? That's my question.
Yeah, I think VP is a very interesting team to kind of look at. They have a couple players that are not as well known on the international stage. Huge shout out to Keon. He has so far been the biggest GP caller of the tournament. 80% of his games, he has been playing on that line. I want to see if they're established or are they fixed on that.
Is that then the player that you are going to be looking at today specifically when you think, okay, this is the ace for VP?
As an APAC regional casters, these are all my homeboys. I'm going to start from probably individually the best player. That is going to be Maris. He has been known as sort of a loner. He kind of practices up by himself, but he has been so incredibly good in the 2 regionals most recently. If we're talking about team captains, I think it has to be NCC1. He's the eldest of the group, peaked in set 8. Took a while for him to come back, but then he's finally here. I think with him at the helm in the leadership, this is a very strong squad.
Well, you're singing the praise of APAC as the APAC casters. You're now going to have to do the same for EMEA as an EMEA caster. When we're looking at MOUZ and how they have been performing over the last couple of days, are we sticking with the same players, expecting them to show up today?
I think it's a little bit hard to say because Salvi historically, I think, has the best career out of anyone here, but he also has the riskiest game plan. He's the fast 8 AP player. It's been his play style across maybe 7-8 sets now. If he misses on the roll down, this is my big question. I want to see what spots he gets into in stage 2 and 3 to come into stage 4 with a little bit more breathing room. We saw that in Vitality even. Game 2, we saw Prestivan with a great Sork spot, ended up winning that game. And then game 3, Milk goes into a Sork spot, gets way too low in HP, goes out in 8th, and that completely derails the plan of Vitality. So Salvi will be that similar player, I think almost forcibly across both Yuumi and Sork comps. And I want to see how much HP he gets into stage 4 with, and if he can kind of stabilize off of more unique boards as well.
Is there going to be a big differentiator between MOUZ and VP's approach to the game that could be the reason why one team wins more dominantly?
It's really about the philosophy, because these are actually our two least flexible teams in terms of what they play. MOUZ, they play the most four-cost rerolls. Four-cost boards. 70% of the games have been around four-cost. And on the other side, for VP, we see a much more standard game where a lot more of their games are centered across the two-cost reroll. So I think the decider for the matchup is going to be stage 2, stage 3 tempo. If we've seen Wet Jungler being able to stabilize the team for them, that means that Salvi and then Lusher get that chance to go into the fast 8 and then find the win outs there.
All right, for those of you as well at home who would like to be part of the conversation, make sure that you join the Discord. You can scan the QR code to do just exactly that. And we're going to continue having this discussion here around TFT, because when Clement, you're looking at it more from a philosophy perspective. Wow, English is hard today. Would you agree that that is most likely going to be the differentiator here for this match?
I think there's two X-Factor players, Wet Jungler and Solo. I want to see what they do on this day 3. We saw some Kai'Sa reroll on day 1, didn't quite work out. Mundo Jhin worked a lot better for Wet Jungler yesterday, especially that Talisman game, that was crazy. But I want to see if they can bring out more unique comps that can, maybe off of a certain condition, really pop off.
Yeah, we have MOUZ going up against Virtus.pro. Both of these teams looking to stay alive once more in this lower bracket. MOUZ are no strangers to being here with their backs against the wall, but for VP, this is their first time with the possibility of their key being crushed. A lot of added pressure, but who will prevail?
We'll find out, Genie. What we do already know is that Vitality searched for the key to success, but instead, it was theirs that was smashed to smithereens. Their ride in Riyadh is over.
And T1 were the first to claim the coveted quarterfinal spot today in the SNB Esports Arena. The question is, who joins them? And who will be the next to meet the fate of our key crusher?
You good? Did you just glitch?
Yeah, no, just have a little too much fun. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, our first contender on the stage, it's Virtus.pro. Their first ever EWC TFT main stage appearance. Looking to build on a strong start and leave day 2 firmly in the rear view mirror. Key and tournament life now on the line.
Line. Their opponents, please welcome MOUZ. They sent the club champions Falcons flying out of the competition yesterday, with eyes now set on the quarterfinals and a boost in earnings. MOUZ truly are chasing the cheese. It's do or die, win or bin. Live in our EWC Theatre of Dreams, who will face the curtain next? Let's go.
Thank you. My name is Canopy, alongside the sensational Stuart, to bring you our second series of the day. I mean, of course, people are still shook up after that first series. Everyone backstage was gathered around the TV just to see how it all played out. Hopefully this series is able to follow on to that one well.
I think that's going to be a theme for today. I think all of these matchups are super close. We talk about this one as well with MOUZ versus Virtus.pro. I think both these teams are very evenly matched, and it's going to come down to the gameplay itself, and hopefully their TFT is better than Ian's puns.
Oh boy, they were pretty memorable, let's put it that way. But yeah, here in Group B, of course, these teams have got basically the same record as each other. Mouse and Virtus.pro, they both placed against Aegis, they both placed against Falcons. They've actually had the same results as well. Virtus.pro, they also beat the Falcons in their first game. But in terms of performance, at least here at the EWC, I would actually give Virtus.pro the slight edge because the win against Falcons was slightly better, the loss against Aegis was also slightly better. So just based on this small sample size, Virtus.pro are slightly ahead.
Yeah, I think Virtus.pro is going to feel very hard done by yesterday's result against Aegis. They actually lost on tiebreakers. They had the same points, but lost because of that first place against Aegis in day number 2. So they're still going to come into this with a bunch of confidence. But so is Mouse as well. I think Mouse are definitely going to come into this as like, hey, we beat one of the favorites of the tournaments. Who else is going to stand in our way? Who else should stand our way as well? And it's great that Panda spoke about Salvi as well. I think Salvi has been one of the most consistent players as well at this EWC, is this consistent fast late player trying to play around Sorcerers, trying to play around the win out. So we've seen it in the previous series as well, that Sorcerers can be this win out comp and can be the likes of Jet KO3 and even Gangplank.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, we're starting to see from these teams players being pushed more into specializations. Of course, not every game you're going to be able to play exactly what you want to, but in terms of overall performance, Kian was mentioned before as a player to watch out from Virtus.pro. He's got a 3.6 average on Gangplank. He's been their designated player to get in and do the damage.
Yeah, I mean, Gangplank is still going to be one of the most contested picks, but I think overall there's been a lot of differential in terms of if you compare day 1 to like day 3. I think in day 1 a lot of people were just tunneling towards like Prodigy, Sorcerers, Gangplank, and another reroll. But I think we're seeing a lot more variety in terms of rerolls now. We're seeing a lot more differences, especially it helps with like the encounters at the start as well, whether you get spatulas, whether you get anything else in between as well. So I think that it becomes a point of when we get to the gameplay, it's understanding your spot, as you said.
Well, I mean, to bring that in closer to Mouse as well, of course, their story getting to this point, they didn't get in through the EMEA qualifier. They just missed out. They had to go to the global qualifier, and they won that entirely. In this tournament, they started off with their first loss to Aegis, where they were going more towards a fast 8 style. So overall, it seems like the whole journey has been stumble initially, then adjust, and hopefully overcome.
I mean, the adjusting is the big thing of this tournament. I think every single teamer has to adjust every single day because we're seeing that there's different comps that are coming out every single day. There's different win-outs that are coming out every single day. This is still very early on in the set, so players are still figuring out things as well. As we get Gwens, we're going to get the ultimate showdown of all Prismatics to start things off in this series, of course. We've seen Prismatics being such a big factor in some of these games. 9 lives yesterday, for I believe it was T1 yesterday, with the 9 lives making that big difference. But there was plenty of prismatic augments that can give these players more power.
Do remember, of course, extra pressure on Virtus.pro, knowing the club championship points are at stake. If you don't get beyond this point, you won't get any, with it being so tight at the top of the table. Let's get things started. You said, Stuart, we're really looking forward to seeing where our players can really rarefy this. Because, 1 Prismatic, sure, that's game shaping. 3 Prismatics, all bets are off.
I mean, makes it absolutely wild. I think it gets to a point where you have to figure out and you have to communicate so well in these prismatic games, because there'll be things like maybe protagonist as well could be a big thing that we've seen be very, very popular at the early stars. Maybe some econ augments will come in for the likes of Salvi. I'm expecting to see maybe some early econ augments to allow him to get to fast 8 and play around his more comfortable lines, playing around AEP. But also you can get things like artifacts. You can get, there's so much possibilities with these games as well, as we're going to get our first augment shortly. No sign of Gangplank just yet.
I was going to say, that's a reflex at this point. Be like, has somebody got a Gangplank in here? Surely somebody's got a Gangplank.
I feel like that's what we're all looking for all the time.
I think we've just become trained to do it. Of course, we had to receive news, of course, on the next patch, which will not be part of EWC. Gangplank has been brought to heel. There we go. Maris gets it. And also a Viego as well. Alakabuka, I mean, this start is pretty gnarly.
Yeah, Maris, one of the most decorated players on Virtus.pro, one of their best players on Virtus.pro as well. Hasn't been the shining light in this tournament, but individually has had some incredible performances over the last few sets as well. And we have to remember with these two teams that it's really important to see what position they're going to be in. Prismatic Destiny is there. We have seen this backfired a few times, but I think it's a lot better to take on 2-1 to give you direction rather than taking on 3-2, which can definitely skew some compositions.
Oh, for sure. I mean, because, normally if you're taking a mid-game, you've got a board to lose if you get one of the ones which eat your boards. But in this case, all right, yep, just got money in the bank and the XP as well. So we've already got a player who could conceivably be matching up well into Salvi by just having that extra boost up in power. But it's not immediate combat power, but it does get more bodies on the board and maybe gets you to 6 faster to find those gangplanks.
I wonder if he's still going to go towards this gangplank and go for something else instead. It will be interesting because going long, you normally want to try and push levels. You want to try and use that extra gold that you're getting to your advantage. Of course, with Prismatic Destiny, you'll also be able to do that as well. Salvi taking upwards, so it's going to be helping him out as well. Also trying to push some levels. And we see 9 lives again. Solo Kazang with the 9 lives.
I mean, we saw this before. I think the entire green room was looking at the 9 lives and be like, this seems very risky. And it was up until the last life when you get the maximum reward from this sword win. It looked very shaky before, but in this case, Solo Kazang actually coming out of the gates pretty strong. Doesn't actually want to give up lives early and get those early rewards.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing with 9 lives. Of course, you don't take any extra damage. You just have 9 lives. When you lose 9 times, you're going to die. But every single time that you lose with 9 lives, you're going to get some extra bit of loot. Early on, it's just a little bit of extra gold. But later on, when you go down to 3, 2, or maybe even 1 life, you can get things like radiant items. You can get some extra power onto your board. Sometimes some +1s as well from Tactician's Crowns. And that's what was one of the win conditions for the Katarina yesterday. Playing the Katarina, putting 2 radiant items on that Katarina was a big difference. But I think with the items that Solo Kazang had and with Pac being the power-up as well for the Nefiri, allows them to try and win some rounds early on.
It does look like we've got some helpful accelerants to move up level the upper mobility for Lusher here from before. Of course, was mentioned before, but it's worth reiterating again. Lusher, the best performing player statistically on the squad overall. But of course, in the 4v4 format, players are serving a role, not rather necessarily being players who could only manage that. Still though, Lusher has been a high performer. It's good to see him in a position where he can build a strong late game board.
Yeah, Lusher's one of them players that can play pretty flexibly on Mouse. He can play for rerolls. He can play towards these fast 8, fast 9s if he feels comfortable too as well. So he has plenty of flexibility options open to him, depending on the rest of the team as well. Of course, with communication being key as well for these players. Every single round, you're going to see a lot of communication, a lot of talking to see matchups, to see where things are going as well. Kiana also taken up. Is that 3 upward mobility players?
I saw a lot of arrows on the side. I think you might be right. So if that's the case, I mean, thank you very much.
There you go. Salvi also has it. I think we have 3 upward mobility players, which is definitely something we don't see too often because...
Well, I mean, so we've got at least a little bit of the shape of the lobby developing there. We talked about Salvi as the late game player for the field, but I suppose that means the advantage is for Mouse in terms of being able to get up and push the levels, get themselves a little bit further along in the field. For Milo on the other side with a pumping up, interesting choice there. Not one we've seen a huge amount, but certainly some good long-term potential as well.
For Salvi, you expect him to take, of course, upward mobility to try and push levels, to try and make sure he can get to level 8, and he has some extra reroll, some extra health to help him out as well. But as we mentioned, with the other upward mobility players, it's going to be very interesting because Lusher took the Prismatic Destiny. Of course, you can get any random augment that you get, and he also gets Prismatic upward mobility, sorry. So same with Kian as well. So there's plenty of players that are actually pushing levels. Of course, Maris with the going long as well. So we'll have to see what other direction these other players go into. As we see Solo Kazang with an early Gangplank, has the Rage Blade, has the Edge of Night as well. So it's going to be a great item holder and can still help him push levels if he wants to with the 9 lives, or try and go for that Gangplank 3.
Well, yeah, as we mentioned before, he's certainly an extremely good Gangplank player, but of course, across the entire tournament as well, we've seen now players, trying to go for more of the reroll style, or just sticking with the 2 and pouring out raw power. Wet Jungle on the side there, of course, one of the big talking points that's been coming in more recently is the power of the Dr. Motto. I mean, we already knew he was good, but people are trying to find ways to make him even stronger.
Yeah, things like Talisman, Heavy as the Crown, a lot of unique items you can put on this Dr. Mundo because he has so much healing, because he has so much tankiness as well. And he's becoming more and more priority, I feel like, as the tournament goes on. We know the Gangplank was going to be up there as the #1, but it was a question of who can go up against the Gangplank, who's going to be the other 2 coster players try and roll for. And that one is Mundo. You pair it with the Kai'Sa, you pair it with the Jin. We've seen some crazy variations in terms of different boards as well, as we see on the right-hand side as well. Maris also winning around with Going Long, being able to keep some units on the bench. So I think with Going Long, because you're going to be able to get gold every single round, you'll be able to keep some of these units on your bench.
Yeah, I really like this from Maris again. It's worth noting he was praised before. Just some specifics there. A 2-time Crown player and a very strong domestic performer as well. Certainly one of the better ones in the region, and I love to see him trying to run away to the races here, kind of using that, the levels and things aggressively to keep his streak going.
Both players we see right now, both on a streak, both trying to keep it as well. It's going to be difficult to try and take down Maris, already level 6 as well. Maris going to be going up against Salvi on the right-hand side and Wed Jungler. Going up against a Syndra 2-star to try and break it down as well for Milo. Mundo 2 is going to be pretty hard to break down, and especially when a Caitlyn cast as well, the damage to the backline just one-shots the Ezreal in the end. And Wed Jungler is going to do enough to keep the streak, as well as Maris as well. Looks like he was also winning his round, so both them players winning. In terms of Solo Kasang, he was able to lose one of his lives, so now he's down to 8 lives. He was able to win a few rounds as well, so he's got an extra little bit of gold from 9 lives, but we haven't gotten to that strong point of 9 lives with the Radiant items and other power spikes that can come on through.
It kind of throws off our normal calculations here, because yes, we've got the 2 win streaks, 1 from each team. We've got the 2 loss streaks, so not a full 1 from Salvia. We're pretty much close enough. And then Solo Kasang down at the bottom. Of course, another aspect of 9 lives being that Solo will be able to grab any item he wants from the carousel for pretty much the entire game. Maybe that's justifying a little bit more why we're seeing him play more aggressively.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, he doesn't need to save HP or anything like that. He doesn't need to do anything, but sometimes you do like to loss streak a little bit early on with 9 lives, maybe lose 3 or 4 rounds, and then after you lose the 3 or 4 rounds, then you'll be able to get more power, and then that power can help you come online with getting some extra gold, some extra power from items as well. Looks like everyone got a gold orb drop, so it'll be interesting to see what items and maybe some extra spiciness can come on through here. With this being a gold orb drop, you can try and get maybe potentially spatulas as well. Could be a big thing. We saw in the previous series that spatulas definitely put a warp in the series to create some very unique compositions that we haven't seen as well, with some things like Supreme Cells on Cassante.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was a ton of fun. Should have taken a moment to note, of course, Maris's itemization for the Gangplank. Not what we'd normally see being thrown in there, but definitely has a very strong eye towards those AP lines later on. I think doing a service for the squad overall by taking the GPs out of the pool. And we can see, even with this itemization, the Gangplank is still being effective.
I mean, at any point you could put any items on Gangplank, they'll still benefit. That with the spell crit coming on through, you have the anti-heal, you have the shred as well. Again, with Going Long, he doesn't get any interest, so he can just use his gold early on to try and push as many levels and keep the win streak going, which is exactly what Maris was able to do. Wed Jungler, though, also still on the win streak. So both Wed Jungler and Maris are 2 players that are keeping on this win streak for now.
Yeah, we're really interested to see how they flash against each other. See Solo Kasang managing to get the Gangplank 2 up and running, so a little bit more power creeping into the boards. We can see multiple upgrades coming across the field. Again, I think this is definitely going to be one of the big questions hanging over the board.
I love this side-by-side view as well, because you can see both these 2 players going for Gangplank, and both of them picking Radiant Refractor as well. So being able to upgrade one of Gangplank's best items, you can normally, it's either Rage Blade or Kraken. Most players prioritize the Kraken because you can get more AD over time, but you can also go for the Rage Blade, as you can see here with Solo, upgrading his Kraken into the Radiant version, which is going to give this Gangplank more power. Love this side-by-side view, though. NCC1 going with 30 gold. Solo has a little bit less gold, but definitely stabilized his board a little bit more with that Kraken coming in, and has the Midas touch as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been talked about game after game as well. Even when Solo has spent down to the bone here with 1 gold left in the tank, Gangplank, as you can already see, is going to start farming that gold back up again with just how strong he is.
He already has 2 rises on his bench as well. I'm surprised he didn't actually play the full mentor this round, but maybe prioritizing, upgrades instead of going for the full mentor. Maybe he doesn't have one of the other units. I couldn't remember what else was on his bench, but finding 2 rise at level 6 is pretty decent to start things off. Can help the mentor, it can help him push levels, because now he's stabilized on Gangplank 2. He has the Radiant version of the Kraken, means that he can stabilize, push level 7, and play the full mentor.
Sure. Yeah, finding that many rises is definitely surprising. But we'll keep on digging things in, because Maris is currently still leading the field, the only player to keep his win streak as we head towards the midpoint of Stage 3. This board very strong indeed. Of course, the XP poured in, the itemization being forced here And we've even got buried treasures to make this board even stronger than it was already.
I think Maris's job this game is just to try and save up as much HP as possible. He's not really going for the win out here, but since he's already on 100 HP, he's on that 7-win streak as well. He's keeping hold of as much HP as he can. He's making sure that he doesn't go last. He's maybe not going to cap out his board too much to try and push to like maybe level 8 or even level 9, because he just has a GP2, he's stabilizing, but because he's 1 or 2 levels higher, makes it pretty difficult.
I do like what we're seeing here on Milo's side of things, though, because we talked about the pumping up as a long-term prospect here. We're also going to have the crit in. You know, the itemization of the backline really, really good. So Milo has been quietly working his way through while maintaining a decent amount of HP. I think this board's got some great late game potential.
Yeah, Milo not leveling to level 6 as well on stage 3, which is very surprising, prioritizing the econ over leveling and still winning rounds as well against Salvi, who Salvi is level 7, so a level 5 beating a level 7 at stage 3 is very surprising, but with that Syndra, as you mentioned, with the items, are just extremely powerful at that point, and pumping up can help you with attack speed if you want to go for units like even Yumi as well, can benefit quite a lot with the extra attack speed that can come on through.
Just taking a quick look at our boards along the bottom as we get our players to pick up a few more bits and pieces. Something that does jump out to me, Stuart, is of course we noted the Wet Jungler running at the the Mundo and Jin reroll has picked up Prismatic Ticket to accelerate that further.
We know how aggressive players have been playing in 4 versus 4 as well. Playing aggressive, rolling down, trying to hit the 3 stars before someone else can hold on to them, and that's the real big difference I think with 4v4 compared to like normal games of TFT, because normal games of TFT you can just econ up to 50 gold, slow roll, you're not expecting units to be held by other players. In 4v4, units are always held by other players, so you need to play this aggressive style, you need to play things like Infested, you need to play things like Prismatic Ticket and try and roll down to 0. Mostly you're seeing all the time that players are always going down to 0, saying that NCC1, getting that Gangplank 3, doesn't have the Kraken, but instead has the Radiant Guardbreaker, which is going to provide a little bit of extra damage. Not the same stacking damage that you can get from Radiant Kraken, but in the end is going to still help him out a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot of punch. I think picking up the Prismatic Ticket first for NCC1, of course, giving that advantage in getting that Gangplank in early on. You can see what a menace the Gangplank 3 has been. I mean, we've seen so many lobbies being topped out by these kind of Gangplank boards.
And again, we're seeing every single player pretty much roll to 0 gold. Not a lot of players that are sitting really above 20 gold or 10 gold at the moment on the right-hand side of your screen. You know, Maris is down to 10, Wet Jungler down to 10, NCC1 and Soda Kazang as well. So really showing these 2-cost rerolls, they're playing aggressive, they're trying to hold on to the units as much as possible. And with units like Gangplank, you can get so much extra gold back anyway, thanks to his ability, and also if you have things like Midas Touch.
Yeah, and I think this does play really well into the conversation. We see the Mundo 3 coming, which of course absolutely enormous.
One off Jin as well.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation about what a player does for their team overall, because I think you point out really well, you've got such great contrast in the gold totals, but if you can spend that gold early and give your team a strong point in the early game, it really feels like it serves the team overall. I mean, we saw certainly in the previous series, the teams are thinking so much about what it takes to actually win the game. They're not about doing anything for themselves here. They're doing what the team needs. Yeah,
sacrificing themselves for the team. We've seen it more and more as the 4v4 tournament has go on. Players selling their board, players sacrificing, removing items as well is so key in a 4v4 environment because of the way the point system works. Getting the first place is important, but making sure you don't go 8th and 7th is also very important as well. And for players like Maris starting to lose rounds now on this going long, but meanwhile, for Wet Jungler has the 3 items on this Dr. Mundo 3, is one off Jin 3, and now you're going to be seeing all these players just roll all the way down to 0 gold every single turn until they hit their 3 stars. One player that is going to struggle though is Soda Kazang, who is also on that GP line, was hoping that he can get some more money from 9 lives to try and roll for that GP 3 star. Unfortunately though, NCC picking up that Prismatic Ticket allowed him to get that Gangplank 3 star instead.
Yeah, and I guess you've got to be aware, that's the position in the game where Soldier's got so much better of a spot to be able to sneak through and grab that out from underneath, with Salvi has already picked up previously the buried treasures. Of course, David talking on the desk about the concern about Salvi's HP. Mentioned, of course, with the upward mobility, a little bit of HP back in the bank. And Salvi trying to make sure he doesn't lose too much more.
And you're seeing both the upward mobility players for Mouse. One has to take Sorcerer, one has to take Prodigy. Great side-by-side view here as well. Really shows that you have two upward mobility players. One had the decision to with Salvi, the other didn't with Prismatic Destiny. But still being able to try and utilize this to your advantage, you know, playing the likes of upward mobility to get the extra free rerolls. And a lot of players are rolling down a lot early on. And Gwen 2-star already for Salvi on your left-hand side. That is a huge upgrade here for Salvi. Gwen 2 before even Karma 2 as well is absolutely crazy.
There's been a phrase that's been going around, yeah, with people just walking through the halls bemoaning it, and that's Gwen 2 on level 8, who was like just shaking their heads and walking away from that one. The Edge of Night in there as well to make it even more difficult to deal with. This is nightmarish and maybe one of those things that can actually blow the game wide open. Of course, we've got to check in with Zergasang, who is now down to 5 of his 9 lives. So we'll start to get some more serious stuff coming through as rewards.
Another big thing for these Fast 8 players as well is they're also rolling down a lot more aggressively as well. They're playing for things like rolling down on neutrals instead of rolling down on 4-1 or even 4-2 as well. Kian here picking up one of the best augments for this Cassante lineup, which is Bronze for Life. So many of these units have so much synergies with each other as well. We have the Akali 2 being picked up. Ryze 2 and Jarvan 2. It's nice upgrades, but it's not that Cassante 2. It's not one of your main carriers, but you have the Akali 2 in the end as well. So he might just lock this shop because he does have a Karma pair. He doesn't want to sell that. He can't upgrade both of these units just yet. This board should be okay. He is pretty low on HP though with an 8 loss streak. But I think with the extra damage that comes through with the Bronze for Life, means that he will be able to stick with this extra HP that he has.
Thank you very much for production for showing us there are 5 Cassantes left in the pools. We know exactly how difficult it will be. I mean, of course, we still got a full duplicator for Kian waiting, so just need to find the one, especially considering how many other units he's already found in the shop. I do like seeing the Akali, of course, one of the balance which wasn't necessarily expecting to see as much of coming in, but pairing so well with a Cassante. We can see just an absolute menace to the back line, while even the 1-star Cassante menaces the front.
Yeah, it's very difficult to position against Akali. Of course, it's just going to be dashing to the furthest units, so you don't really want to corner your units, but at the same time, you don't want to position them in the middle, because then you're against Jarvan, you're against Kabuko, you're against Yasuo. There's so much to position, and as expected, he does lock in his shop in the end, does go for that Jarvan 2 and the Ryze 2 upgrade. So it looks like now is on 4 lives, so it doesn't have that many lives, but he took it invested, and he also hit GP3.
Nice.
So we have 2 GP3 players in this lobby. Solo Kazang probably in a better spot as well, because he also has Kabuko 3. Both the GP3 players also have stretchy arms, I believe, as well. So there's a lot of power on this board for Solo Kazang, and he does have the better of the Radiant items. One had Guardbreaker, Solo Kazang has Kraken. So I feel like Solo Kazang is in a better spot, but it becomes very dicey as well because only one of these players can win. We're expecting the GP player to potentially win out in this lobby with how much extra resources he's able to get. The Radiant Refractor also helping out as well, but look at the extra AD and the attack speed that's stacking up here with both Kraken and Rageblade.
And this is such a great illustration, of course, of the role changes as of this set. So, you know, you can put the Gangplank, you know, Edge of Night, sure, but you can put the Gangplank right in the center, middle of the board, access all areas with that extended range, and just be an absolute menace to deal with. So, to look across our players, you know, of course, we've got all the organs in place. We've got no more super spicy units coming through on the carousel, but so what's your kind of overall feel of the field here in Game 1 of Series 2?
I feel like overall, most of the players have actually hit the units that they've wanted to hit. You know, Lusher with Yuumi 2, Kian with the Akali 2, and also still only has Cassante 1, but has hit the rest of the board. Most of the players that went to level 8 has actually hit their board, and most of the re-rollers have also hit their board as well. One unique composition, though, for Milo is this Star Guardian board, which we don't really get to see too much. I would say it's pretty difficult at the moment. It doesn't really, the Star Guardian units itself are not really too strong outside of maybe Ahri. That's why you normally see players itemizing Ahri over the Jinx, for example. Also picked up, I believe it was Mage, so he's going to have the double cast as well for Ahri. She can be a great carry, but you really need to hit her 3-star to try and hit some of these and trying to kill some of these outcapped boards. But overall, we'll have to see how it goes for Milo to see if he's able to stabilize this board.
Well, remember, you know, Milo's been building up with the augments. We've got the pumping up, we've got the water lotus as well. So kind of effectively 5 items on the Ari to make sure she can hit like an absolute truck. And burst is one of the ways to deal with Gangplank. We just saw it there, just absolutely ripped through him. And I think, this is the moment to really see, that board come into focus.
I think the extra Lotus coming on through as well, the extra crit damage for the Ari, the attack speed, as you mentioned, with the pumping up as well. Pretty important win to play against the GP3 and also win out against the GP3 as well. When we're looking at life totals, it's neck and neck between these two teams. I mean, Mouse at the moment all sitting in the top 3. Salvi on a win streak at the moment, of course, with that Gwen 2 that we've seen already. Lusher at the moment as well, also hitting that Yuumi 2. Still doesn't have a Karma 2 yet, though. The big thing with Salvi, because he has extra gold in the bank, and because he's stabilized so well on that Gwen 2-star, is he's now holding Yuumi's on the bench. He knows Lusher has already gotten the Yuumi 2, the communication has come on through, and he's actually denying it away from Maris, who is on 0 gold at the moment, does have the Leona 2-star, but doesn't have the Yuumi. So the damage on the backline is very lacking, and both these players are coming head-to-head.
I really like your point there, because particularly in these situations where economy is a real issue, you're just not going to get that many bites at the shot to find them as, oh my gosh.
The whole board just evaporated from the Gwen, basically. The needle's doing so much damage.
I mean, that's the reason why Salvi's been put in the position of responsibility so often. He can put together boards that will punch through pretty much anything, but further to what you said, Mao's all in the top 3 spots right now. I was thinking that this maybe would be the point where we would see Virtus.pro start to come back, but they're actually dropping HP. It's only Zolokasang, of course, who's on a misleading 3 HP, who's in the bottom for Mao's at all.
I think Mao's in general are in very comfortable positions. You have Salvi at the moment, who has the Gwen 2-star is stabilized. Lusher with the Yuumi 2 also stabilized. Where Jungler hit the Dr. Mundo 3 early. I believe also hit the Jin 3 earlier. And then also you have Sodokasang, which we can see on the board. Of course, as you mentioned, on that 3 lives, but now has the Twisted Fate on the board to give him some extra power. Hit the GP3 really early on with that extra money he was able to get from Invested, and is also level 8. And this is where, 2 GP players come side by side. Kabuko 3 is a big secondary, I guess you can call it quote-unquote carry or tank in a way. You can see the items are actually on the Udyr instead of the Kabuko. He's actually selling all of his copies of Yasuo and everyone else and trying to make sure that he gets the Udyr 3-star. But with him selling his Yasuos, Sodokasang was able to get Yasuo 3. So I think the timing there was a little bit unfortunate for NCC1, because as soon as he sold the Yasuo 3 came on through for solo.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's such a tightrope these teams are playing with each other, because you've got to prioritize what's the most important thing right now, and sometimes it is just getting your own board online. For NCC1, it didn't quite happen. Going up against Kian in this one, we can see the all-out board just rips through. I think NCC is out of there. Of course, Sodokasang, despite the low HP, will just drop down to another life. And something which I want to talk to you about, Stuart, is the 9 lives approach. Because again, we saw Sodokasang playing pretty strong early on, rather than taking losses. Now, no matter how bad the loss is, he only takes 1 life away. So he can take some big losses and still stay competitive.
And he's going to get more gold and more power every single time. So it means that he's going to be in a position where he can just make his board even stronger than what it already is. Of course, we mentioned NCC1 going out in 8th place. Maris is now on a 6-loss streak. So he's in a very difficult spot. Again, hasn't hit that Yuumi 2 because Salvi is holding the Yuumis on the other side. Luckily for Maris, he is up against the Ghost. It is the Star Guardian Ghost. So hopefully we'll give him enough damage and hopefully won't be too bad and he doesn't lose this one. It might be pretty close actually, even against the Ghost board, because this Poppy is tanking so much damage, and Maris loses against the Ghost, and that's Virtus.pro in the bottom 2.
I mean, this is pretty bad. The next question I was going to bring up to you is it's starting to look like, if we're going to see Virtus.pro win this game, they need to get into the top 2. I mean, right now, we saw Kian was doing well, did just lose the win streak at the last round, so things are looking pretty dire for them.
Yeah, this might just turn into a pretty dominant win for Mouse in the end. I think the HP difference is way too big. Eventually, Mouse, the Virtus.pro players are going to go head-to-head. We've just seen as well from Wet Jungler that he has a Twisted Fate 2-star on his board. We can see Seraphine 2-star on another board as well. Again, players holding on to the Cassantes this time. Lusher has sold away and Salvi sold away holding the Yuumis, because of course that player has now been
playing the
eliminated.
Cassante.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's nightmarish stuff. I mean, Milo definitely, I think, had the right idea here, but it seems like it's the only thing really going right for the squad overall. We can see it's enough to overpower Salvi.
When?
Wait, I thought it was enough to overpower Salvi, but it looks like instead we're heading for a pretty short game one. We just need one more member of Virtus to go out in the bottom 4 and...
Oh, that's happened. Milo actually died.
Wow. Okay. Well, it was a very short attendance for the first game. I guess we'll just hang out for a little while while we officially get the last pieces in place.
Incredible performance overall by Mouse. I mean, this is one of the most dominating wins I think I've seen in this tournament so far, with them dominating with the early pressure, rolling down aggressively, you know, players like Solo Kazang taking 9 lives, contesting the GP, but taking invested, making sure that he can guarantee himself to hit that GP 3-star. Salvi and Lusher playing for the fast 9 compositions. They both hit upward mobility as well. One taking one composition, one taking the other. But the thing that I loved is the communication between Mouse players. You know, as soon as Lusher hit that Yuumi 2-star, Salvi was in a position to say, I have enough economy, I have a Gwen 2, I'm not going to lose any round anytime soon. I can roll down a little bit instead of going for level 9 and be able to keep hold of these Yuumis. And that's exactly why the player like NCC1 went out in 8th place.
Yeah, I mean, you can generally characterize German players playing TFT as usually very methodical and organized as a squad. I think Mao's really exemplified that extremely well, so I'm 100% with you. I think this was a game one in strategy. I do think that, given the setup here with upper mobilities, it did play very well into Mao's strengths. We talked about how they started the tournament, pushing more towards 8 and getting punished for it by some of those reroll compositions. In this case, it feels like they really bypassed that danger zone.
Yeah, upward mobility gives you that factor as well. You know, the extra HP that you get, the free rerolls that you get as well. We saw the side-by-side earlier of both Salvi and Lusher rolling on neutral rounds, before we even got into stage 4, getting to level 8 sooner than anyone else in the lobby and being able to hit before the likes of NTC1. So being able to... A big factor in 4v4 is being able to hit before your opponents, and if you can hit, then you can hold them units and actually stop them from hitting their 2-stars, which, for me, made a huge difference in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that you see in a lot of these games. You'll see people holding, but people will still hit. You say, okay, it wasn't a big factor overall. But yeah, as you said, in the games where it does happen and you're able to completely stymie your opponent's strategy, it just ends up looking like they couldn't do anything at all because their carries are stuck at 1 star and they're just wading through treacle to try and get anything done at all.
Yeah, I think that perfectly sums it up. I don't think Virtus Pro could have done anything in this game. I think it's one of them games that you're in a very tough position really from the start. You have 2 players at upward mobility and 2 comfortable players on upward mobility as well. I talk about Lusher is very flexible. He can play multiple lines very well. Salvi is always going to be the player for Mouse and is giving his identity up. Yeah, of course, like rushing level 8, trying to play towards these AP lines. And then Solo Kazang playing the GP contest in the end. Wasn't able to hit GP3 earlier, but still hit it in the end with the extra invested. So doesn't have the extra combat strength, but sometimes the Radiant item is all that you need for the GP to have enough combat strength to be able to win some rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the reasons, of course, we love the 4v4 format is just, I guess to bring that out to the larger point you were making there, the team utility of so many of these different aspects that not necessarily what it does for you directly, but what options it allows for your team. As you said, extra rerolls, being able to take units out of the opposing team's pools. Of course, we saw in the previous game as well, being able to feed extra information across can be absolutely game-changing by itself. But since, of course, again, this game is done, you can see in the top right, Mouse officially get the first win that they need to be able to potentially take the series. I want to take a moment to recognize Virtus Pro, certainly on their way to getting into this, Ben. They did beat some pretty big names. I think you could arguably call both of these teams Giant Slayers. There's a reason why titled Summertimer, Japanese world champions are not here as part of this event. Virtus Pro beat their team to make sure they couldn't be in. And of course, Mouse, they managed to earn that title by taking out the Falcons as well. So I'm really excited to see what Game 2 has got for us.
I think both these teams individually, they are very strong, and even in 4v4 environment as well, as you mentioned, they've, Mouse beat 100 Thieves, Virtus Pro was able to beat Talon and also Zeta Division to get to the Esports World Cup in the first place. But I think for Virtus Pro, this game is going to, be a little bit long-winded, but I think in the end, it gives Virtus Pro enough time to maybe recap on how this game went and how they can play it a little bit differently as well. Maybe it's something to do with maybe picking up some more econ augments, maybe not focusing too much on things like Bronze for Life, for example, which does give you a crazy amount of combat power. I'm not saying it's bad at all, but I think the big difference this game is that for Mouse, they were able to pick up some econ augments early on and use them econ augments to be able to push levels and get them 4-cost 2 stars before any of Virtus Pro can, and it got to a position where they had their backs against the wall.
I suppose the good news of Virtus is we know that Game 2 is very likely to be very different from this one.
Yes.
This is an all-prismatic game where things were pushed to their most extreme, so we don't know if we'll be seeing anything like what we've been seeing in this game so far. It's looking like Kian will not be able to be moving towards at least getting the little bit of comfort from winning the lobby overall, where Jungler drops down. We're down to our final few bits of HP, and it'll be Lusher and Salvi, of course. Upward mobility brings them both to top 2.
Exactly that, upward mobility allowing both the top 2 players, Salvi and Lusher, to get in there. I believe Kian also was the player that had upward mobility. So top 3 in this game for upward mobility, which means that you have,
you're right.
you have. It just shows the power of this augment, especially in like a 4v4 scenario as well, where it allows you to push levels, allows you to roll down. And it's a victory lap now for Mouse. Maybe a little bit of personal competition between the likes of Lusher and Salvius. I'm sure this isn't the first time that they're going head-to-head. I mean, Lusher just taking a sip of drink, just making sure that they stay relaxed because they know the job's not done.
I just love seeing Lusher's expression now. You can even see, like, this, even at this point where the game is completely done, I think you're right, like, this match is, of course, very far from over. The focus can't drop at this point.
Yeah.
There is always a little bit of a danger. The first game goes well, and your team can start to relax a little bit and think, you know what? We've got this. We're better than this opposing team. We don't need to fully focus. But you can see very much on Lusher's face we saw there, this team, even while they're just running out the tail end of the round, they're strategizing. They are in the next game mentally ready as Salvi closes this one out, officially 1-0 to Mouse.
First place for Salvi in the end. The Gwen 2-star early on at level 8. It was so huge to stabilize, but he did well for his team, holding on to the Yumis, making sure that NCC won, got that 8th place, and I think from there it was a steamroll performance from Mouse. Great from start to finish. Prismatic Destiny helping them out as well. A lot of great performances across the board. And Salvi again, the player that we highlighted before we got into this series, saying that he's really the star man. He's been the consistent player. He's playing the same compositions, but that's all you need sometimes. If you have that player that is so comfortable on a line, like playing the fast 8 into an AP line, whether that's Sorcerers or Prodigy, then the rest of the team doesn't need to really worry about that line unless they're in a really strong spot.
All right, well, that's game 1 done. We need to head across to our analysts to break down everything that happened and get ourselves ready for game 2.
What a dominant game, really coming out of the gate swinging here from Mouse in this lower bracket, looking to send VP home.
And the best part is that Mouse, I don't think they were sweating at all this game 1. If you asked them before the game started, what is your most comfortable and best default game plan? It's exactly this. Every player played the comp they prepared across the tournament, they played the most of, they've mastered, and it showed.
It's just kind of crazy about the setups, and I think we can dig into that a little bit more. They are the most fast 8 heavy team in the entire tournament. Lusher and, of course, Salvi got their AP lines early on. They hit the Gwen on level 8, just incredible. And you might have thought that Sologasan was low HP, but he had 9 lives, so they were all basically in the top of the roster from the start.
Yeah, this is a really great performance, and it speaks volumes to the fact that, we've already heard some rumblings from the team saying that this was a very formidable scrim partner. This is one of the strongest teams that we have in the tournament. And after their performance on day 1, we had raising some eyebrows thinking, why is that actually the case? But they continuously are showing us that this is why.
I do think this game is not maybe the best showcase because you have 2 players who are more X-Factor, who have to work harder to find success. Wet Jungler on his Mundo roll down, and Solo with 9 lives, risking a little bit more, but then hitting in the end. And then you have 2 players who are kind of, if they miss, it destroys the game plan with Sorix and with Yuumi, the fast 8 players in general. But the moment the 2 players who are essentially kind of gambling a little bit on their roll downs hit so early and so hard, the game becomes a blowout. And most blowouts happen exactly because of this. It just becomes a feast on stage 4 where VP cannot do anything about it.
Yeah, and I would like to add, the reason why they need so much early game tempo is just because what Panda said is that a lot of times Lusher and Salvi, they're not going to hit like this every game. That's impossible to do. So you want to have that sort of padding from the rerolls in Wet Jungler and Sologasan to just kind of cushion you through that.
Salvi, however, has been very consistent factor for the side of Mouse, and that's also the player that we highlighted coming into this, Clement, where we're saying, yeah, this guy has a great career, he's very much known, he's done a lot of things individually. So the question was whether or not that was going to go well with the rest of the team, because it is a little bit more of a different approach when you're looking at the 4v4 rather than a free-for-all. And I feel like the fact that he can remain consistent in every single game that we've seen so far speaks volumes to his leadership skills as well.
The real test, I think, for the squad is can they do the same thing if they're forced to play into different roles? So far in this tournament, they've kind of stuck in their own lanes completely, and it hasn't bothered them. But what happens if Solo has to be the fast 8 AP? Can they still run the same strategy? That's going to be the test.
I think it maybe comes down to them seeing flexibility being less important than mastery, where if they have such an edge on specific comps and they know all the in and outs of when to roll, what units to hold, they're not your key units on your comp, it matters more than being more flexible on your roll down, being more flexible on your augment selection. And I think it showed in this game. One thing to mention also is the comparison between the GP players, with Solo playing from 9 lives, in theory having a much higher cap, where NCC1 hit very early thanks to Patriotic Ticket and the 2 duplicators he got on the Krugs. But in the end, his cap was much lower. He started bleeding out once he started facing all the fast 8 players who did end up hitting, and he went 8th in the end. So we'll see the bounce back in the game plan from a VP in this game too.
Yeah, I would like actually to touch upon that, so I'm happy that you bring that up when it comes to VP and their game plan moving forward, because this was such a blowout game. The things that didn't obviously go their way. So moving forward, what are we expecting from VP?
You know, I would hope my Vietnamese boys, they can find their footing a little bit more early. When you're contesting against Mouse that has so far have only won blown out games, then you want to push them off their comfort zone. You want to gamble that Salvi and Lusher are not going to hit like this every time on their level 8. So maybe get early tempo, make sure they're low HP onto level 8, and then deal damage there.
And ideally, I would say if Salvi and Lusher are playing for the same game plan, if you pressure them enough in stage 3 and they're entering stage 4 on 2 lives and they miss, they feel so much more pressure. Salvi, he entered with around, I think, 40 HP, but Lusher was very healthy. Even if he missed, he had some rounds to bounce back and to get lives from his teammates and still find success. So we saw it a bit from Fnatic yesterday, where they had this like triple AD flex stage 3 where they were just tempoing so hard. I think maybe VP has to take a page out of their book, especially to counter the game plan from Mouse.
Didn't necessarily work for Fnatic, so you would hope that
just for stage 3.
You know, so you would hope that it would work for VP today, because again, this is their backs against the wall, and they are 1 game away from elimination, which brings implications to their standings on TFT, but also to the club championship point. So there is a little bit of pressure on this roster, if I do say so myself. Whereas on the Mouse side of things, there is no pressure when it comes to club championship points, considering how the rest of the organization and the games that they have been competing in. So that's combined with the fact that they had the key yesterday. Do we just want to see them replicate what they've done now, or could that also be their biggest weakness?
If it's working, don't change it. Talking about pressure though, I have to look at someone like NCC1 and Lusher. The 8th place here, he's the only player who hasn't made it to attack round, for example. I want to see if he can bounce back mentally and maybe lead his team to success in this game too.
Well, that is game 2 that needs to be coming up next. But first, we're going to have a break to see whether or not VP will have some skin left in this game. They are in for the club championship points. They are in for the TFT placement, in for playoffs as well. We'll be ashamed to see them go out early without a fight. But whether or not they'll be able to put that up against a team like Mouse, we'll find out shortly.
our journey to EWC was pretty rough. Open qualifier went well. Close qualifier, we lost to AG.
Through the close at last few moments, and as the Annie drops in, Soga-sang eliminated.
We lost a low bracket when we went to the last chance qualifier. I think the last chance qualifier, we were the best team. We also placed first place.
Wow, this is a really tough situation.
Before that, we took 1 week full prep. We played much differently than compared to the close qualifier. In the last chance qualifier, we finally figured out our preferred playstyle, and I think we executed pretty well.
The Timbers comes out. Oh no! Ovi actually gets there. A critical win for Mouse.
Mouse are heavyweights coming in from the EMEA scene. Mouse are the most decorated EMEA team. They have 2 players in the Pro Tour. They have multiple TAC Crown players as well. And I think they should carry the highest expectations for the region. I think Mouse is likely going to be a quarterfinalist team. And if they move up a little bit, I wouldn't be too surprised, but they would need to prove themselves.
This is what we thought was going to happen.
We're playing for Mouse, and Mouse has been really great. They treated us they fulfilled every wish we had so far, and they're supporting us a lot, and we're very proud to represent Mouse as the only German team here at EWC for 4v4. We feel very grateful to get this chance, and we will try our best to make Mouse and the German viewers and players proud.
Welcome back, one and all. Game 2 is ready to begin. The players refresh themselves between those 2 games. And honestly, Stuart, coming into the second game, of course, Mal's got to be absolutely thrilled with how that first one went. Did get a chance to have a brief word with them between games. They certainly felt, as a lot of teams do, relieved and happy. Salvi saying, from that first augment coming in, really the game all played to Mouse's preferred style.
Yeah, when you have one of the best augments that you can pick up as well for players that are so comfortable on a line, like going for fast 8 into this AP, into these common AP compositions that we've been seeing a lot. As soon as you see them at the start, you feel very comfortable. You just need to make sure you play your own game correctly. You play it to the level of standard that you want to be. But I think, as you mentioned, Counterfeit, for this game, hopefully it's not going to be as crazy as the first one with the full prismatic, because obviously with the prismatics it can be very wild with how much extra power that you can get onto these boards. But I think Virtus Pro has what it takes to come back. Of course, this is a team that has still done a lot to be able to get here. They've beaten some of the best teams in APAC to be able to get here as well. Players like Maris performing very strong overall at Tacticians Crowns before, and being able to be a winner in a Tacticians Cup. So these are players that are like I said before, no slouches, and they're going to do what it takes to try and stay in this competition.
Yeah, I think the big thing it felt like from the previous game, there were so many resources flying around, particularly, of course, thanks to the augments coming in. It just gave the entire team of MOUZ so many strategic options, and we could really see clearly from the play. Their strategic playbook is huge, and they were basically able to access everything they wanted. I think the biggest thing that stands out to me, what you pointed out in game number 1, was the denial. They were able to just deny wholesale across the board and reduce the overall power level of Virtus Pro dramatically for most of the game.
Yeah, I think Analyst has covered it quite well. I think the way the Virtus Pro are going to win this next game or win this series is try and put MOUZ out of their comfort zone. Try and maybe play more aggressively early on. Try and put players like Lusher and Salvi on the back foot. Make them lose a lot of HP early on, which they didn't really in this game. They were able to comfortably stay healthy enough thanks to upward mobility, giving you more HP, but also have some extra free roll downs as well. So I think coming into that, if Virtus Pro play more aggressively, they tried to with the GP. They were the first team that hit the GP, but as for the rest of the board, they were just losing way too much HP.
I mean, speaking of HP, of course, the extra wrinkle in the whole thing, Zolgasan taking 9 lives, means he's at least going to last 9 rounds in the entire game. That entire setup there kind of gives you that resilience as a player because, of course, as you take those lives lost, you're getting more resources in, so it's becoming harder to take the future lives off of you. So you've given yourself a slot in the game where pretty much you are unkillable. You'll either be ahead on lives or you'll be ahead on resources.
High risk, high reward is the name of the game for Solo. I mean, the player that has been one of the best, one of the most consistent, I should say, players in EMEA, did incredibly well over the last few sets and also been to a few Tacticians Crowns, made the top 10 in the previous Tactician Crown for Cyber City.
Yeah, I mean, that was hugely meaningful for Zolgasan. He was a player who was notorious for being an incredible ladder player, but having struggling to translate that into tournament performance. Wet Jungler was a similar player who got there ahead of him, of course, got his 2nd place at the Crown. And got his attention. But Solo is definitely coming into the spotlight. But let's shift that spotlight across to Virtus Pro because there were things to like about that previous game as well. Even if they didn't get the win, we did see some good boards. Kian, of course, that all-out board, even if it was mostly denied for a while, was still set up to be really scary.
I think the all-out board is something that definitely a lot of APAC players and China players are prioritizing a lot more than EMEA and the Americas. We don't really get to see a lot of EMEA players or Americas players actually going for the all-out Cassante. Maybe they're not comfortable on the line. Maybe they don't want to risk it on that line because there is a lot of flexibility with that comp. You can play into Protectors, you can play the Supreme Cells version with Akali. There's so many different variations of the comp, and I think you need a very high level to understand what is your strongest board at certain times. So I haven't seen too much from EMEA. Maybe it's something that they will bring out over the course of this tournament, but definitely a comp that is prioritized a lot more over in China and APAC.
I suppose we did see to an extent what it would take to push Gangplank somewhat out of the conversation just because there were so many resources in there. Players were able to locate themselves in the AP lines, step above that projected power level, even the Gangplank 3s, and have them be, a relatively small factor in how the game played out.
It's one of the compositions as well that you can move from Gangplank. I mean, Cassante doesn't really work well with these, attack speed items. I think he much prefers things like the Infinity Edge and the Guard Breaker. But if you use these items and just slam it on a GP early on, you can tempo with GP, play into the Cassante all out, or try and play into Luchadors as well, try and play into more Volley Bear style. We'll have to see what unfolds in this game number 2 as MOUZ, just to let you all know, is currently 1-0 up in this series.
And Stuart, it couldn't be more perfect. We go from Prismatic all the way through to Golden Gala. This is exactly what Virtus Pro wanted. This is the most standard game of TFT you could conceivably have, and the biggest distance from game 1.
Most standard, the most normal, but we know that no game of TFT is normal. There's some shenanigans that happens in any game of Teamfight Tactics. We might be seeing some craziness that the walls pull out, like maybe a GP2 from out of nowhere into solo leveling.
I'm ready for
or something.
It's not unprecedented in this tournament, you're right.
I don't think there ever is a normal game of TFT. I don't think normal is in the dictionary of Teamfight Tactics as a game. I think it's very difficult to add it on through because every game just brings so much possibilities and so much drama as well, especially in a 4 versus 4 environment.
So let's start to kind of compare this kind of situation, what we expect from this situation compared to game 1. For anyone who wasn't there for it, of course, Prismatic across the board, MOUZ were able to kind of bypass the early game effectively and roar into the late game later on. In this case, they shouldn't have anywhere near as much power coming in from the augments, and they're going to have to play the early game a little bit more honestly.
I think there are definitely still some very powerful gold augments that you can definitely come on through here. You know, things like Portable Forge we'll have to keep an eye on to see what artifacts are going to come on through. Keepers can also be very good. Solo leveling, as I mentioned as well. These are some of the best treasure hunt as well.
Oh, yeah.
There are some very, very powerful gold augments that players are going to have to look at and try and adjust as well. The big thing that I'm curious about if a player like Salvi gets treasure hunt as an option, if Salvi has that option, will he go for that line? Something that he's uncomfortable on with reroll, or will he just stick to going for that fast level 8?
All right, Wet Jungler, of course, from the players, we're looking to go for big things, decides to replicate out some extra items as well. So, you know, if we're kind of talking about the idea for Miles, that they're going to try and get through this early game. Maybe not the same sort of brute force way they did before. It seems like at least for Wet Jungler, as we see here, he's going to try and get the items on the board and just play strong for now.
And we couldn't see exactly what it was there. Oh, there we go. We do have treasure hunt. Not too sure what the player is. It might be NCC1. Can't really see the rest of the board, unfortunately. But treasure hunt is a really, really strong option. That could be a possibility. Also 2-trick as well, which is really good to stabilize, but no, will be that treasure hunt option. Lusher going for worth the wait. We have Stars Are Born for Kian, Solo Kazang going for the lesser champion duplicators. So plenty across the board, and Maris is a person that did take Portable Forge, so we'd have to take that into account as well to see if what Maris picked up as the artifact of choice.
All right, so we'll see what the flavor ends up developing here.
Might get to see it here. Collector.
Okay. So Maris, Maris going to be able to find another way to pour some gold into the pocket, especially combined with the Infinity Edge from very, very early on for that Sivir to go through. I do hope we maybe have the chance to see more reroll being played here. You know, certainly Kai'Sa, a solid option to make sure you keep on rerolling for a while.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's one of them units that you kind of really need to get early on to get the stacking of her ability. Interesting that he did keep some of the Sevirs and also the Malphites as well, so Maris could be looking towards going for the crew potentially. We didn't really see a lot of one-cost rerolls last time because it was full prismatic and it's a lot riskier to go for the one-cost rerolls in a prismatic lobby. Worth the wait Nara, it looks like, for Lusher, which is actually very strong. If you can get, you know, a really good power up, which Shadow Clone can be very useful. You get a few items as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the Rage Blade, does have a Reforger, but a belt and a BF sword is going to help the Dr. Mundo be tanky, so that's very important. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stars Are Born for Kian might be contesting this line though. Use that Stars Are Born, I believe, already to try and get the Vi 2, so get a little bit early power, maybe the early aggression that I was talking about. Normally with Stars Are Born, you want to wait until you get the likes of the Dr. Mundo to maybe 2-star, but using it on that Vi instead, and then using the other Stars Are Born, the one-cost one, on that Nas. We might be seeing a little bit of a contest here from Kian.
Yeah, I mean, I think it seems like Virtus Pro very much taking you know, your thought from that from out of that first game to get themselves established in the early going, and I think it's really coming true across the board here. We've got a lot of early power coming in, a few players playing towards more late game, but for the most part, we're seeing power just being brought onto the board here, and now the heroic grab bag from Solo Kazang as well to allow for that extra burst of power soon.
I think it's going to be really important now to see if they can keep the aggression going for Virtus Pro, because they're in really, really good spots. I think Maris is in a good spot. Kian is also in a very good spot as well, hoping that they can dodge each other to keep that win streak going. Solo Kazang is going to be very interesting to see in terms of components. He has a BF sword, a belt, and a bow. So can still go into things like Edge and Knights and Rage Blade, which we've seen a lot on the Gangplank. Of course, Solo has had a lot of practice on this Gangplank, but he could be potentially going up against a treasure hunt player like NCC1, who already has a Gangplank on his board.
Yeah, we know that's going to be very scary going forwards. Of course, the treasure hunt we've seen be a part of a huge amount of very powerful boards overall, but it is a long-term investment here, as you see Lusher's pile of Gnarls getting overwhelmed there by Maris. Keeping the win streak going, Kian and Maris up at the top with Wet Jungler.
This is very interesting now. So Maris actually selling all of his crew units and instead using it on the Neferi one, has the Neferi 2, sorry, being able to stabilize and try and keep the win streak. Could be pivoting towards, you know, something like the Cassante all-out from what we've been seeing. Can maybe use that Neferi early on to just try and push as many levels as possible. Because we already know that NCC1 is potentially looking for the Gangplank. So they can't really contest each other with Gangplank. It's very difficult to have two of the same teams going for the Gangplank unless you're both pushing levels. But early on here, you know, I think there's a pretty solid direction overall from Virtus Pro players to see where they want to go. Actually, they have 2 treasure hunt players. I didn't even realize. I think Virtus Pro, from what I saw from the HUD, have 2 treasure hunt players on their board. I think one is going for the Dr. Mundo. Yeah, NCC1 and Milo both have treasure hunt. So they're both going for the reroll line. So we know already what position that they are in. And we know that they are both going to be the reroll players here for Virtus Pro. And they're both treasure hunt. We know how powerful it's been throughout the whole tournament.
All right, so talk to me in terms of what we're seeing so far. Yeah, of course, we want to see Virtus Pro come into this one pretty aggressive from the off. In terms of like moving in that kind of direction, then, you know, how satisfied are you with Virtus Pro, who have to win this game from the early showing?
I think they're playing much more aggressive. I think this is something that I wanted to see from them in game number 2. You know, we're picking things like Collector, which is a very good early stage artifact that you can pick up to help you out with some damage, but also help you out a little bit more in terms of tempo. We see Kian going for the Stars Are Born, but buying the units for Stars Are Born very early on to try and keep the streak. And like I said, this is what they need to do. They need to make sure that players like potentially Lusher and Salvi lose a little bit of HP as they're trying to push levels.
One more round to go.
So Kian is also Stars Are Born as well. I mean, we could have a possibility where Virtus Pro have 3 reroll players in this lobby. You could just use this Stars Are Born to tempo. It could be another option to use it. But we have 2 players with Treasure Hunt, 1 player with Stars Are Born as well.
Yeah,
so there are multiple ways in which Virtus Pro can play multiple different reroll compositions. As the Observer just shown, where there was a Katarina 2-star already. So they're all trying to play different lines right now.
Well, this does make sense. I mean, if you look back at Mouse's previous games, particularly their games versus Aegis to start the competition, their first game went disastrously because they didn't go for the more rerolling style, and they just got completely overrun. So, you know, I have to imagine there's going to be some attempt from Mouse to try and account for that, but it feels like stylistically teams can only adjust so much without really throwing out everything about themselves.
I think it becomes very difficult when you have some players that are maybe not comfortable on one line, they're comfortable more on another line, which sometimes can work out to your favor. You know you're going to be in the same position all the time. Lusher, as we can see, hits that null 3 thanks to the Worth the Wait. Already has the Kraken slammed, is hoping for a Rage Blade to help out. Wonder if he ever swaps out this Shadow Clone. I don't think he does. I think Shadow Clone is one of Nars' best ones. You can, of course, go for the... I'm not even going to attempt the name, the
Kahuna Huna.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's a hell of a name. I don't know who on the TFT dev team came up with that name. I love the name, but sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to get off your tongue.
Yes, I mean, I do remember certainly a little earlier in the set before.
Got the Rage Blades.
Yeah, before he nerfed it, the Kahuna Huna was absolutely nuts. It's still extremely good on him, but I mean, this has been such an interesting game with Lusher, getting the worth away early on. It feels like they have at least made the adjustment, Mouse, that concession to say, okay, we know what you Virtus Pro are likely going to try and do for us. We need to have somebody out on the field, or a couple of somebodies out on the field, who can bring the fight to Virtus early.
And you can see now that Lusher can now push levels thanks to that Gnar 3. Can maybe even try and look for the Gnar 4 if he wants to as well with Worth the Wait. It's a possibility. Does take quite a long time. We saw, a few days ago we had Zac 4 potential, but it was 1 round away. Maris still on the win streak. It's going to be coming up against the other win streak as well in Wet Jungle. And you see Wet Jungle slamming items, trying his best to keep the streak going.
And do remember as well, Mauser has the win and loss streak in hand right now. If Wet Jungle wins this round, it means all streaks will belong to Mouse, and that's a lot of extra money in. And the Fury has been doing her best to be an absolute menace, but it's looking like the front line is too strong. If Solar something loses this round, that means that economically, Mouse are way ahead.
Yeah, using a replication in the end, so Wet Jungle again keeping that win streak so importantly is very, very powerful position to be in. See, on the right-hand side, we have things like the Class President could be a possibility here. I believe it's the Katarina reroll player where you can, the powered up from the power up.
Yes.
He's able to get some more spread of damage, and that's going to be the option here. So it also gives you a Katarina, which is also very nice, but it helps you give more damage to the rest of your units, the ones that are next to the Katarina. You can see that the Garen and the Rakan at the moment both had the red flares, so they both get some extra bit of HP, I believe, and some extra
AD
damage
and
as
AP.
well. Yes.
Yeah, so it's very much like the Syndicate one from the previous sets, that you've now just got like a kind of a pocket of very powerful individual units. In this case, of course, we've got, again, the roles coming into play. The tanks make sure that Katarina does not get targeted in the early going, and she's able to go off while all those tanks stay alive and do her magic, crushing through the line. But again, Solo Kasang and Wet Jungle for Mao is controlling the win and loss streaks right now. I mean, hopefully that, that seems like it's going to equalize at least a bit, the double treasure hunt choice from Versus Pro. There's more goals on the German side of things, but on the Vietnamese side, they've still got the treasure hunts pouring in resources.
I think it's very difficult now for Maus to actually try and outcap some of these boards, because we know how much extra power the treasure hunt can give to these Virtus Pro players, and it's now a situation where Maus are now going to be, on the back of their mind. They're going to say to themselves, like, how do we outcap this board? How do we get to, level 8 for the likes of Salvi, and how do we win out against Treasure Hunt? Because you're re-rolling all the time when you play Treasure Hunt. That's why this augment is so strong. You just re-roll every single stage. You get to that point where you can just keep re-rolling, keep going to the awards, getting the treasure hunt cash outs to get more power. Solo Kasang, double econ augments for Solo Kasang, again playing the GP for a second time already today, and it's been his most comfortable position to be in. Milo rolling down, getting the treasure hunt, getting that Malzahar 2-star. Did go for crew in the end.
I like it.
I think early on he didn't really have kind of a direction in the early stages. Went for the treasure hunt, of course, but maybe understanding that, hey, there's a lot of reroll players in this lobby. I can't contest the GP because it's already being contested. I'm just going to have to go for the crew instead.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, of course, you mentioned it before, it does fit really well in with the whole cadence of the treasure hunt. You want to be re-rolling all day, every day, and with crew having different units at different costs, it's not an optional thing to be doing that. You're going to be making sure you get the treasure hunt online as soon as it's humanly possible.
I have to say, though, that he is already level 5. He only has 5 pairs of Malphites and only 3 of Sevirs. So he is a very behind tempo when it comes to the crew. The big thing with the crew is you need to make sure that you get these 3 stars on as soon as possible. You get 1 3-star, you're able to get XP every single time you roll. You get 2 crews 2-star, you can get a free reroll every single turn. So it's so important to get that. He is very behind tempo, but as we've seen, there's plenty of rerolls across the board. We have Kian going for Jin, NCC1 going for Katarina, and Milo going for the treasure hunt. So 3 players.
Well, don't forget Lusher. He's not re-rolling, but he's kind of going for a reroll. He's taking Nars out of the pool.
Yeah, I mean, he can just push levels now. He has the Nars 3, he can push levels. He has Mundo 2 as well. He can go, he's in a position now where he can try and push maybe level 8, level 9, and try and play towards the 4 Luchador went out with Volibear. You still have Nar on the back line. But I think there's another, I mean, Kian is a Jin player, so I'm curious to see if Lusher actually contests the Jin and tries to also go for Jin 3 and try and stop that Jin win out, or he tries to instead go for something else, as NCC1 is rolling down here at level 6. We only have a few pairs of Katarina. Of course, with the treasure hunt, well, I mean, that's a... Probably would have preferred like 3 Katarinas instead of 3 Jason.
It's a little unreasonable.
Unfortunate a little bit. As you can see, his positioning is very much catered around the power-up for Katarina, giving you extra bonuses thanks to his augment. But Jace 2 is going to power up his board a little bit. He has 6 Katarinas. We have been seeing that overall Katarina has been pretty underperforming in the 4v4 environment. Players have been saying it's pretty easy to position against, and is also very easy to shut down as well with being able to deny it.
Well, I mean, we did see there one of the reasons why Katarina is so favored. As a melee unit, she's certainly not going to be as vulnerable to the Gangplank, and she can get up in his business very quickly and remove him from the field. So Solo Kasang, despite a very strong mentor board as well, will be put down for the time being, and NCC can start climbing back up economically.
See Milo's board again, 4 loss streak, just has no units at all for this crew spot. Again, if I remember correctly, he didn't have any crew units early on. He just kind of pivoted into this because he realized that there were so many other rerolls contested, and the only one that was really left was the crew. So it took him so long to put him in this position in the first place, and now that he's level 5 already, again, 6 Malphites, 4 Sevirs, 30 gold.
I mean, theoretically, you can get, so the Shen up to 3-star, and you'll start to see the rest of the crew units appear whatever level you were at.
I think it's too late, honestly.
You could theoretically reverse into this comp, but you're right, it's not done normally. And I am worried. This is a hugely important game for Virtus Pro. Whether they get any club championship points at all is dependent on this series. And any mistake, even at a wide level like this could be disastrous. Mao's 1 up in a best-of-3 series means 1 victory is all it takes.
I do have to mention that he does have 2 lesser champion duplicators that we can see on the bottom of your screen, so that is going to help him a little bit, but he still needs more Mao fights. And I think the problem is right now is that you want to get one of the 3 stars straight away, because as I mentioned, when you get one of the 3 stars with the crew, every single time that you're using gold to roll, you can get experience at the same time, which is really, really nice. But at the same time, it's very difficult to be in a spot where do you use the lesser champion duplicator to just get 1 3-star of the crew? Or do you use it to now get like multiple? Because you need so many, as we see on left-hand side. Kian going for GP3 on the bench, which we have seen before. There's plenty of...
Best place for him, honestly.
Yeah, GP. I mean, I'd much rather GP on the bench than on the board, that's for sure. As Lusher on the right-hand side, looks like he was pushing levels in the end, nearly level 7. I think this is the correct play to go for. Lusher could have very easily just tunnel visioned into Jin, realized that Jin is contested. He already has that Nafri that can stabilize his board pretty well.
Oh yeah, I mean at this point, knowing that it's going to be contested, I think it makes sense not to waste too much time here. When you've got options like potentially bringing in Luchador for long term to make sure this remains a relevant concern. But for the time being, as we look at the field overall, we can see Mao's in possession of 3 of the top 4 spots at the moment. But Kian, again, as we saw from before, he was the most powerful player for Virtus, finishing out 3rd in the previous game. He's also doing well in this game.
Maris is expected, going for the Cassante all-out, as I mentioned, with the Collector and the Infinity Edge Slam. Does hit the Cassante 2-star as well, which is a big upgrade.
Wow.
Really need to hit the Akali 2 as well. Pretty much, there you go. Akali 2 and Cassante 2 in the same round. And that's all thanks to the explosive XP that he was able to get from his second augment. It allowed him to push levels a lot earlier. Allowed him to save gold so he can use it on his roll down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Milo went down to 0 gold with the treasure hunt, was able to get Severe 3 and Malphite 3, so that is a star.
Huge.
But you need to get these other units online. Zig's 1-star is also nice, but on the other side, there's a Twisted Fate. I mean, Milo at the moment is saying, hey, Maris, can you sell that Twisted Fate? That's
beat him up with it, I suppose. Lusher continuing his streak with our little friend Nar. As we've now got the 2 win streaks, of course, off the top of the table, now sharing the spots. Everyone else having their streaks taken away from them, as it will be gold to end out our augments here.
Yep, with Golden Collar, it's very important to see what you can get as the last real combat augment as an opportunity. As Tomb Raider is an option. I'm surprised it's not. I'm surprised it's not rolled past. Oh, okay. I think it was just a visual bug. I thought he rolled past the right and left augment, and he was actually
like, oh, I'm feeling it.
He was actually considering Tomb Raider. That would have been absolutely crazy. Looking at the left-hand side now, the final augments of choice. More lesser champion duplicates for Milo. Wow. He is completely committed to just getting as much as possible with the lesser champion duplicators and trying to spike as soon as possible. And he did hit that Ziggs 3-star, which is normally the most difficult unit to try and hit. So he got lesser champion duplicators from Treasure Hunt, and he got lesser champion duplicators from his augment. The problem is he has no combat augments. So he's really relying on the 3-stars, and he's really relying on that battleship on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, doing the extra damage and being the extra combat augment and extra combat power, that he needs for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's very close to the Shen 3 as well to help enhance that power further. And long-term aspect, we'll be seeing the Twisted Fate, but you're right. A lot of resources of every description have gone into trying to bring Marley's board online.
Still loses, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is so painful. It feels like a real determined decision to go this direction, but from where we're sitting at least, it feels so risky.
Gangplank in the end winning out. We did see Solo Kasang pick up Portable Forge. Was hoping for one of them S-tier Portable Forge options for the Gangplank, like Flicker Blaze we've been seeing. We seem to be so powerful, but Trinity Force is the option here, going to give the extra. Still going to be really good for Gangplank overall, giving extra HP, extra AD, attack speed, everything that you need in terms of stats.
Everything a growing Gangplank needs.
Yep.
But speaking of growing, we've got Salvi, who's managed to find his way, as usual, up to 6 Sorcerer. I mean, HP-wise, down to about 40.
Yeah.
It's not incredible, but could be worse.
This is the difficulty right now for Salvi, is that yes, you can play the level 8 every single game, but playing level 8 every single game comes with a risk, and at the moment that risk hasn't really paid off. He only has Karma 1 and Jarvan 1, only has a Jarvan pair on his bench with 0 gold in the bank as well, and actually losing to the crew, which is really tough for Salvi. So that aggressive playstyle that we mentioned that we want to see from Virtus.pro in this game, playing more reroll compositions, trying to stop players like Salvi from getting pretty much a free early game and saving as much HP as possible. Now Salvi's the one that's going to be at risk with not hitting any of his 2 stars.
I mean, it's rare to see someone go as all in as Milo has gone, and that's, yeah, exactly the kind of thing you don't want to see is Salvi, when Salvi himself is now dropping down to 2nd lowest hit points in the lobby, which means he's going to have so many fewer opportunities to have bad matchups, bad positioning that cost him a life.
Big thing to note this game is that Milo, NCC1 and Kian are all playing reroll. They're all playing different reroll compositions. You know, again, with the treasure hunt being such a big factor in that, with two of them getting treasure hunt, one getting Stars Are Born, and then Maris is the player for Virtus.pro in this game to try and go for the Cassante all-out, try and go for that win-out composition as a potential. Now we're seeing Wed Jungler roll down. Again, only one Yuumi. Has a Gwen. Hoping that Gwen was on the other side. I was actually picking up. Hey, we're not playing Sorcerer, Wed Jungler, and...
we're playing Protagonist. Sorry, I was saying Protagonist. I want to see Protagonist. Prodigy for this one.
He sold it eventually.
Yeah, I mean, okay. I mean, this looks all right. Wet Jungler's putting everything online. We're still within the playbook here for Mars. You know, they want to play the Sorcerers, they want to play Prodigy, and they've got those couple of flex slots. Of course, we've seen Lusher bring out Lidnar as, like, probably the biggest diversion for what we've been expecting normally.
The other 2-star is going to be great as that frontline tank. Yuumi should hopefully do enough damage as a 1-star, but that Jhin 3-star on the other side is doing a lot of damage. And you can see the power of just Mundo 2-star. This is not even Mundo 3. It's just Mundo 2-star, and how much he can tank with the Bramble Vest, with the Dragon's Claw in there as well, just being able to survive so much damage overall. And both Wed Jungler and Salvi in really kind of tough positions, in my opinion, where both of them haven't really hit their 2-stars. Wed Jungler has hit 1. We haven't seen if Salvi has hit the 2-star Karma or even 2-star Jarvan. If he does, then he can stay in a pretty stable spot if he's able to get these 2 stars in the end.
Well, I mean, this is a kind of a demonstration of what we didn't see in the previous game. The early to mid-game sort of section here, where Mars are dropping a lot of HP. They're trying to put together these late-game balls, but it takes time and it takes money. Milo, of course, committed in everything to try and make himself a relevant factor. If Wet Jungler can take him out here, that would be absolutely huge.
Wet Jungler hit the 2-star Yuumi as well on the last go, and also has Leona too. Milo is stuck at level 6. He tried to hit all of these 3 stars. It was a little bit of a late pivot into the crew, and it might be crucial here for Maus. Milo going to take the 8th place in this game, and pretty dramatically as well. And Wet Jungler has stabilized. The big important factor in this game was, can Wet Jungler stabilize? Can Salvi stabilize? Wet Jungler stabilized perfect right now. Solo Kazang has also hit the GP as well, GP 3-star, trying to go for the Kabuko, has stretchy arms, has regenerate, so that's a really strong front line for this GP to keep on rolling.
So yeah, we kind of end up in the same situation as we were in the previous game. Admittedly, Mars have got a lot less breathing room to work with, but it feels like a strategic leg of the stool here for Virtus.pro has dropped out. I feel like Milo was supposed to be a much bigger part of their offering heading into Stage 5. He continued to put pressure onto Salvi and other players who are still trying to put their balls together, but now that's gone, and there's a lot less pressure overall on Maus.
Yeah, surprisingly, with all these treasure hunts and Stars Are Born being played, no one contested Solo Kazang on this GP line, and we've seen before that it's been a huge problem for teams. When it's uncontested, the GP can run over games pretty well. We're seeing that Kabuko 3 trying to be hit bit here for Solo Kazang, not pushing levels, trying to get that win out with that GP 3-star. Removes the Infinity Force to try and maybe sacrifice some HP, but at the same time, he's pretty low himself. He does come up against the Ghost, so he probably will just slam the items back in the end. Actually moves the items over. I wonder where the Infinity Force went there, because it didn't actually go back onto the gangplank.
That's really interesting to see what Solokasang's plan is long term. I mean, as we look at the field overall, certainly Kian had been looking strong. Of course, his teammate NCC1 will demonstrate the problem of having the 1 Omega tank. Do know that NCC had a couple of treasure chests still waiting to be rerolled open though.
Yeah, NCC1 actually removed the items off the Jin there as well, making sure that he was able to sacrifice it basically for, not NCC1, the what was it? Kian was able to remove the items, off the Jin to actually help NCC1 try and push levels and try and save as much HP as possible, because at the moment we're still only sitting on a Yumi 1. We did see a lot of Yumis, or some Yumis being held here by Mouse to make sure that this Yumi 2-star doesn't get hit, especially when you have Bullet Hell as well. It's such a big carry, this Yumi, even at 1-star, but if you can hit it 2-star, it's going to be very important.
Well, yeah, and particularly as we saw before, that you can get around these big single tanks up in the front line. We haven't checked in with Lusher for a little while, but he's made his way up to level 9. He's got a Twisted Fate, he's got a Jinx as well, but we can see the Katarina just completely obliterates one side of the back line. And we can see Nas trying his best, but, you know, even with the stuns coming in, he's going to struggle mightily against the Katarina from here to forever.
Prowler's Claw as well on that Jace is pretty interesting. It'd be interesting to see if the Jace 3 does get 3-starred in the end. And yeah, you can see that Mundo can go neck to neck against a Gangplank. This is just the power of the 2-cost 3-star. Hold on, oh my! I thought Gangplank was going to win that in the end. Yeah, you can see that if you hit this Mundo 3-star, it can go neck to neck with the Gangplank. Gangplank being, you know, one of the strongest carries, but Mundo is just tanking so much damage in the end. The stretchy arms, of course, killing that Jin on the back line, but Mundo being able to tank up enough damage.
Well, you were asking where we're going to be seeing the Infinity Force going. It's looking like Solokasang's trying to build up a secondary threat for his board with Yasuo as well. So splitting the difference a little bit.
And the problem is, it's nowhere near the Yasuo 3-star, so normally you, as you mentioned, you try and get Yasuo as a secondary carry. You normally try and hit the Kabuko 2 and then try and hit the Yasuo 2. Problem is, he hasn't hit that Kabuko 3-star in a lot of rounds. He's just been rolling every single turn trying to hit this 3-star. And it does look like maybe Wet Jungler might be knocking out his teammate, as this Yumi 2-star and the Leona is going to be very hard to break through. Maybe Stretchy Arms will be the saving grace here for Solo, as the Edgenite has already been procced. And it's just stuck on this Leona the whole time. And it might be a team kill here. Wet Jungler taking out his teammate Solokasang. Bit of a miscommunication there, because I feel like if you're in that spot, you know that Solo hasn't hit that GP 3-star just as yet. So you need to make sure that you maybe remove items from Leona or from Yumi to try and save the HP for Solo.
Okay, well, so we've now had both teams running into stumble, unexpected early elimination. Do you think this kind of equalizes things between the teams in a way which wouldn't have been otherwise?
And now it comes down to who can get that win-out composition, who is the one that is the strongest in the lobby. I'm looking at players like Lusher, you know, reaching level 9 with that worth the wait Gnar. Is he going to be in a position where he can try and roll down and try and hit some more units this game? Salvi, as you can see again, as you mentioned, going for the Sorcerer, was able to stabilize on the Karma 2 and the Jarvan 2, so both Salvi and Wet Jungler has stabilized. Salvi winning the last 2 rounds, which is great for Maus. But in terms of HP totals at the moment, Mara is sitting at the top on 39 HP. NCC1 on a 5-win streak with this Katarina.
Yeah, Virtus is starting to look a lot better for equalizing this. I think, you know, the early departure of Milo has been very much forgotten. It's still possible to see Maus knocked out with 4 players in the bottom 3.
And it looks like the treasure hunt has given NCC1 a radiant hand of justice. One of Katarina's best items overall, outside of maybe Stasis Zhonya's as a artifact. But Radiant Hand of Justice just gives Katarina so much damage, so much healing, and it has actually been scaling. I think we've got to mention, this Katarina's been scaling since the start of the game. Took the over 9,000 power up. So this Katarina's been scaling since the start of the game, and that means that it's just in a really strong spot with the Radiant Hand of Justice, and this can be the win-out position that Virtus Pro needs.
Well, to go back, of course, to one of our earliest thoughts coming into this series from Analyst Desk as well, Salvi and getting knocked out a little bit too early. Certainly with that Katarina going off, very much like that 9 lives Katarina we saw in series past. Salvi's been having to spend everything to try and preserve his board. No Gwen 2 on level 8 like previous. Instead, just going to have to try and make the best as he goes up against Kian in this round. I think this is going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough right now because you don't think this Karma is going to be able to break through this Dr. Mundo. Maybe if the Karma can spread onto the back line, it can be enough, or maybe the Gwen can do enough damage. The Luchador does proc, and as soon as that Luchador procs, the Karma damage goes straight onto the Jhin, and that is a knockout bow for Kian. Wet Jungler also goes down though, so we have to see what the HP totals are overall, and it's even. It's completely even right now for the, in terms of, Virtus Pro now needing to get that first place really to try and secure this victory.
Well, no, so just a small correction there, because Wet Jungler have got the 5th and Solo Sign the 7th, so they come in with a slight advantage to the second half, which, it's all a little bit complicated, honestly, but the big thing here for Virtus Pro is a first place by itself will not be enough to get a win. They have to get a second player into top 3 as well to make the maths and secure a game 3.
All comes down to the wire now for these top 4 players. It looks like Salvi was able to win that previous round. NCC1, though, is on that 7-game win streak. This Katarina, I think, is going to win out this lobby. So now it's all down to Maris to try and secure this top 3 spot.
Yeah, no, you're exactly on the money there. All Maus need to do is knock Maris out in 4th, and then it doesn't matter whether the Katarina goes around and obliterates everything else. The series will be done, and Maus will move on to the playoffs themselves. There's going to be a lot of hell breath going on right now, as every single HP is going to count.
NCC1 on the left-hand side of your screen is going up against his teammate Maris, so they're hoping that the loss is not too bad here. NCC1 are probably going to be winning out this time, and actually, it's completely the opposite. Maris actually destroying his teammate NCC1, which actually goes in their favor. On the other side, looks like Salvi was able to win over Lusher, but look at the HP totals now on both Maus' players. They did play against each other, and that means that they're in a very difficult position right now to see if they're able to even reach that limit point that they need to.
Yeah, we see NCC reallocating the items to the Katarina, so taking the knee there to make sure that his teammate didn't take the loss. Certainly, it seems right now that it's very possible that even though, again, on raw points right now, Maus have the advantage, but on HP, any slip up here, any Maus player that goes out right now allows Virtus Pro into the top 3 twice.
Now, exactly what they need to try and win this. You can see a head-to-head Virtus Pro versus Maus on the right and left-hand side of your screen. Maris is looking very strong with this Varus 3-star. 1 knockout for Virtus Pro on one side. Is it going to be a knockout on the other side? It is! It's a double kill for Virtus Pro. They could get the victory in this next one. And we do go to a 1-1 and go to a game number 3.
Wow, that was brutal and quick, but yeah, I mean, I think the 2 treasure hunts we were talking about from the beginning of the game, it just lets you get into this unstoppable position. That's going to be so disappointing for Maus. It felt like so much of the game was done so well. I think you identified it really well from early on. There was always this sword of Damocles hanging over their head. If they couldn't close down the game fast enough, they were going to face an unstoppable force.
And players like Salvi and Wet Jungler, who were trying to push levels, weren't able to stabilize quick enough, and these re-rolls were just way too strong for Virtus Pro. As mentioned, 2 treasure hunts, 1 Stars are Born, all going for different re-roll composition. In the end, Milo went out in 8th, which was a very rough start, but Solo wasn't able to stabilize on that GP3, and in the end, it comes down to the likes of the Katarina and also this Cassante All-Out, which again is a composition that a lot of players in APAC and China are playing. EMEA haven't really shown it too much, but showing the power of this composition when you can get these 2 stars online, the duo carry of the Cassante and the Akali, it's just such a big threat to the backline.
Of course, we'll be hearing from our analysts in a minute, but just from your side of things, it seemed like it's much more likely that Game 3 is going to be looking more like this and less like Game 1. This was a full gold augment lobby. Game 1 was full prismatic. So likely, we could see this entire thing just repeat over again. So from Maus' side, what would you personally like to see them change?
I think it's very difficult because they all have distinct play styles. They all know what they're trying to go for in their games. You know that Salvi's looking to try and, play for level ups. We know that Solo is the reroll player. Solo is the GP player. So it's very difficult when you have this position as Maus where we haven't seen a lot of flexibility from them. And when they do get put on the back foot, like we've seen in this game, with double treasure hunt, with the Stars are Born, this game, Virtus Pro were on the front foot. They were playing more aggressive in this one, and it just shows that it's very difficult to try and go head-to-head against some of these reroll boards that can be very powerful, as we see that the Cassante versus the Katarina on the right-hand side. And Katarina this time actually breaks through the Cassante, so it does seem like NCC1 might be coming out as the victory in the end. Will it be enough HP? It will be, as Virtus Pro bounce back in game number 2, and we'll be going to another game 3 in the decider of this day number 3.
Yeah, officially the series is all drawn up right now, so I think honestly, with a match this important, we deserve to see it go to a third game, but a nightmare scenario, reroll power combined with endgame power from Virtus Pro, the recipe for success. Mao's definitely going to be a lot more trouble coming out of that game, knowing that, again, it's likely to go similarly in game 3.
Yeah, back to the drawing board now for both of these teams. They only got a little bit more time to prepare as well. It's going to, again, be like the previous series. I feel like it's going to be a running theme today. All these teams are so close in these decider matches, and it's going to come down to individual brilliance, individual realization of where they can actually find the end. But yeah, you see the highlights on your screen. That was the double kill the Virtus Pro needed. It was beautifully aligned for Virtus Pro in this game number 2.
Well, speaking of beautifully aligned, let's head across to our analysts and they can line up everything that happened in that last game.
Virtus Pro equalize it over here. A one-on-one for this elimination series where so much is on the line. It looked pretty good for Mouse until it just genuinely no longer did.
There was an adaptation, I think, from both teams on Mouse's side. A bit of a role switch between Wet Jungler and Lusher, but the biggest thing was they just low rolled a bit more. The Salvi roll down was not as good. Solo did not hit despite having double econ augments for the GP line. And I think VP did the exact adaptation we're expecting. They tempo played a lot more in stage 3. They added up a lot more pressure. 3 reroll players. Some didn't quite work out, but I think the game plan was solid.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to join in as well. They had 3 reroll players, double treasure hunt, their power level was really high, and that just signaled to the rest of the crew that, hey, we can actually just play for max tempo possible. They weren't holding on to interest. And the thing about playing so many rerolls that's powerful against the Mouse strategy is you get to hold their forecasts before they even hit level 8. Much harder for Lusher and Salvi to stabilize.
Does this answer your question then, Panda, that you said before the game even started, where you're like, I would like to see how Mouse is going to deal with things if they do low roll?
It does, but the bigger question is, it's kind of like a counter move now from VP. So how does Mao's counter move in the game 3? Do they stick to the same game plan where they're trying to play Salvi on Sorks pretty much every single game this tournament, and either Lusher, in this case Wet Jungler, on Prodigies? Do they find conditional lines to play new comps? For example, Treasure Hunt into Katarina reroll is something that you wouldn't play by itself maybe, but with Treasure Hunt it enables it to become a first place comp. So I think a lot of it is 2-1 augment selection as well. If you find lines to play the crew, Katarina, you can pivot off of the default game plan of playing Sorks or Prodigies and have more tempo yourself in stage 3.
And I think Kai'Sa is one of those lines I really want to see. Both of these teams were defeated by Aegis, and Aegis actually played the Kai'Sa really well. Unfortunately for Mao's, they're averaging a 7 AVP on the line. Maybe that could be the critical turnaround. You need another 2-cost reroll, I would say. I think it's more common to have 3 2-cost rerolls from both of these teams going into game 3.
It's really great to see VP with the adaptation, as we touch upon when it comes to this game, but then now we're back to ground zero. It's back to only one match where both of these teams have, to an extent, kind of like shown their strats a little. So when it comes to the adaptation that we are expecting from Mouse, considering the caliber of a team that they are, the question remains, can they do it?
I think for the fans and for the viewers and for maybe us as well as analysts, the fun thing would be to see an encounter that adds a little bit of spice to the mix, that forces players off of their default game plan, or just augment, prismatic augments that open up new lines. We've seen lines like 80 Flex with Volibear coming into play with Bintum. We've seen Fast 9 lines with Ashe and TF. I think these are the difference makers when it comes to one player finding an X Factor comp that they can play, they can succeed with and kind of bring out their just more than what's expected from them, and in the end swing a matchup in that favor. I think playing for the same exact 4 comps again from Mouse would be a little bit too boring, but also I think they've learned VP, right? They're countering it already with more tempo, more reroll. So I think they have to spice it up a bit in this game 3.
One of the key weapons for VP is actually going to be the all-out composition. They have great AVPs on this, and it actually counters the Sorks incredibly hard by taking away their Jarvans and focusing their backlines. So I think that is something they have to be a little bit worried about. VP has already shown the trend both of these games. They played in that composition as a specific counter. Can Mouse kind of adjust around it?
Even with the Mighty Meg variation, you're holding Karmas without having to rely on Karma and hitting it because you're not itemizing her. So it's just the cleanest way to counter Sork without playing Sork yourself and entering that same kind of fiesta of rolling down and trying to hit Karma 2 and Jarvan 2 to stabilize. I've seen, I think, back-to-back games they've played it. Yes. I think overall, much more of the Eastern teams have played all-out Cassante compared to the Western teams. And I think that's one thing that will be a trend for this entire tournament. Some regions learning from others and adapting on the fly as we move in every day of the tournament.
Yeah, adaptation here is going to be the name of the game specifically for this final match. Also would like to touch upon a little bit of the pressure that we have heading into this. VP obviously with the club championship points as well, but Mouse also because other teams have been speaking so highly of them when it comes to contesting them in scrims.
Yeah, they've been scrimming against everyone all the time. So Logasong has been putting aside his streaming, his personal, individual kind of training just for the 4v4. So there's a lot invested in this squad. I have personally seen them just grind out games over and over against Flash Rolls, against a lot of the APAC teams. They're very active in that scene as well. On the other hand, for VP, I think no one really expected them to get here, to be honest. They took down Tidal, they took down YBY1, much bigger names on their side. So I actually feel like there's less pressure because of that, because of the unexpected nature of their run.
So in that case, you would say that this is Mouse's game to lose.
I think so. I think because they just have a lot of expectations on themselves. They're very confident players. They've had an illustrious career. In EMEA qualifiers, they expected to be more dominant, but they weren't quite there. So I think this is their time to prove that they deserve to be here.
Well, one key is going to be crushed at the end of this match, and either Mouse or VP will be sent home, and the other will be able to press that button and see the key explode right in front of them. Which one is it going to be, and which team will taste the glory and advance to playoffs? We'll find out after the break.
All right, everybody, it's Puggy with Sandstorm, and today we're going to find out how well does Sandstorm know his TFT. Are you ready?
No.
Good luck anyway. All right, first one, guess today's unit from Teamfight Tactics.
All right, you know what? I'm going to start with the one that's been used the most. I'm putting my trust in Gangplank, and if it's the first one. Okay, so it's not, so it's a 1 cost, it's a range, and it's a female. So it's lower than a 2 cost, so that means it's a 1.
Good.
So that means
narrows it.
Yeah, so it's a 1 cost unit that's a female. I'm instantly thinking Kale. Okay, right. So it's not Wraith, it's not Duelist.
Female.
Oh, okay.
Range,
I forgot.
Cost.
So it's 1. So we got it. Who are the female?
Not a Duelist.
1 cost.
Not a Mighty Mech.
No. But at least we know that the cost is 1. I'm trying to think of what other 1 cost I know. It's not Sivert. Callista? No, but Callista, again, Callista's it's long range, but I guess this gives a... Okay.
Soul Fighter, okay.
Is it Nefiri, maybe? No.
2 more categories.
Nefiri, so it's got to, like, let's go with... No. Oh, it is!
It
yeah,
is
let's go!
Nefiri. 4 guesses in. Sandstorm.
Okay, let's take it. Let's get it. Oh, I was ready.
Not bad.
Welcome back, one and all. One game remains of the Group B deciders. One of these teams stays in the competition. Will it be Virtus Pro or MOUZ? A single game of TFT is all that is left for them, Stuart. We've seen one game go definitively one way, then the other. It all comes down to this.
Game 1 was very much in the favor of MOUZ, with them pushing to level 8, the prismatic augments going in their favor, with players like Salvi being in a very comfortable spot. Game number 2 was all about the rerolls. You know, 3 of Virtus Pro players going for these reroll compositions, not contesting the gangplank, which is very surprising to see, but I think it just shows the power of Treasure Hunt, the power of Stars Are Born, getting these early 2 costs and this extra power online. Solo Kasang in the end not finding that Kabuki 3 to help that GP3 get online. But yeah, all comes down to one game of Teamfight Tactics. One person will go through to the playoffs tomorrow, and someone's key is getting crushed.
Yeah, you can see again, we talked about the focus on MOUZ's faces that's very much present there again.
Is that Gwen encounter again? Did I see a Gwen on them screens?
Spoilers!
Oh, camera, go back. Whoa! Can we go back? I want to see the screen for a sec. It might be Gwen encounter again from a small snippet that we just saw. If that's the case, then more prismatics are up for grabs.
Well, I mean, it's certainly if that is going to be the case, as we'll take a sneaky
Gwen,
peek.
right?
Yeah, it looks like Gwen to me. There we go.
It is Gwen. Another game of prismatic. Oh boy, this is. Well, I mean, if this goes the same as game number 1, which it looks like the portal is to start things off, the encounter is, then I don't want to jinx it, but it looks like MOUZ might be able to run away with this game. But we'll have to wait and see. Of course, the augment selection might be a little bit different this time. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit wild to see what these prismatics are going to bring out for some of these players.
Well, I think you point out really well in game 1, open mobility taken by the 3 players who ended up in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. So you're right, it's still a volatile space, but it definitely feels like RNG in terms of the encounter has very much swung things back into MOUZ's favor. Of course, Stuart, we talked a little bit to the other casters coming into this one, if they thought it was going to be MOUZ or Virtus who made it out of this series. Universally, they all said MOUZ, so there's a lot of belief behind them.
I think we're starting to believe, as well as the players as well, in it. Like I said, it all comes down to one game, and there's plenty of other prismatic augments that, of course, we have to keep our eyes out on as well. Things like Prismatic Destiny, which was able to help out a lot as well. Prismatic Ticket to try and roll and try and get as many of these early units, just being able to get more units, or maybe someone like Crystal Gambit, which we haven't seen in this series so far, but it can be a possibility where you play for this lost streak and you play for this crazy winner, which we've seen a few times in this Esports World Cup, but maybe not as much as what I was expecting.
Well, something we've seen plenty of is the Mundo Gym kind of set up here. It seems to very much be a comfort area for Virtus to work with, so happy to see them back in the saddle again with that. But we are waiting to see what the Prismatics are going to be giving us here. Remember, Prismatics across the board.
2 Mundos.
I mean, when one just won't do.
I mean, 2 Mundos is better than 1. That's what they all say. Max Vitality as well for this Dr. Mundo, so he's going to be stacking a lot of HP, but he does get Protagonist. You're in a really tough spot.
One of the most transformative augments been coming in. There are so many games on the record where the Protagonist player just ripped through the lobby and was completely unstoppable. Surely, Lush, you see him talking. He knows he's in this spot. He's saying, I've got a good mono spot right now, but the Protagonist is off the charts good.
He has max vitality. It's going to be Protagonist in the end. So
the Malphite.
Yeah, Protagonist going to come on through. Malphite. We haven't seen this, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen the Zac, we've seen the Kennen, we haven't seen the Malphite just yet. Becomes more of a carry unit, just
very much like
able
the
to slam around. Is able to slam around and do a lot. But you've also got over 9,000 if that was his selection. But the other augments on the left-hand side of your screen, 2 players going for 9 lives with Solo Kasang and Milo. We see Salvi going for Living Forge, Wet Jungler going for Living Forge, Maris going for Worth the Wait. So this is definitely going to turn things around very quickly. Wow, this game just got a hell lot more interesting. Solo and Milo, we're seeing Milo already here playing for the lost streak, which is what you want to do a little bit with 9 lives to try and get more power. But Solo Kasang also playing 9 lives, which is what Solo Kasang played in game number 1, which he feels comfortable on.
I just want to take a second to recognize, we'll come back to Lusher in a minute, but definitely was a very strong start there. I'm really fascinated to see how these 2 9 lives players work into each other. Got the Shimmer scale on the other side. just to try and inject some extra gold in. So while it is all prismatics again, we are seeing some notable differences here, as Maris is going to be worth the wait, and looks like we've got Katarina on order.
Oh my, Katarina. Oh, it's actually Build the Bud. It wasn't. I get confused sometimes.
They are very similar.
Build the Bud, Severe. Wow, Salvi is in a spot. And now this is where things get interesting, because Salvi is a player that we know loves to push levels. He loves to go to level 8 and play towards these AP lines. Now he's in a position where he needs to play for reroll. You know, he's playing the Severe. He has that crew online already. And when you get Severe this early on as a 3-star, every single time that you're rolling down, you're gaining that extra experience. So it's going to be interesting to see how Salvi is able to, you know, pilot this reroll composition.
This is a bit unfortunate though, Stuart, with the way which it all worked out. We got a random protagonist, a random Build-A-Bud. They've ended up being on the same lines. We've got Lusher, who's going to try to reroll Malphite. We've got Salvi, who wants to reroll Malphite as well. This is very unlucky.
Yeah, it's a very unlucky scenario. You know, overall with the Malphite, you normally don't play with the crew, you normally play with the protectors instead. And then when Wet Jungler's Build-A-Bud was Aatrox. So both Build-A-Bud players with Wet Jungler and with, well, at least they got two different ones in a way. You know, one got Aatrox. It would have been terrible if it would have been like Malphite 3 Build-A-Bud into Severe 3 Build-A-Bud into Protagonist Malphite. That would have been an absolute disaster for
We've got enough nightmares of what's already here. We don't need to make up new ones, but I mean, if we're talking about the approach to the game we're seeing from Mouse here, you know, the previous game, they got run over early on. But taking 2 Build-A-Buds instantly, you couldn't have a more dramatic turn and say, there's no way we get run over early.
It is very, very difficult because it could go horribly wrong. You could go 2 Build-A-Buds and they can both go into the same composition as I mentioned. So it's high risk, high reward for Mouse is what they need in this game number 3 to try and win out. And I'm very interested to see what the direction goes now with, you know, with Salvi and with Lusher, because Lusher is of course going to go for the Malphite. Salvi also wants the Malphite to try and get the 3-star, to try and get more crew units on the line. So I wonder if it becomes a situation where maybe, I don't know, it's tough because it could be a case of maybe Lusher doesn't go for Malphite 3, but I mean, it's pretty obvious that he is, because he's going to get one every single round. So
let me theory cross a little bit here, Stuart. I'm probably going to be told completely wrong on all of this stuff by multiple different people, but at this point, with crew, you know, with 1 3-star activated, your crew units will appear at any level. So theoretically, I'm wondering if we might see an attempt being made from Salvi to push levels instead and maybe go, you know, and get access to the Ziggs faster and sort of backfill the Malphite along the way.
I don't think that's a possibility, unfortunately. I mean, you have to get this Malphite through. You have to get 4 crews to get online to try and get that extra power from the rockets that are going to be coming on through. I think the only thing that's not going to happen this game is like 4-star Malphite, for example. I think sometimes with protagonists, you want to try and play towards the 4 stars, but in the end, I don't think they're going to. Where Jungler also looks like he is playing for the 1-cost reroll. So this is, at the same time, this is actually going to help out the other players as well, because we have 3 1-cost reroll players for Mouse, which is pretty crazy. And Solar Kasang also might be playing reroll with GP with 9 lives. So we might have a scenario where 4 players of Mouse are all playing reroll compositions in this game number 3.
So what I'm hearing is, Stuart, you're saying you can't beat them, join them down in the mud, running reroll all day, every day.
I mean, that's what they say. That's how it works in the end, but we'll have to see what direction Wet Jungler plays, because of course he can roll for the KO 3 as well if he wants to. Maybe he just uses the Aatrox to push levels and try and maybe go to level 9 with the KO. That's also another possibility. He is keeping units like Malzahar and Udyr on his field, so he's not actually prioritizing Econ, but he is on a win streak, so he still wants to keep them units. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Kian on the other side, on the left-hand side of the screen, took the Prismatic Destiny, which we said is already very powerful. Got Lucky Gloves in the end, which is going to go on that Dr. Mundo to give him some extra power and some extra items that are going to be tailored towards the tanks in general. It's going to switch every round, but overall he's going to be getting 2 items, which are guaranteed going to be good for the unit.
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly knowing, as we do, how powerful Mundo can be, even at the 2-star version. Having the 2 items immediately is very, very good indeed. Of course, we must not forget Maris on the top left of your screen, the worth the wait Katarina board.
We're seeing now on your right-hand side, Salvi slammed Jeweled Gauntlet on the Severe. I don't think he's going to be playing for the crew this game. I think he's actually just playing this Build-A-Bud, playing for the Severe, and just using it for tempo, using it to try and go to level 8, level 9, understanding there must have been so much conversation between Lusher, between Salvi. How do we pilot this position? Because as I mentioned, you've got the Malphite. The Malphite 3 is guaranteed already with Protagonist. On the other side, the crew with Build-A-Bud, with Severe, you can't really do too much. But I think in this position, you can see now, Salvi slamming the dual gauntlet, playing towards more tempo. It's already level 5, so it's completely ignoring the Malphite, and it's going to play more traditional AP line for Salvi.
Yeah, okay, I'm absolutely here for him. We can certainly see it on the left-hand side, Lusher, of course, with the Malphites piling up on his bench, and is playing a little bit of Prue himself, so we'll see how he ends up approaching it. We do get a little taste of what the Malphite hero is going to be able to do for us in this game. Particularly as well, Quincy's Rage Blade being one of the more, unusual items, but really powerful on him, because he's going to be dancing through the field, and sometimes he can end up dropping aggro. And with the Bloodthirst as well, he's going to be going through entire squads, be very hard to deal with. Soldier Sang and Milo, of course, though, are 2 9 lives players. They're both down to 5 and 4 lives, respectively. Soldier Sang with the GP.
Yeah, as expected, the 9 lives for Solo Kazang, as we saw in game number 1, is also going to be going down towards the GP route. On the other side, we have Milo also going for the GP route. So both 9 live players are going for GPs. We have multiple reroll players on both teams as well. Salvi got Build-A-Bud Severe, but can't play the crew because Lusher's playing the crew with Protagonist. Everything, the whole door is wide open right now for these two teams to see what direction they're going to go in and how they're going to pilot these boards, because this is a very different game of teamfight tactics in a 4v4 environment that we really haven't seen before, where two teams are pretty much contesting the same units.
Yeah, honestly, from what we've seen so far, both very worthy. As Milo notably is ahead on the losing lives part of the 9 lives equation. Was 1 ahead before Solid Sign, now it's going to be 2 ahead, so the extra injection, hopefully we can stick with and see what ends up landing, as of course Prismatics will be dropping every single augment round here, so power will continue as
more gold for Milo.
Yeah, that's a ton of power in. Gangplank 2 comes in, things are looking very spicy.
Yeah, you can see here that Milo losing a few rounds with the 9 lives takes the invested again, the aggressive playstyle, whereas on the other side, Solo Kazang decides to go for the Radiant Thieves gloves, so not any economy for Solo Kazang. He's only sitting on 3 gold, so the extra economy for Milo is going to benefit him in the long run to try and hit the likes of GP3 and beyond, as Maris, with of course that worth the wait, is going to get the Katarina 3-star very early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's extremely nasty. And of course, we've even got more building up as well. So Maris currently on the loss streak, but we know this is going to get stronger and stronger throughout the game. We've seen that she's nightmarishly good at taking out those backlines if she can punch through and access all areas up against the NCC, who looks like they are more in the Prodigy line. You can see the middle of the board gets cut through instantly, and that Katarina just jumps right onto the backline.
In the end, taking unlimited power, getting that Morellonomicon on the backline, getting the anti-heal, getting the death cap as well. Not normally the best item for the Katarina, but just wants raw power straight away. That Katarina 3-star can really help you tempo and help you on that win streak, as we see Kian, very healthy at the moment on 100 HP. Triple Death Blades. If you don't want 1 sword, you get 2 swords, but maybe you want a 3rd as well.
I mean, why not? More swords equals better. I'm pretty sure that's how the equation goes. But I think this kind of brings in, again, an aspect of the team play we've been discussing before. We're seeing some of our players here really defining their roles in the game. We're saying immediate power is what is needed for the team. This is going to be my role in the game, to be powerful right now, even if it long-term isn't as strong as it could be.
There's a very interesting spot for Milo. Actually, he's on a 7-game losing streak. So I said, do you want to lose a few rounds with 9 lives to get a bit of economy? Losing 7 rounds of being on 2 lives is not really a comfortable position to be in. Does have 6 Kabukos on the bench, but is not playing it for now because, unfortunately, he hasn't hit that rise. And, of course, you don't want the 2-for-1 mentor. That can sometimes be a little bit of a problem. A bit of a meme in the community as well. 3-1 mentor, 3-1 of other traits that have been in the past where you only have 1 and 4 as an option. But I think Milo is pretty stable for now. Has a lot of power on this Gangplank with the Edge of Night, with the Rage Blade. Doesn't have the Kraken, but has the
I'm getting mildly worried.
He might lose. Oh, he's on 1 life. Well,
so
9 lives went to 1 life.
So we've got the 2 9 lives players again. We saw praise Solokasang before for keeping his life total up for as long as possible, whereas Milo has gone all in, got every reward, but from this point forwards, of course, we saw him in the previous game going out in dead last. That door has been flung wide open for it to happen 2 games in a row.
We're going to have to keep a track of Milo's board, especially after this carousel, to see what he's able to get from the 9 lives, see if it's powerful enough for him to get into a spot. NC11 actually going for the pan, could probably go into the Prodigy, already has that Mouse Heart 2-star online, so could be a possibility there to trying to go into, or maybe if he has a Reforger, go into a pan. We'll have to see here what the extra it's going to be. Could be, I believe Duplicators can be a Radiant item as well, Radiant upgrade as a possibility. Set 2-star, don't really see too often. Still no Rise. That's really what he's looking for. He's looking to roll down the Rise. And yes, as I mentioned, the Radiant Refractor is one of the cash out options, and it will be the case this time. But this board is looking, honestly, he might be going out in stage 3.
When you look at invested and someone has got 12 gold on the bank, you're like, things haven't gone exactly
That's an Aatrox 3-star.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'll see. Wet Jungler, well, if he can hand out the loss here again, that's a huge tool out of the arsenal of Versus Pro. They did recover last game from losing out on Milo, but maybe they won't be able to do it again. Suddenly we can see how fast that Ginsu stacks for the Radiant is just absolutely cracked. And he'll be able to cut through the board like it isn't even there.
Yeah, KO just not enough damage to do in the backline. You can see the stacking up of the Rage. Look at these stacks. He has 350
That's not a Rage Blade. This is a Rage Blade.
It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, Milo, lucky there that he was able to win another round, but again, still in a really, really tough spot, I feel like. Was really hoping that with that invested at level 6 that he rolls down, he try and hits that Gangplank, and sometimes that's the risky scenario that you play. You know, some players are saying that it's actually better to go to level 7 with this Gangplank board to have more of a chance to hit the Rise, because the difference between playing 1 Mentor with the Udyr and 4 Mentor makes such a big difference. You get so much more crowd control, so much more damage in the end. As Lusher did go towards the crew, you know, with Salvi, of course, not going for crew. I was maybe expecting, you know, maybe Lusher can go towards more protectors, but of course, crew with the protagonist with Malphite is a lot better. But I was thinking that maybe with Salvi, you know, with Build-A-Bud, they could maybe switch things around, but Salvi, I suspect maybe sold the Severe at some point, trying to make sure that Lusher can hit.
Well, of course, the rest of Versus Pro will be taking care of Milo for the time being and making sure...
Okay, it's really well played.
I don't even think they even need to do anything, honestly, to make sure Milo wins these rounds.
I mean, it was actually really well played there, because honestly, at this point, it could have been really scary if that Katarina 3-star has the extra power and has the extra items. It could have actually beaten Milo in the end. I think there's a huge possibility that Kian could have taken out Milo and could have gone into 8th place. That's really good communication from these players, understanding the position that they're in. Not Kian, sorry, the Katarina player, not Kian. Kian's still on the win streak, but understanding his spot, making sure that you actually remove the items from the Katarina and keep Milo alive up until stage 4.
I do want to take a second to recognize, of course, we're seeing Kian doing really, really well with, of course, the regular setup we see with the Mundo. On the right-hand side, though, Wet Jungler brings in the heavyweights, bringing out the Emblem as well. I mean, having the Aatrox 3 from the very beginning of the game incentivizes some more unusual lines of play.
And you see Wet Jungler also holding the Gangplanks as well, so it makes it even difficult for Milo to try and hit that Gangplank 3. He's going to be rolling down here at level 6. Is two Dr. Mundos away. Had an opportunity to actually pick up another Gangplank there, decides not to. He feels like 6 is actually enough to keep on his bench and to stop Milo from hitting that GP3. On the other side, also 2 away from Dr. Mundo is Kian. Both of them at 0 gold. This is a common theme that we're seeing now in a 4v4 tournament. Oh, Milo actually hit the GP3. We completely missed that one. But GP3 has been here. We do have the Radiant items and the set 2-star as well. So maybe, just mainly, Milo has found a spot to stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it from before. The Gangplank 2 can be vulnerable to being assassinated. Gangplank 3, very much not the case, and rips through the board there. This is incredible stuff for Milo. It feels like a real redemption tour for him.
I mean, it was a very tough spot. You know, going down to 1 life on 9 lives, you know that you have the opportunity of getting the Radiant item, which is very powerful. Solokasang on the other side does have the stretchy arms, which is the better choice in terms of power-up, where I believe Milo has weight, which is still very good if you can get that stacking early on. But in the end, Milo finding that 3-star is going to be very important. NCC1 getting a little bit of extra power here in terms of items. Does have Bite and Jaw and Fish Bones, which is a very interesting combination of items. We see on your left-hand side the rest of the augments coming on through. I think stands out too much. It was a call to chaos by Maris, I believe that is. And you have Belt Overflow, Salvi going for the Blazing Soul, getting the extra attack speed. But again, as expected, played plenty of Radiant Refractors for Kian and for Wet Jungler to get more power on the board and to get some of these items upgraded into Radiant versions.
We're going to take a second to recognize our current leader in the lobby, Lusher, become Isekai towards the tail end of that discussion as well. So that's coming Echo onto his board. Currently, Lusher's the only win-streaking player in the lobby. So protagonists so far living up to the hype. The rest of MOUZ, they're actually keeping up their HP for the most part relatively high, even if we've been seeing a lot more attention being given towards some of the Versus players.
It's a very difficult situation to be in. You can see that NCC1 does have the disgusting tech of the Fish Bones with the Gwen. Finding that Gwen in the end is going to be a huge upgrade. Blight and Jewel, not normally the best on some of these sorcerer units. You normally use it for the prodigies with Malzahar, but in the end, going on that Ahri is enough. And pivoting towards sorcerers, was maybe thinking of playing prodigy with the Blighting Jaw. Did have it on a Syndra, did have a Malzahar, but in the end, when you find that Gwen, when you find that Fish Bones, it's very scary with something like Sniper's Focus as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, she's such a nightmare to deal with. That she's, being on the back line, just being inaccessible until you basically clear the rest of the board means there's just almost no answers. We've seen her be a game ender by herself. But I think the question I want to bring to you, Stuart, is, we've seen, of course, Lusher's been doing very well. How does he kind of translate that into the rest of the squad? Because right now he's on 90 HP. Yeah. He doesn't need to be on 90 HP. If anything, that seems like too much.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him just at the end of that round actually removing items from the Malphite, understanding his position. He knows that he has the possibility of getting that Malphite 4-star. This Malphite is more of a carry because of the protagonist, because of the hero augment. So understanding his position and knowing how strong he is right now, you can see he did come up against Solo Kasang, and it does look like Solo is still going to lose this round. Even with the removal of the item, Solo is still going to lose this round, which is a very tough position. Maybe needed to remove even more items here. Unfortunately, a bit of a misunderstanding there from Lusher. Maybe he was hoping that his removal of the Malphite items would have been enough.
All right, so that means Solo Kasang will join the 9 lives party on a single life, respectively. I mean, we've seen it, Milo, of course, with the Gangplank has been able to rip absolutely through. From Solo Kasang's side of things, needs to try and find a comparable carry that will keep him alive.
Again, this could be a big thing that Solo Kasang, again, could get a Radiant item which stabilizes his board. He does have the Kabuko 3, which is great as a front line, but the difference between Gangplank 3 and Gangplank 2 is such a huge difference. We'll have to see what the 9 lives cash out is going to be. Of course, when you go down to 1 HP, you get the biggest cash out for 9 lives, which is going to be so important to try and upgrade his board. And we get into a situation now where both of these two players, as the observers perfectly do a side-by-side of both of these 9 lives players, but they're both on 1 HP, and it's actually an artifact anvil for Solo Kasang. And
interesting.
I look at these artifacts and I'm thinking they're not too great. I mean, you could put the Mana Zane on the Karma, but we don't have Karma 2-star yet, so it's not really going to help you spike too much. Not really too sure what his option was in the end. Could have gone for maybe Dash Defiance to put it on the Yasuo and try and become that secondary carry, but he's so far away from GP3. He leveled and he was able to find that rise that as we were saying, so important. But now coming up against the Gwen with Fish Bones, we know how much damage this Gwen can do at range, and you can see how much safety this Gwen has as well. And I wonder if this Gwen is actually going to be a big enough carry in the end. The Karma as well, trying to do enough damage. It's extremely close. And Solo Kasang on 9 lives is now down to 0. He wasn't able to find the Gangplank 3, and he goes out in stage 4 with 9 lives. Such an unfortunate situation to be in. We saw how Solo played so well with 9 lives in the game number 1. This time around, he was contested with Milo. Milo taking that invested at stage 3, I think, was such a huge difference, because we saw Solo on 0 gold rolling down, was able to find the rise. Milo was able to find the GP3 early on, was able to stabilize his board with the 9 lives.
Yeah, so Virtus Pro outmaneuvering Mouse. You have to think there's going to be a sinking feeling coming into Mouse's stomachs right now, though that they've now, they've lost the face-to-face between the two, and they've still not got a way to stop Milo or to be able to come through and ruin absolutely everything.
I think this is difficulty now is how you're going to outcap this GP board if you're on the side of Mouse, because as soon as you get that 8th place, it's something we talk about when it comes to TFT in a 4 versus 4. As soon as your team gets an 8th place, you're thinking straight away, how are we going to win out this lobby? Is there a way that we can send 3 Virtus Pros players in the bottom 4, which doesn't look very likely at the moment, with Milo performing incredibly well at the moment, Kian on that Jin line, also very powerful right now, Maris on a 4-win streak. So at this point, I'm trying to think of how really Mouse can actually come back from this early deficit with Solo Kazang dropping out.
Well, particularly in the 4v4, when you look at the numbers on the right-hand side, to have a win streak at the bottom of the table and a win streak coming towards the top of the table, that's
weird.
All terrible news for Mouse. It seemed like they might be sandwiched out of the game. I mean, Salvi's almost gone, and that would, of course, put Mouse into a position when they have to get first and second. And basically what we've seen so far, the ones who seem most likely to get first and second are Virtus.
Yeah. I mean, in hindsight, in the end, you probably would have said for Mouse, you don't go for like the protagonist. Maybe that player goes for the Mundo instead. We know with the Mundo pair, with Max Vitality in the end. Maybe you don't take Build-A-Bud, because that's the unfortunate situation that Mouse were in. Salvi took that Build-A-Bud, got the Severe, but then the protagonist on the other side was the Malphite. So Salvi has to play towards his comfort, towards going for the Sorcerer board, but he has to sell his Severe 3-star to try and help Lusher try and win out this lobby with the protagonist. But it's put Salvi in a really difficult spot where he has no econ augments. He was only able to get a little bit of econ from Build-A-Bud. Wasn't really able to, I mean, his board is pretty stabilized at the moment with Karma 2 and Cassante 2, but when you if Salvi comes up against Milo once, that's it, the game's over. GP3 is just going to be way too powerful for the sports.
Yeah, and we've seen Milo's been able to just sustain himself up, walk through every board, teammate or enemy alike, keeping a close eye up on Salvi here. I think in this case, should be able to stay up against his teammate Wet Jungler, who does have a little bit left in the tank, left to spare, but it's looking absolutely diabolical. Even with Lusher continuing to be a menace at the top of the table, it doesn't matter unless someone else from Mouse can come and meet him there.
Yeah, Wet Jungle on 1 HP, Salvi on 3 HP now. As you mentioned, with Wet Jungle and Salvi playing against each other, Wet Jungle survived on 1 HP, all calculated in their right mind, but Mundo 3 has been hit, does have that Radiant Gargoyle to help him out with the heavyweight, has 3 3-stars on his board now with the Build-A-Bud Aatrox early on, but is this going to be enough? This could be the round where Salvi and Wet Jungler could be knocked out. We'll have to see who goes head-to-head here, as Wet Jungler is going to be coming up against the Ghost. I mean, on the other side, Salvi is going to be going up against Lusher's board, which, I mean, they're both against Lusher's board. One's the Ghost and one's the Real. But to be honest, Lusher just might be too powerful for the Ghost and for the Real. You're seeing both the Malphites just stomping on either side of the board. Lusher takes out one of his teammates potentially.
He's good.
No!
He's good.
Okay, he's good. Oh, he still might knock out another one of his teammates, but maybe the Ghost factor might come into play as the Dr. Mundo is trying his best to tank enough damage. It's pretty close, to be fair, but I think, no, the Dr. Mundo should be tanking enough. And that was nearly a double kill for Lusher for his own teammates. Wait a second.
I'm not convinced it is going to be good enough. No. Ay. Wet Jungler down as well. Top 2, the only option for Mars. Virtus Pro, they've been winning out the face-to-face. The 9 lives are being stripped away and have been stripped away. Lusher, maybe king of ashes here. He's still at the top of the table, but it's so far below for Salvi. He's on 3 HP. He has to make this work.
He somehow has to get into the top 2, but I don't know how Salvi stabilizes in this position. This might just end right here, right now with Salvi, depending on who he comes up against. Lusher for now is going to be going up against someone, but we have to see Salvi. Salvi comes up against the GP3 board, and I don't know if Salvi's going to have enough damage.
It was going to be a matter of time until you face the unstoppable force. It could all turn here if you can bring that gangplank down. But CC for Deja, backline's disappearing. 1 unit left in the mix. Could it be? Finally, he brings him down, and that's going to be such a huge relief.
Wow, that is really surprising in the end. I thought the GP3 was going to be enough, and there's another elimination as well. I'm not too sure who that is. We'll have to wait and find out who that is. That might be NCC1 also. No, it's Kian also going out, so hold on. The table is now completely, it's very, very difficult still for Mouse. 2 players of Virtus Pro now went into the bottom 4, but Mouse still needs to get a first and a second place. Lusher is pretty set right now for a first place. You know, this protagonist has been very, very powerful, has pretty much stomped this entire game. Lusher's HP is safe, but now it all comes down to Salvi. With that 7-8 for Mouse, Salvi needs to somehow get second place to give them a chance of getting into the next rounds.
The playoffs are waiting. Club championship points on the line for Virtus Pro. We could be 1 round away from this series being closed down. The matchups are absolutely everything. Lusher, yeah, that's all the HP in the world. It's all about, can Salvi survive into the top 2?
Salvi could be coming up against the mirror board, but it is a Karma 1 against a Karma 2, but that Gwen is going to be a big problem on the back line.
Yeah, she's going to be absolutely uncatchable for such a long time. The Karma is getting cut to pieces, and Salvi's board is gone. His chances of making top 2 were cut to ribbons, and that will be it for Mouse. Virtus Pro, they're celebrating already. They are going to play us, and they will crush the key, the hopes, and the future of Mouse.
Incredible game number 3 here for Virtus Pro. The 9 lives in the end, the double 9 lives for Virtus Pro and Mouse, and it all came down to who can cap out their board the most and who can stabilize. And in the end, unfortunately, the protagonist for Lusher wasn't enough. We know with this protagonist, it's so powerful, but players like NCC1, Maris as well, also having an incredible performance in this game. And unfortunately for Mouse, that is going to be over for them, and their hopes and their dreams of the Esports World Cup is coming to an end. So close for this EMEA roster. I think they put up an incredible performance throughout this entire tournament, and we knew that this group was going to be so close. The same with Group A as well coming into this tournament. We know that Group A and Group B have been very close, but you can see smiles on the faces of all of Virtus Pro as well. The relief for Virtus Pro. Lusher will win out the lobby in the end, but it will be Virtus Pro. The celebrations come on through. They book their ticket into the playoffs.
Yeah, spectacularly done. And you have to think, on any other day, with any other not clash of one of the units for Mouse, it could be a very different result, but that's not the world we live in. Virtus Pro, they move forward. They're waiting, of course, to find out who their opponents will be in players, but for now, it's all about the celebration. A 2-1 series, down to the wire. 1 round swings it one way or the other, but the pendulum lands with Virtus Pro.
And they defy all odds again. They did it in the qualifier. They took down teams like Talon, like Zeta Division. Everyone thought that this would be a weaker APEC team coming into the Esports World Cup, but they have proven in this group stage that they are here to play and they are here to fight as well. And what an incredible performance from them in both game number 2 and game number 3. Or game number 2, that triple reroll composition that they were going for. In game number 3, you can see Maris on your screen. Ecstatic with this result as well, and even behind the scenes, a brilliant result for Virtus Pro, and it means that it's such a huge difference as well when it comes to the club championship now. With Virtus Pro qualifying, they're able to get more points and try and catch up to the likes of Falcons, of Team Liquid, and also Team Vitality, who all got knocked out in the group stage. Not only this is big for TeamFight Tactics, this is really big for the club championship.
Yeah, a minimum of 200, a maximum of 1,000 could propel them further forward.
Can they go all the way?
Yeah, it's going to be quite the thing. Oh my gosh, but we need to, of course, head across the islands to break down how... oh, sorry, my apologies. We're going to, quickly before that, we're going to head across to an interview with our winners Virtus Pro.
We are indeed. Virtus Pro are into the quarterfinals. They lock in that playoff spot. And I'm here with NCC, who has just been celebrating with his team like they just won the entire thing. It's what we love to see here at the Esports World Cup. I'm here, of course, with a translator, Andrella. Let me get it right. How do I say your name?
Yes.
I got it right. Good. I thought I got it wrong for a second there. So NCC, you were celebrating like crazy up there. You must feel so relieved and proud of yourself and your team here.
Mình đã ăn mừng một cách rất là vui lúc như mà ban nãy thì mình đã cảm thấy rất là tự hào ngay khoảnh khắc này hay như thế nào?
Sau khi em ghi cái tên đó thì em cảm thấy rất là vui và có một tí hơi xúc động ạ.
When I won that last match, I was really happy and also like excited for the thing that I have done in the match.
Yeah, well, you had to keep in immense composure during the matchup there to make sure that you secured the win. It was a nail biter to watch from behind the scenes. How was it in game? How did you keep your cool?
Khi mà ở trong game á, làm thế nào mình giữ bình tĩnh được để mà mình có thể thắng trận đấu?
Trong game thì nếu mà có một chút gì mất bình tĩnh thì mình cứ nhìn về các đồng đội của mình thôi.
So in game, when I keep my composure together or keep it cool by looking at my teammates, that's how I keep my calm.
Is it a good, friendly relationship? Have you got a good, strong friendship group there within the team? Is there a good vibe and energy going into the quarterfinals?
Vậy là trong team của mình đồng đội với tinh thần đồng đội rất là tốt, cho nên là mình đã có thể giữ được bình tĩnh để mà mình có thể đi vào vòng chung kết, đúng như vậy không?
Vâng, team em thì đồng đội là một cái gì đó rất là kiểu quan trọng ấy.
For me, my team is super important.
So you are into the quarterfinals. You'll find out later on tonight who you will be facing off against. Have you got a message to the other teams waiting for you in the playoffs?
Mình đang chuẩn bị được đi vào chung kết á, thì mình sẽ đối đầu với những cái team khác. Thì bạn có cái thông điệp nào muốn nhắn gửi với lại đối thủ của mình hay không khi mà mình được tiến vào vòng chung kết?
Tụi em đến đây với cái mục tiêu là vô địch nên là cũng không ngán một ai đâu ạ.
So my message to other opponents is that we're here for the champions, so we're not gonna afraid of any of you.
I love that. You better be concerned. All right, so have you seen the key crushing that's been happening at this event and what have you made of it so far?
Mình đã thấy được cái cảnh mà nghiền cái chìa khóa của đối thủ chưa trong EWC?
Có ạ.
Yes, I did.
Would you like to crush Mouse's key right now?
Bây giờ mình sẽ crush key của Mouse team nha.
Yes.
All right, he's ready for it. Unfortunately for Mouse, this is where their EWC journey ends. But for VP, they are just getting started. Quarterfinals next for you. And for now, it's back to the desk to talk us through that series.
Quarterfinals locked in from the side of VP. A strong showing here today against Mouse. Against all odds, especially after that first game being dropped, they managed to crawl their way back into the competition.
And NTC1, I think, was the big star at the end there. He was going more for a Prodigy line. Suddenly found himself with two of the strongest artifacts in the game for Sorcerers with the Gwen and the Fishbones and Karma with Wedding Jewel, and then completely took over that stage 4.
Yeah, and I do have to say the Prismatics were really in the favor of Virtus Pro this game. On the other side for Mouse, it was a lot of self-contesting. They had a Tectonic Titan, a Sniper line coming out, so there was a Sivir 3 from Build a Bud, and both of the lines were taken by their own teammates. So they had to do hard pivots, and the caps just weren't high enough.
Yeah, we talked about Mouse specifically and how both them and VP are some of the teams in the tournament that are very rigid when it comes to that roles. And if anything, it kind of came back to bite them.
I think it's my fault. I asked for Spice in the last analyst desk, and we got a lot of Spice with the Prismatic starts. Hero augments, you mentioned it, playing a Sivir 3 and having to essentially play for tempo into Sorks. We saw the last fight there. You're losing by so much in that last fight. It was such a blowout 1v1 because your down Prismatic Augment essentially doesn't do much for you at that point in the game, and Solvi was not able to hit his usual cap.
Yeah, for VP though, I think it's very, I know, it is very important for them to go into those group stages, into the playoffs, because now they have those points as well when it comes to the top 8 finish, which for the club championship point is very important. And it further, just the reactions that we had from the players here, Clement, was incredible. The happiness, the joy, just the excitement from winning this matchup. You can tell how much this meant to them.
I can't stress enough how hard a journey this has been for them to find an organization and find a club to call home in the EWC. You know, there was a lot of suitors, but then they looked at their individual performances, and a lot of teams kind of backed out. You know, for a while they were actually rocking the EDG, they were talking to DRX, but in the end it was Virtus Pro that believed in them, and what a pickup this was. They went through all of the best APAC seeds. They faltered to Falcons, but then they also slain one of the best teams coming out of the EMEA. They have proven their worth. I think Virtus.pro, you guys made a great decision packing up these boys.
An absolute heartbreak for Mouse here at EWC. We just saw the reaction cams as well from Salvi, and there's no other way than to describe it, just the heartbreak.
Yeah, it was a long journey, so much hard work. Someone like Solo, for example, going 8th here, the third game of GP, not obviously happy with that results. I think there was also just a disparity in what happened at the end of the game with the 9 lives especially. We had on one side the Radiant Refractor for one of the VP players, and then for Solo he had an artifact. If he hits one of the extremely broken artifacts on GP, potentially he just starts win streaking the rest of the game and wins out, and this is maybe the game that Mouse takes alongside Lusher's dominant position. He hits Death Defiant instead. It just goes on a Yasuo with Asterix, doesn't really do much to win those last few fights, and he immediately dies the turn after that. So I think there was a big disparity in the prismatic augments like you mentioned. I think Mouse still had a great journey. They had a tough group, and they had a really, really hard matchup here in this day 3.
I think for Virtus.pro, they really keyed in on the key of the matchup here, and it's about early game tempo. We saw 2 of the 2-cost rerolls working out really well for them, especially for the Katarina with Worth the Wait. It's a pretty risky augment to take for the 2-cost, but it did pay out for Mars right there. On the other hand, we did have one of those lucky gloves, Destinies from Keon, win streaking the entire way through. So they had the early lead in HP and also had the better caps going into the late game.
Yeah, it also means that when we're looking at the bracket specifically, or Group B, so to say, we have our contenders in terms of who is actually going to be moving forward. Of course, now VP is already advancing to those playoffs, but earlier as well, Unscathed, Aegis, they have been doing really well in this bracket, sending Mouse to that lower bracket, sending Virtus.pro to that one as well.
I will say maybe it looks a little bit more dominant here. I know the match with VP was very close. They had to pull out all the tricks in the book with the Crystal Gambit comeback in that game 3 yesterday to even make it directly to the playoffs. So I'm excited for Aegis. I think every team that's now qualifying to playoffs is incredibly strong, and they've proven it across these 3 days.
Yeah.
It won't be, any easy quarterfinal matchup, that's for sure. And I want to see what the pairings will be eventually, because I'm curious to see who Aegis plays. I think their playstyle is very unique. They're very creative players with Potable, with Gobo as well. So I want to see more of them tomorrow.
There's a lot of dominant teams right here, and Aegis definitely has to be one of them. They're one of the few teams that doesn't run Gangplank sometimes. They're willing to play a lot of Kai'Sa, so interesting metas. Definitely want to see what they have in store.
Yeah, and with that VP dropping to this lower bracket and getting the win, they also get to crush their first ever key. A little bit of a taste of what's to come for the next couple of days when it comes to playstyle. They can look at this and be like, oh, we can crush a couple more, or that can be your key as well.
I love this as kind of a visual way to solidify your confidence, to say like a visual representation of your dominance going forward into the playoffs. I think for a team that maybe was a bit more shaky, having to play this final decider match to make it through the playoff, it's a good thing to say, hey, we just beat Mouse. They're an incredibly strong team from EMEA. They have players who've made it to attack round a million times before as well. And now we have the journey ahead of us, playoff bracket.
I just want to point out for all of our APAC boys, they prepared one single line of English for "Do you want the keys to be crushed?"
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got yes, sir from NCC1, and we also got absolutely from Crazy Movie that spoke Korean the entire way. But the final question, absolutely.
It's a really fun little mini game as well in part of it, right? Because you've already beaten this team, and then just as you mentioned it, to really solidify that success, to solidify that win, and just see it being crushed in front of you. That's a cool one. And for VP now, if they're looking to move forward, and if they do end up getting that trophy, this is a potential key that they can add to their trophy as well, because Mouse was a very strong contender coming into this, and a lot of teams were saying, yeah, we're scrimming them, they're scary, they're the favorites.
Maybe a bit too rigid of a game plan in some ways, maybe not enough reps on different comps. I think in this case, even if you don't play the crew as much, if you're Salvi, not much of a reroller, it was more the Malphite that really threw a wrench in his plans. All in all, maybe the learning here is to try and have a plan B, a plan C, especially if you see your opponents kind of countering your own game plan in some of the matches.
I wonder if that's something to do with the study group, because it was Falcons, Vitality, and Mouse that were screening each other the most, and all 3 of them are currently dropped out of the tournament. So maybe there is something going on there.
Well, we will never find out, because every single one of those teams is also eliminated. But with that as well, Mouse, a little bit of an exit interview to see what their reflections were of being here at EWC.
Hey guys, it's Puckett, and I got Salvi on the way out here from Mouse Sports. Very fun matchup watching. We were very excited in the green room, especially during that game too. How did Virtus.pro end up coming back on you guys?
Hard to say right now. I have to look back, but I think we once lost some flips. I think we made some mistakes. We were like low on econ, both our forecast players, so we had to like delay our level 8. I was never able to like get the money to play for win out there either, so that one felt like somewhat out of our hands. But I think the last game we maybe could have clinched it back.
Yeah, what would have you done differently now that you know the game is over? Because it looked like at a time you and a teammate were going for the same roles.
Oh, I mean, we have like the idea that protagonist is like auto-click, and then I didn't have a spot, so I also needed to build a bot. Maybe in hindsight he needs to click first, but like, I think it's fine. I don't think that screwed the game. I think my line into Sox was still like okay. Lush still had a really good spot. So yeah, maybe look back, look at the augment choices. Maybe there was like a different line we could have taken for sure, yeah.
I think the fans will remember you, though, as the team that took out a juggernaut to kick off this tournament. Are you proud of your team, and what are your expectations for next year?
Oh, I mean, it was still super fun, like playing with the boys. We've played for like very long. We took like the longest route in the online qualifiers. We played a lot of here. We did a very long boot camp. So it was obviously very fun. Shout out to the boys. Thank you very much. And yeah, for next year, not sure yet. Probably try to make it back, obviously. And yeah, maybe make a deeper run next time.
Well, Alan has been talking you guys up since the start of this tournament, and for good reason. You made a fan of me this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, man.
Cheers.
Shout out to the boys and hindsight 2020. I mean, again, it's really nice to hear that even though this is a tournament that ended short, potentially in their expectations, they are still taking away learnings, and they're still happy for the fact that they were able to do the boot camp, they were able to play with each other, they were able to change their approach a little bit, because of course 4v4, very different than free-for-all.
I think the matchups were all very close. A lot of it came down to some variants in the prismatic augments, for example, on some of the artifacts, just some of the variants in TFT. That's what happens at the end of the day. And they're still composed. Their game plan was pretty solid. They played well. There wasn't any kind of blowouts or embarrassing wins. And they said it. They had a huge route to make it here, even in the first place. They've gone through so much together as a team. I think they've all grown individually as well for the rest of this set, and the TAC crown and the pro circuit as well. I think it'll be really exciting to see them. And I definitely expect to see this exact roster and Mouse as well supporting them in next year's EWC.
Yeah, up next we have the third best of 3 of today. Another elimination match when it comes to a rematch between Twisted Minds and Flash Wolves. This game went all the way to the distance last time, Clement, and if history is to repeat itself, if that game was anything as to what we can set our expectations for to today, this is going to be another banger.
Oh, this is one of the most hyped matchups coming into it just because of how close we had it. EWC history, this was the only series where all 3 games went to sudden death, decided by the very last fight. So you could not get anything closer if you wanted.
This matchup was very close. I was on the edge of my seat every single game watching it. We're casting this next one together, Clemens, so I'm extremely excited to see what is coming up next.
So ahead of your casting, I think it was also be really nice to talk about the fact that if you guys maybe have any favorites coming into here, Flash Wolves yesterday had a really solid performance in this lower bracket there. No strangers to being with their backs against the walls, where coming in with, we already crushed a key, we've had a really good experience here in the lower bracket, but Twisted Minds, this is their first time here in the Crocodile Pond.
I know Clement is very biased for one of these two teams, so as always, I'm going to be confrontational, and I'm going to root for Twisted Minds. I think they have, on paper, a very, very solid roster. Just the pedigree individually is absolutely insane from CNTFT. I'm going to go with Twisted Minds.
They had very different stories getting here. Yesterday, Flash Wolves was able to cruise through their series, while Twisted Minds, I think they might be in a little bit of shell shock. They dropped 0-2 to Citadel Gaming, and the best placement they got was 5th. So they're going back to the drawing board to see if they can gin up a new strategy.
Yeah, and with Flash Wolves being very confident after yesterday's game, we're going to see whether or not that is something that they're looking to carry in today with the pre-game interview.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett and Jin, our translator, and we've got Haruru from the Flash Wolves, one of my favorite players, of course. Day 1, you played Twisted Minds, but at the end, they walked away with the victory. What are you going to do differently today?
就第一天你们已经对战了 Twisted Minds 3队，然后呢，但是离胜利咫尺之遥嘛，就想问你，这次重新对战 Twisted Minds， 你们将做出什么样的调整呢？
第一天比赛当然比较紧张，那经过昨天比赛，我们以2-0拿下，那他们被2-0，所以我想气势上来说，我们的气势绝对是胜过他们的。
Well, it was unfortunately a very close loss the last time, but yesterday we bounced back. We had a 2-0 victory, whereas for Twisted Minds they had a 0-2 loss. So, I think in terms of just team morale, I think we are absolutely on top. And I think this might be the X factor that allows us to win today.
Haruru, like yourself, I have some gray hairs, and chat was complimenting yours. Do you think this makes us wiser or just better than the competition?
主持人说他跟你一样，也是已经有很多白发了，就想问你，这个白发是因为你们就是智慧更高一点，所以呢，容易长白发，还是因为长得太帅了，要均衡一下？
其实白发是因为其实我已经超过35岁，就是年龄越大，当然智慧越多嘛。对。
Well, I am over 35 years old now, and the older you get, the wiser you are. So gray hairs are a natural thing.
Big brains win championships. They're gonna do it. I believe it. Good luck.
Okay.
Flash Wolves are very confident heading into this matchup against Twisted Minds. Both of these team titans in their own rights, considering how the game went last time, Hoopsan. I mean, this is a treat.
Yeah, totally treat. And this is an amazing game. Once again, the possibility to crush a key. And Twisted Minds, for me, pedigree. As Panda was saying, they have Sunge, winning Dragonlance, the champion of Dragonlance in this case, Alan. And I really think this team has a lot to offer. I really want to see them perform. And I want to have as hype a game as we have on day one, the rematch once again. And for me, Twisted Mind is the favorite.
Absolutely, Hooper. But after seeing yesterday's performance from Flash Wolves, normally I would be behind Twisted Minds and winning out the whole series, but seeing how well coordinated the Flash Wolves was yesterday on their series, I must be behind them, even though Twisted Minds has way more star players, but I'm kind of worried for their team play.
You know what? I actually really like this because now there is a little bit of a differentiation on the desk. We got Twisted Minds, we got Flash Wolves, so whichever team loses is going to be able to blame at least one of you guys, which is, looking forward to that. But it's also really important to keep into consideration when we are looking at Twisted Minds here, Hoope, is the fact that this team is currently top 5 for that club championship point running as well. VP has already made it through, so they are at least getting a couple of points because they are top 8. But Twisted Minds, this is their chance really to carry that organization even a little bit further.
Yeah, on the other top 5, Falcon, Team Liquid, Vitality, they already dropped. So this is the chance both for Virtus Pro that you just mentioned, and now also here for Twisted Mind to get a chance to pop off and have maybe another win, maybe pop off, because last year we know Falcons win it, the club championship very, very far ahead, and now we have 5 teams very close to each other. So I really, really think this is a good chance, and as we know, TFT, as the same of other games, you win, you get 1,000 points for that club championship, more than $20 million only in that segment.
Yeah, and as a Twisted Mind fan here, Alan, I'm going to have to ask you to maybe single out 1 or 2 players. I know Flancy was the one that really brought the heat when it was against Flash Wolves last time. Are you expecting him to do that again?
Absolutely. Zunch, Flancy are the star players. They perform extremely well under the heat for past sets, not just 1, 2, but I can't even remember how long are they playing. They are here feels like forever. And they will bring the trouble. We've seen on the last series between the Flash Wolves and Twisted Mind, where they had that nickel pretty much of the clutching up factor that might be due to just the player experience, and Flash Wolves perhaps under the pressure, because again, when you play against underdogs, you feel way more confident, but when you're playing into the All-Stars team, obviously you'll feel more pressure on you and you are more inclined to do mistakes.
Also, I want to highlight the coach, AQ1H, probably the best one in Cyber City Tactician Crown, the previous one. He went second, but only in points he was first because of checkmate format. So this is a guy that is behind all of these players, and it shows. We see more tempo play. We see them playing amazing every stage of the game, and it's not just going for the Hail Mary, do economy, and go fast 9, go fast 8, try to do something. There's always a plan, and they see themselves very, very comfortable in any spot. You mentioned it yesterday. Flash Group doing amazing. So they're in the open run, but for me, once again, Twisted Mind, my favorite.
All right, when it comes to Flash Wolves, we've seen them perform yesterday as well, and they were really, really great, coming through with some incredible team play here. Is that the strength that we are expecting from them, or are there also individual elements that you're looking are going to be stepping up to the plate today?
You can clearly tell they sit down at the drawing board and they did their homework. I don't know if we can tell the same about Twisted Minds because they went 0-2 after the day one, and where the Flash Wolves actually managed to lock in and get their heads into the game.
Yeah, they also have the star player, right? Ironbog, he's just so many accolades 2 times in the World Championship, in the Sex Championship, and he's like the leader for the team, and we see it. Normally they're looking at him. Anytime he loses, everyone is perfect because he's talking to everyone. He's been the strategist. So I really think both teams are great, and I'm really hoping for a serious match here.
Yeah, it definitely should be hype, and it should be very serious. And I think as well, like, we have to touch upon the Flash Wolves here too, in terms of the fact that they are coming in with a lot more momentum, as you touched upon.
It would be interesting to talk about the strategy for a moment for both teams. We've seen Flash Wolves going a bit on the greedier side on the yesterday, and it's working perfectly for them against Fnatic. Curious if they're gonna do the same strategy today against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds plays more of a balanced TFT, as we've seen, based on what they get, where we've seen a bunch of teams going super aggro, some of them going super greedy as Flash Wolves, and we'll see how that strategy turns out against the Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it could go either way. As you said, the tempo play, the strong army in the beginning is amazing. You preserve HP, but then if you're not able to manage to give that HP to the rest, it doesn't work. For instance, Team Liquid, for example, they lost and they were doing that type of play, but you need to have the win-out player. If you only play tempo, then you just fall down in the end. So I really want to see one GP player, one X Factor drop in the game for sure, probably Ironbog, and then try to switch the game on their favor.
Yeah, but as we've seen, one win-out player is sometimes not enough. You might need to have at least one more player that is able to go top 4, top 3, because if there is a chance that 2 of the players will go either 8-7, 8-6, you still need to score that 1-3 placements.
Oof, this is very back and forth in terms of which team is going to be able to take it away. But if you guys want to chime in on the discussion as well, you can scan the QR code and join the Discord and let us know. Quick predictions here. I think we already touched upon, Twisted Minds, Flash Wolves. We have a favorite in each camp, but are we thinking this is going to go all the way to that third match?
Jeannie, this is the long day. So we have to have tough damages 2-1, and I think once again this will be 2-1 Twisted Mind, and we will see Ahao and Shunghe making the best out of them.
I'll keep it short. 2-1 Flash Wolves.
2-1 Flash Wolves. You guys heard it here, but Twisted Minds are also in the running for the club championship point, not just the placements here for TFT. Both of these teams have already had one match, which was down to the absolute wire, even in that third matchup. But whether or not we're going to see a rewriting of history with Flash Wolves getting knocked out, that is something that remains to be answered. Keys are on the line, club championship points are on the line, and playoffs too. So let's get into it.
We've witnessed the wonders of victory here twice today at the Esports World Cup for TFT. But on the flip side, the pain of defeat hits like no other. As you can see, 2 keys that have been crushed here today, that have become victim to our key crusher, Mouse, who just dropped out, and Team Vitality, one of the favorites to go all the way here, is gone too. It just goes to show that nobody is safe. Thank you, Keymaster.
Nobody is safe indeed, Chambers. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned here at the Esports World Cup. Emotions running high, time slipping away, but we keep powering through. Because this next series, ooh baby, it's a certified banger. So you better strap in, because here we go.
Okay, baby, let's do this. Let's bring out the next team. Twisted Minds! After an upset against the NA representatives, it's now or never for the hometown heroes here in Riyadh. And of course, they are very, very reliant on valuable club championship points too. The pressure is on.
Underdogs, but can they become title contenders? Welcome, Flash Wolves! The APAC representative has been here before. 4 HP stood between them and a win against the Twisted Minds. Is this where they turn the tide, or will they be swept in a twisted tsunami? One more key to be crushed. Casters, whose will it be?
Thank you so much. We're ready to go for this series number 3 of day number 3. And Petrus Panda joined by Clement for the cast. for this spectacular series coming up, Flash Wolves versus Twisted Minds. Great players, great individual pedigree when it comes to international individual TFT attack rounds, especially as was mentioned on the analyst desk. Shunga, a past winner. Ironbog, a past two-time regional winner in APAC. So much at stake though, as a team, as a group, as in a 4v4 format.
Yeah, and this matchup is going to be wildly different from the other ones that we've seen today. Just to draw contrast, MOUZ was the most structured team. They had the most cemented roles for each. However, when we look at a team like Flash Wolves, they have two X-Factor players. You never know what they're going to go on. They're probably too free-flowing to a fault, perhaps, especially going up against Twisted Mind. And meanwhile, Twisted Mind, I also think that they're trying to redefine themselves. They had a shellacking versus Citadel Gaming. They wanted to play a slow, fast 8 game and were ran out the gym by the much higher tempo strategy of Citadel, and we could see them adjusting already in game 2, trying to find a new way to face tougher opponents.
And the thing with this format and with this tournament is that there's so little time to put in real meaningful reps on 4v4, especially when it comes to the start of a set. We are, 2 weeks into the start of set 15? There is so much still to learn and to adapt to, whereas usually individual TFT, especially at the end of a set in attack round, it's also established, it's also studied and researched already. There's very little room for adaptation, there's very little room for creativity. It's the complete opposite here today.
Yeah, just to go back into the series that these two teams fought against each other, I actually felt like Twisted Minds was in control for the majority of the games. What did happen though was we saw K-Ball just keep on pulling Gwen 2s on level 8 with tremendous artifacts, disgusting combinations, and then saving the game for them. He had a 1.5 AVP in that series. It was well deserved, but you just look at that series and you feel like that can't keep happening.
And this is part of the format in terms of identifying win conditions, knowing that this artifact with this champion, if the high roll presents itself and I'm prepared for it, that can be decisive to win an entire series and to maybe erase a lot of the hard work, a lot of the strategic game plans that are made by both teams coming into stage 2, stage 3, etc. So we'll see what players are aware of all the, because there's so many different conditions that can be met, not just Gwen and artifacts, there's other champions as well that get completely broken when they have a certain specific combination.
That's something that Twisted Minds will have to figure out currently. They're still in the running, but they have the lowest first place rate out of any of the remaining teams. Only went first once in their 5 games in total. So identifying that win-out player, getting those conditions online is going to be critical for them.
I think Twisted Minds also has a very strong knowledge of text. They have a great coaching team behind them as well. They have a great understanding already, even if we're early into a set, of all the different broken interactions that they can try and fish for. But I'm really excited to see the tempo. I think when you talked about it the most, it's a big contrast to last series where it seems like everything was much more structured. We are expecting a wild rodeo in this first game. Twisted Fate is going to add 2 component anvils to the mix, allowing reroll players to hit their bits a little bit easier. 4 cost players as well, when hunting for those perfect karma items, will also have a chance to find them earlier into the game.
Yep, we've seen this encounter many times throughout the tournament already. It always serves more into a quick tempo, very, very contested stage 2 and stage 3 so far that we've seen in our games. Now taking a look at the players here, Chen, he is known as the most handsome player out of the TOC, so this is a chance to get your gaze upon his visage.
Is that a common opinion or is that a...
That's a very common opinion.
General
he
opinion.
is married though, so
I see. Our fans are weeping. Looking at the rest of the players, though, I mean, we have to single out Shunga, I think, as was mentioned, the Dragonlance champion in the Tactician's Crown a few sets ago now at this point, almost halfway down the history of TFT when it comes to competition. And Flancy as well, someone that is just historically been one of those players that if you ask anyone that's even slightly a fan of esports in TFT, they know the name Flancy from CN. He's kind of one of those names like Double 61, like Volta, that has been around for so long and has been showcasing such dominant peaks when it comes to individual TFT.
The veterancy really is there for Twisted Mind. Going back a little bit for Flancy, the player on our screen right now, he is the revolutionizer in terms of using stats when it comes to the CN region. So he had his best individual showing in Monsters Attack, which was exactly when big data was coming online. He was the first to kind of jump on that ship and prove everyone wrong. CN used to be the dynasty. They thought stats was because they don't have stats of their own CN region. They didn't really believe in stats. Flancy was the first adopter, and he's proven again and again through his individual performance that that was indeed the correct route for the region.
And then America's, they definitely use a lot of stats in their reign of terror, but no more augment stats in TFT. Players have to rely a bit more on intuition, which I think a lot of top players do enjoy more because of how creative they can get and how good their understanding is in terms of critical thinking and really piecing together all the pieces of the puzzle when it comes to the start of a set and quickly identifying the most broken combos, the strongest ways to play certain lines, the best ways to lean into a line where you're playing from high tempo.
We're talking about intuitive players. K-Bao and Ironbog are definitely both in that category. They definitely, we definitely use stat work. They usually leave it to the coaches to kind of figure them out, but the way they like to play is they're completely flexed until level 8. And I've always thought that was actually a bit of a weakness when it comes to 4v4. It's harder to optimize your items early on. It's harder for your teammates to know how to play around you.
Looking at Rising Chaos for Flancy, 2 Cinders as well. This is one of the strongest ways to play into the Prodigy line, sometimes even into just the Sork line, depending on what your augments are, where your line is going, where your teammate spots are as well. But as a one-cost item carrier in Stage 2, this is one of the premium combinations to be made aware of.
If you have a good front line, you can just keep on stacking damage. It's 6% extra damage. After every cast, you get additional orbs. It procs really good with things like Blighting Jewel as well. So you will see a lot of players going into this start and then playing towards the AP Fast 8s.
No vibe being held there. It goes to show the cash out trait not really as enticing in 4v4 or maybe in this set as a whole, considering in the past, if you had one Crystal Gambit unit, you'd almost always buy a second in your shop to try and play for it.
And we're going to have Ironbog already starting with the Caretakers. YYDM is the team's designated reroller. So 2 very high tempo options straight off the bat. And as we were talking about, this is additional component encounter. So it's much easier to get those 3-cost carries online and just punch through everyone.
Beggars Can Be Choosers was a consideration for Flancy for a little while. Of course, when we're talking about understanding the really strong augments, having so many more roles to fish for, that perfect augment to fit your game plan is valuable, especially for players as skilled as this. But we are looking at YYDM with a Gangplank 2 on Stage 2. Not game-winning, but an incredibly dominant start that's going to apply a lot of pressure onto every other player in this lobby.
So he hit 2 Gangplanks, and I think he used Team Builder immediately to get in that 2-star. You know, definitely worthwhile to sink a little bit into that augment straight off the bat, and he's going to go for the full win streak. This also allows him to pivot to the all-out composition as well, so he's still staying rather flexible here. And actually, he still has 2 duplicators. That might be a delay, sorry. So I'm pretty sure he used at least 1.
One interesting consideration is one of the saving graces of this Twisted Fate encounter where you get 2 component anvils is the fact that if you're in a spot like this one where you can play for tempo Gangplank and farm infinite gold by having a 2-star Gangplank in Stage 2, the one downside is you don't have priority on Carousel to pick up your bows for a Rage Blade, for a Kraken's Fury. In this case, he didn't prio looking for bows from his component anvils, which means he might have a problem. For now, i.e. Striker's Flail will be very strong, of course, but if he does win streak, if he wins every fight in Stage 2, I assume Twisted Minds will completely lock him out of finding any bows from carousels, and he might not end up on that best in slot, stretchy arms Gangplank build with so many bows.
Yeah, that's going to be a really interesting thing to see. You could play around that as a team. Maybe some of them can try to deny items on the carousel if you have loose streakers. Or the other thing that I kind of think is a possibility is just for him to simply play into all out. He has the perfect items for it starting off. Looking across the board here, Chen is most likely going into the crew build, already has all of those units on board, and I had a glimpse of a very interesting augment being selected here. Ahao going into the Unstable Evolution. Ooh, we haven't really seen this one work out so far in the tournament.
An Unstable Evolution, correct me if I'm wrong, gives you different stats every time you start up a unit, and it gives you kind of, if you're starting up a lot of units, obviously that's going to be a lot of insane power coming to your stats, but you can't really tailor or pick exactly what you're going to be getting. So you do have to pick carries that can make use of many different types of stats, not just, you know, AP or AD or attack speed.
It's just really interesting to me because we haven't seen 1-cost rerolls actually take off in this meta whatsoever. Kale was probably the front runner in that category. Average is still about at like a 6.8, which is not something we want to look for. Very curious to see where that goes. For Ironbog, it does look like this is going to be a Caretakers into a Vi 3, so he's already setting himself up. We have seen Juggernaut frontline just be incredibly flexible in terms of comps and in terms of tempo.
We haven't seen much Kai'Sa reroll today. Maybe this is the game to play for it. Obviously, you have to have an early Kai'Sa and hopefully have some items stacked onto her so she can scale. If she doesn't scale appropriately in stage 2 and 3, you can kind of tell how far she will be scaling in stage 4. You can give up on her, go from the more traditional Mundo with the Jhin and the Gnar.
There is also this line where it's possible to get Knuckle Dusters on 3-2. That would be kind of broken if it does happen. I know you've been a huge fan of that augment.
I have been rewarded on ladder on my own climb with the Knuckle Dusters Vi. It just feels very strong from a snowball position. It kind of works similarly to GP, but instead of just getting gold, you're able to get additional loot, and that just continues snowballing your game more and more. You can play into kind of an Ashe duelist back then as well, so I think it's a very interesting line. We'll see if that'll be a possibility for Ironbog in this game number 1.
And we're finally getting a look at all the boards across the table right here. Xunge already starting off with the Guinsoo's here, so he's most likely going to be the player contesting on the GP line against YYDM here. A very strong start for YYDM, still 100 HP. Finds the Udyr as well for actually 3 traits to put on his board. The best find he could possibly get.
Really, really insane setup here. Has the Lux online as well, has the Lucian, so some extra damage off of the Sork on Lucian as a secondary damage leader just in case. We saw a good for something for Kebabao, so playing more of the Econ fast 8 line into Sorks or into Prodigies. And that's a game plan that we have seen many players find success with in the case of someone like Solby, for example, but it is the risky game plan where you are going down and you're at the mercy of your roll down when it comes to stage 4.
Oh, talking about having mercy on roll downs, Flancy just hit a Yuumi on level 5, so, you know, I think he has his path set quite ahead, and is that a Jarvan? He has some pretty sick units right now.
The Yuumi especially is going to be very, very impactful in terms of having just way more of your vertical Prodigy while still having the 3 Battle Academy online onto your board. And just, yeah, the early direction, it's going to be so easy to play inside Yuumi now.
We thought Flancy's board was ridiculous.
A Karma as well. Oh my goodness.
He's getting this full set, the Jarvan and Karma in the same composition.
This is the value of Silver Spoon. You're reaching your 2% chance to find a 4 cost a little bit earlier in the game.
And he's playing the Mundo 2, which I believe is correct for if he wants a full win streak.
Jarvan is more of an off tank. So when you are looking at very low DPS and just one sturdy tank to rule them all, Mundo is usually the answer when it comes to stage 2. We'll see if he can hang up against this crit build on GP. The stun comes through. Gangplank is getting kind of low. The Senna damage is coming in, or the Kalista damage rather, but I think Gangplank is definitely going to clean up here. So much gold being farmed as well.
Yeah, I think even though Haruru did lose the win streak, Flash Rolls can't be too sad about that one. They farmed the extra gold, and I was looking at the shop items, and I don't know how, but we still have 2 unused duplicators from YYDM.
So he just hit a natural Gangplank, it must have been.
Yeah.
He must have had 2. He picked a team builder with the idea of, oh, perfect, I'm going to have a great tempo option here, and he hit the next 3rd natural Gangplank in that same 2 one-shop.
Wow.
So maybe that changes the way he picks his augments, because the big value of Team Builder in that situation would have been to immediately get the Gangplank 2, but he got it anyway. And now he has kind of 2 dead duplicators on bench for all of stage 2 and 3, but he has a Gangplank 2, so I think that kind of lets him wipe away his tears.
Yeah, that's actually pretty crazy of a start, and I wonder how Xunge is going to play around that, because we did see him have the components for the Guinsoo's. He's the most likely player to have to contest. We know in this meta, you can't allow the GPs to play solo. That's just too big of a risk for a win-out player emerging on the opponent team. So how do you play when you're so far behind in copies? That's going to be a very interesting solve for Twisted Minds.
The Syndra 2 has been found for Kebaba. I think he's definitely gearing up to play into Yuumi. Of course, with one Yuumi already being out of the pool, a little bit sad, but we have Haruru already with an early Karma, which I think gives him the direction and the prio on playing Sorks.
Absolutely. He probably does have to avoid his teammate and also avoid what Flancy has hit already. Achen here, we're wondering if he's going to go for his roll down. If you want to play the crew, this is when you would want to do it. And he's keeping himself rather flexible. He's willing to go to level 5 on high experience.
Is there any consideration for Gangplank? I mean, don't you just buy the second one and then see what your next natural shop is, just in case you have 2 more Gangplanks and you just full pivot? You must,
you have
no?
to, right?
You must.
Yeah. I totally agree with that call. Achen, come on, sell something on your board.
You can sell a Kai'Sa, or maybe he's keeping Kai'Sa as that plan B option, but no,
he
gives up on the Gangplank, does not want to keep himself open to that potential high roll, or just a potential augment that really leads into it. What if he gets Teacher's Council, for example?
Well, that's possible. I also think it's probably indicates that Xingge is going to be the designated GP player on the other side of the team, so he's not trying to prove himself. Silver Destiny, any Rebanov fans out there?
We have had some big low rolls. Have players learned from these teachings? It's going to be keepers for Xingge, and Xingge is not on GP. He is going to be rolling for either Kai'Sa, it looks like, or for Jin. He has prep, so I think the front line is clear. Going to be playing for Mundo, but his back line still keeping a few options open, just in case he hits some high roll shots.
And that does mean that Ahao A might be the one that has to play the GP. I would be very, very surprised if Twisted Mind just decides to not play GP. To be fair, we have seen this happen in previous games. Sometimes it can be a trap to over-roll for the GP, but at least in my meta understanding, I'm not willing to do that.
It looks like Ironbog will be the Kai'Sa reroll player for Flash Wolves, which is why we're seeing so many Kai'Sas being held both on Xingge's board and on Achen's board.
Well, the Kai'Sa board is very interesting. So far, we have Aegis that have been successful on the composition, but everyone else sometimes falters around. We have seen it spike really hard if you manage to find the Supreme Cell emblem and just get it onto the Owl comp. You kind of bridge those two compositions together. That might be a possible out. But so far in the tournament, outside of very specific conditions, not the strongest comp we've seen.
I believe for Haruru, we might have seen a Recombobulator. We have. And for good reason. We had 4 costs already on the board. We have found a Juggernaut in Lee Sin to add to this board. Did he sell the Karma? Considering he looked like he had more of an 80 path off of his item components at Krugs, and he would have been able to maybe potentially recombobulate 2 4 costs into 2 5 costs, but it seems like it's only 1 here.
Yeah, this has to feel so bad for Xingge, because Xingge actually took rolling for days, and he didn't hit the Jin 2. Now, this player just he just recombobbed his Kalista straight into the Jin 2 here. So, sorry, it wasn't rolling for days, but you know, he rolled very, very deep, down to below 10 gold, and not finding the carry while someone else has just gifted it.
And Ahao seems to be locked into Katarina, so overall, a lot of reroll in this lobby. Even a player who was given a Jarvan and an early Karma that we thought would maybe go into Sorks has instead pivoted into this AD reroll, which has really, I think, been the big evolution this tournament in terms of Stage 3. A lot more teams are identifying, hey, who is the key path, the key way to preserve HP in Stage 3? It's usually Mundo, and they're starting to play a lot more Jin reroll, a lot more Kai'Sa reroll as well.
I think this is what Twisted Mind had to take away from their shellacking against Citadel yesterday, because they lost to a lot of Mundo boards that stabilized from Dank Memes into Soul Fighters, into Legendaries. It was a shocking lesson for them, and take a look at YYDM, he's now up to 3 duplicators, so that might be one of the reasons why we see Twisted Minds just completely forego the GP contest.
Any GP players? There's a Rise with a bow, but I don't know if there are any GP players left in this lobby, weirdly enough.
Is this the lowest amount of GPs we've seen?
I mean, YYDM is still carrying GP, but I'm not sure if he's going to stick to GP in this consideration.
Oh, come on. If it's open GP, you have to play it,
He
right?
must have, right?
Yeah. It's probably in his contract, so.
And it is being held, so I mean, someone is playing it for sure on Flash Wolves.
Yeah, Achen not going to let that run away. He is committed to the crew at this point, and this is kind of interesting. We have seen some players decide not to roll too deep on level 4, and the theory is being that you actually want maximum amount of gold into this composition just to hit 2 of your crew units to 3-star as soon as possible.
You can also, I think, hit more of the 2 costs, a little bit more likely when you're playing the crew, and you end up becoming the ultimate griefer. You have so many rolls every turn for free as well. You have, maybe if you have the bench space, you can start holding a lot of the GPs, a lot of the Kai'Sas, the Jins, the Mundos, deny from the opposing team.
All right, and taking a look right here, he's 2 GPs off of just getting GP3. Has been able to find at least 1 bow item. That was one of the big things that we were kind of worried about for his composition. And he's also doing a very good deny on Ahao's board, 5 Katarinas onto the bench.
And also a perfect crit build for the future Yasuo as well, with IE, Strikers, and Hodge. So if he's able to find the Rage Blade, he's going to have best in-slot items for Yasuo and for Gangplank. What a win here, the Kale just barely surviving on her Ascended version on level 6.
Yeah, just 1 extra hit would have been enough to break that 8-win streak. And now he gets a second power-up and a rejuice again.
He must roll here, no, for the GP3, considering he is on a 9-win streak. You want to really get this extra win streak gold. You want to continue preserving HP here. Unless he has only his teammates in his pool, then maybe considers that he can beat it out.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only reason you don't just hunt for the GP3 at this point. He's already found the Rise as well on level 6, so quite a considerable high roll from YYDM. And this is what we've seen all tournament. There usually is that one player that just somehow is very far ahead in the GP counts, and the other team has to play around that. It's incredibly difficult, and if I'm being fair, it's very rare to see teams overcome it.
Opts not to roll for it, ends up only being a 2-star Gangplank. Does he get punished? Does he lose the win streak is the big question. He is facing someone from Flash Wolves as well, so maybe just wants to deal less damage. It looks like it will still be a win regardless up against this Kaisa board from Iron Block. So great strategy for now from YYDM.
On the flip side though, even though it's good to have streaks, maybe K-Balboa's streaks is a little too much. 26 HP, 10 loss streak, going all the way up. We're gonna have to see where he's gonna land in this composition.
A lot of gold to work with though. We're already level 8, 30 gold, rolling here. Gonna get a bit of a rejuice also from the creep round. There's the first of the karmas.
Oh, finds one. Okay, so this is probably why we saw Haruru being willing to recombobulate his Jarvan and Karma. It's very rare to find players that are willing to move off of the perfect Sork spot, but K-Balboa, they want to save that spot for him. They know a full loss streaker, the best comp to go into we've seen so far in this tournament has been that Sorks.
We'll see the last bit of the roll down for K-Balboa. We'll see if he hits the Karma. 2 is going to be the big stabilization point alongside maybe some extra frontline for Flancy. Also rolling on 8 for the same exact board. Not a single copy of Karma has been found yet. 2. Just as K-Balboa upgrades his own Karma to 2 stars. So a big disparity in HP between these players, yes, but also in current board strength with K-Balboa finding his key upgrade.
Oh, and these are those pivoted moments.
The front line is very weak though for K-Balboa. I'm a bit scared because you can have all the damage you want, that if you don't have just a little bit of time to buy for the Karma to burst the enemy board, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, I wish he really would send that Rise into the front line. Usually what happens in the composition, he does have strategists from Jarvan as well, so just get that extra 300 shielding out the map.
This Karma walk-up is a bit dangerous potentially if the Jhin is able to kill this Jarvan and then target onto the Karma, but it looks like Mundo will be dying here before the Jhin can fully clear the Karma, and it will be a necessary stabilization for K-Balboa, ends the 10 loss streak.
And Achen is continuing to free fall here, already on a 2 loss streak, down to 29 HP. Oh, invested. This could be Prismatics. There's a lot of things that could save these players. We're thinking about things like max cap, like invested coming in.
I saw the Call to Chaos, and I'm thinking about only one thing, Clemens. Sniper's Focus cash outs.
That is the save. You get a 10% chance to hit triple snipers, and if you do get that, find a Gwen, you're pretty much locked.
Or Yasuo. We saw it pop off. I think it was exactly YYDM that was sporting it to great results yesterday.
True, I honestly think that interaction's a little bit too easy. You always remember, it's only a 10% chance, even if you take the Call to Chaos, but you remember every time it happens to you.
There's a Gangplank 3 from YYDM. Is this going to be a Mr. 100 game? I think no, because in 4v4, if you have so much HP, you want to use it as a resource. You want to sack for your teammates especially. But what a dominant start to this series, really, with YYDM and his 100 HP right now.
We're going to get the answer to what Flancy picks up here. It is going to be a Sork +1 emblem. I usually am not a huge fan of the emblems this late, but it is very good on Jarvan. He has a great AP ratio. Still not going to stabilize him.
There's GP clearing out the board. And we're seeing some pretty big disparities in the HP brackets. Looking at the augments on that left-hand side, we're seeing a few Radiant Refractors, especially Bronze for Life for Haruru as well.
This was the save I was talking about. 2 max caps coming in for Twisted Minds. They were already bleeding a lot of HP despite playing 2-cost reroll compositions, and I was like, what would be the save for 4-2 Prismatics? And they did find the answer to it. So let's see if they can hit those Katarina 3s despite how hard they've been denied. Oh, does have 3 crew in. 3 crew is usually the most important breakpoint because it is when you do get the orbital ship online.
One off the Rakan here as well. Yuumi pair, Leona 2 already as well, on level 6. So, I mean, all that gold has come into good use. We don't have quite best in slot items just yet on the Katarina, but it should be strong enough to get a lot of wins across this next stage. We're seeing a Volibear setup here from Haruru on the opposing side.
59 HP. This looks like he's going to be in a brawler position. You don't really expect this composition to carry through into a first place, but you already have win-out players. K-Balbal, YYDM, very strong win-out, so he's just playing to preserve and maybe get a top 4. Great save for Ahawe, though. I was looking at the deny on YYDM. High AS HP, 12 win streak. If you have a lobby leader holding all of those Katarinas, you usually cannot get them back.
Yep. Spatula on the stage for carousel. A few key 5 costs as well. Seraphine for the Prodigy players and Braum here as well, just to fit in, especially if you're in a position to go 9 and you have that slot open in the Sork board.
Yeah, a bit of a miss for Achen. He really wanted to get that Twisted Fate. That would have been a best find in the 5-cost territory. Doesn't get one here. And meanwhile, looking at K-Balbal, he already has a Radiant item for 4-2. So despite that 10 loss streak early on, he is in a very strong position to carry through as a win-out.
Lanty does seem to have almost fully stabilized. Very strong front line with the Sork Jarvan, with this fully itemized Swain. No Gwen high rolls, that's the big question still. And obviously missing that Karma upgrade as well.
Yeah, he does have a lot of HP.
There's the Gwen.
With.
You have a gold Regis from selling the Ahri. If you want to sell the Ahri here, I think you have to, right? At this point in time.
No, Ahri too, yeah, I'd sell it.
There is more burst damage if you're trying to take down a main tank and have the chain from Karma come through, especially with Gwen has no items, right? That's the big thing. All the items are in Swain for now, secondary sets. But overall, I think Gwen is Gwen, so.
Okay, taking a look at YYDM here, he might be losing his Mr. 100 streak. Fun fact, he's actually the only player in TAC rounds to have won a game at 100 HP. He did so at set 12 with the hero augments. It was not that fun, to be honest, because it was an artifact into Lilia. Yeah, pretty crazy. And is going to sack for his teammates, I believe. It would be tragic if he removed and still won. I think he won.
There is some delay on the HUD, but that's the 13 win streak for now for YYDM. Shunga also being taken down by his own teammate, by Ahau.
Oh, okay, never mind. It was a delay. You're right.
It was a loss there. 86 HP now still, though. So much HP preservation having been done for his team off of the early GP. K-Balbal as well, the player we always talk about. If K-Balbal is able to stabilize and then take over, he can then become a very important part of the team as well. Ziggs 3 has been found for A10, where when he needed it most, right? He's currently sitting at 8 HP on his last line, potentially.
He also got the 1% Twisted Fate in the previous shop, so that's a pretty big find. A great roll down for him. This might be the journey for the comeback, but it has to happen now at 8 HP.
Shunga did not weaken his board, it looked like. Full items on Mundo and on Jin. They're fully prepped. Not Mundo 3 just yet. Is this crew board strong enough to beat this?
I think it should be, with the additional true damage coming in with Twisted Fate. 4-6 Twisted Fate, and relatively
the Radiant
early.
Crown Guard. Getting the AP ratio on the heal. The Jin is healing the Mundo as well, but it looks like he is finally going to be going down to all the ship damage coming through, and it will be a win and a survival for A10.
Yeah, I think this is what Twisted Mind really wanted. If I'm looking at Shingo's spot, he probably has the worst spot currently in the lobby. He's very far away from Jin 3, and you can kind of tell that he's just sacking for the team at this point. He's holding a lot of the GP stabilization and also holding Iron Bog's Kaisas as well. I think he understands that it's just not possible for him to continue on much more in this game.
And now in the PvP phase, I think it's important to state, sometimes it is correct for one of your teammates to eliminate you in stage 4, in stage 5. If keeping you with life has less value than keeping a better or a stronger teammate healthy for the final race when it comes to the top 4s, when it comes to that 4th or 5th place position. We've seen sometimes eliminations happen where you think it's a mistake, that you didn't remove items or you didn't waste one of the movers for that life save, but sometimes it can be correct.
Yeah, I think a lot of situations, like Twisted Mind should not try to grief for Shinga, because there's just no cap left into this composition, so that's also another consideration. Yeah, he's just straight leveling, trying to tempo this out. This was what Dank Memes did so well yesterday as well, but I think the key thing is it just missed out on the Jin 2. Rolling to 10, not hitting Jin 2, that just closes your options.
Puts you far behind on making to 8, on trying to play for that tempo with Volibear 2. If you get an early and a high roll down, you can go past 9, for example, and play for the real cap with the TFs, with the Lee Sins, with the Braums as well.
And the culprit is sitting, in the opposite side of the screen there. It was that Haruru Recon Bob into Jin 2. That did lower the chances here. Oh, we do have Serious Slam into the backline. If he hits the right target, this could be it for Ah-Chen.
Stuck on the Malphite for now, buying so much time. Samira is trying to help, but Volibear is being taken down. Samira's all by herself, and Rise with the water gun is not going to be impactful enough to win that fight.
Oh, that was so very close. Sometimes if you manage to trap the pathway towards the main tank, you can get that Serious Slam directly into the backline. Didn't happen right there. And as we were seeing, Xingge, as we expected, is going to go into the bottom. But K-Balbal also takes a big loss. 2
losses now. He was at 26 HP, has now dropped down to just 2. Might need to have a lifesaver thrown at him from his team as well. This is where it matters most. This is where trying to index into saving your teammate is so impactful. From going from an 8th to a 6th, for example, can be game-winning when it comes to the total addition of the points.
Yeah, 2 points could mean everything here. If you get that 6th place, it could mean that you're forcing the opponent to go 1-3. It just opens up so many more avenues. So we do have Twisted Minds on the right side, and the more important fight on the left side between K-Balbal and Xingge. K-Balbal with that Radiant Item Karma too, I do think is favored in this matchup, and we just see the disc of death flowing through the composition.
A clean wipe. No declaw on the Mundo makes that fight very easy for K-Balbal. On the flip side, Katarina items were removed, and it's still a fairly close fight. This Malphite's almost going down to the Yuumi, so I think it really goes to show that Ahao is just that much stronger than his teammate coming into this stage 5.
So unless Ironbog took a massive loss, it should be Xingge going 8th place. And yes, we do get the confirmation here. That means that most likely for Twisted Mind, if it's just a bottom 2, top 2 kind of situation, they do have to play for the win out. So that's going to be the most critical part for them going forward. And the rest of Ahao and Flancy have enough HP, I think, to avoid just getting blown out.
The question is, where can Haru cap with his Volibear board? Can he cap any higher than just his fast 8 comp with Volibear with Samira? Has he done his job already? And also, YYDM, he's free falling. 100 HP now all the way down to 44.
Ooh, that is very surprising. Now, he did have a lobby leading 30 plus HP coming into stage 4, so I think there might have been a couple of games where he was just like, okay, I'll let you get the HP, like a fight we've seen right here. YYDM basically trading places with K-Balbal. Ah-Chen finding another win and another round to power up that Twisted Fate.
It must have been also Flancy allowing his teammate to get the win there. There is a TF on the carousel, and of course, we have our crew player at the very bottom of the standings since the very beginning of the game. Haruru can deny, can also pick up a Sterax for his melee-based comp.
And I wonder if someone takes away that Executioner +1 for Ahao A. I think Ironbog has to do it. Yeah. So he can't use it on his composition, but he's not going to allow Ahao to put that onto the Yuumi.
Could have maybe stutter step there, because it looks like the opposing team from Twisted Minds would have tried to get it anyway, kind of trick him into getting it in the end, but no. Ironbog ends up being the defender.
Yeah, Ahao is already the lobby leader, so he doesn't get to decide, but you can do what you were just mentioning. Have your teammates kind of mess up their minds a little bit, get something Twisted Minds.
We're seeing now the final roll down. Still an itemless Gwen 1 for K-Balbal here. Maybe part of why he hasn't... Oh, no, he just removed 4 that last fight, I assume. It will be the Void Staff, the blue buff, and just a singular bow for now. Does have anti-heal on the Swain with the Sunfire Cape.
And I think the big thing for Flash Wolves is who can take out Ah-Chen. Taking out Ah-Chen in bot 4 removes a win-out player on the opponent's side. And I haven't seen a board that can really do it right now. None of these boards have that type of a cap to go through the Malphite. Oh, but he's running into a teammate right now. Oh, it's Ironbog, sorry.
It's Ironbog versus Ah-Chen. There's going to be a team kill on the left side. Hopefully not very big damage, but it will be a lot of units to the left alive there for Ah-Chen. We're seeing the crew units trying to win this one. Kaisa has one more cast in her. Does she win the fight? No, just barely loses to the last Sivir cast.
Really tough losses coming in from Haruru.
Look at the HP totals, they're so close.
And suddenly the tables might have turned. Ah-Chen's already out of danger so far, and we have 2 Flash Wolves members in the bottom 4. If they both go out, it could still end up as a blowout win for Twisted Minds.
Baba without the Gwen too. He is level 9. He does have a Braum online already. He does have the chance to just find a few more shops, get the gold from the next PvE round, and then really hit that stride and potentially play for first place. But this matchup now is so important where he does not have those upgrades just yet, and he is facing off against Flancy, the Sork mirror on the left side.
Really good jump by the Jarvan straight off the bat here. I think that was Mana Rush, so he gets the 1.5 second off the bat and is able to take out the backline plus Gwen earlier. But Swain 2, oh, no damage left.
The chip damage coming onto the backline of the Karma, and Swain left alive all by herself. Kaisa needs to get the smallest of wins, if possible, against YYDM, and she does. So really big from Flash Wolves to have both of these players stay alive in that 1v1 matchup. Achan is out as well. If Flancy is sent into this bottom 4, that will be yet again another wrap for Flash Wolves taking this game 1.
So based on the fights, Achan actually got knocked out by Ahaoe. Might have happened to a teammate. It's very hard to prevent just because Katarina can go into your backline. That's one of the worst matchups for the crew, but very unfortunate for Twisted Mind. That had to be a team kill.
In the best case scenario, Twisted Minds will need a 1 in 3 to win this match. If Flancy doesn't go out, of course, in this next round, that would just end it on the spot.
Yep, Flancy needs to make it to 3rd place at the very least right here. Jarvan 2 already being found. And I believe it was Mana Rush plus Efficient as the power-ups coming in for K-Bao.
And that is best in slot power-ups. Very rare to find Mana Rush on Jarvan. Only offered on 2 units in this set, on Zyra and on Jarvan. And incredibly strong. You start with full mana, so you immediately get a cast. You have a much higher chance of getting the second cast as well, with everyone being stunned for those first few seconds.
Yeah, what an amazing find. I wonder if he did tailor for that. Now he's going to run into his teammate, so this will be a team kill on the side of Flash Wolves. Meanwhile, we'll see if Flancy can stay alive here. Ironbog does hit the Kaisa 3.
Ironbog has to be the hero for Flash Wolves here. If he takes down Flancy, that is a game 1 win for Flash Wolves. Kaisa has one more cast in her, as does the last unit, but it's going to be Ironbog taking the win against Flancy there. An elimination here as well, which is the bigger loss.
And it is going to be Flancy going into the bottom 4. That is the blowout win coming in for Flash Wolves. Not really a blowout, it was extremely close until the very end, but just going by the definitions, that execution emblem actually made the difference right there. The extra damage for Akali was enough.
And it comes down to just one-upping your mirror match, and that's both of the Sork players stabilizing Flancy and K-Bao with different HP totals coming into stage 4, but in the end, K-Bao just barely able to outplace Flancy in that Sork 1v1, end up in the top 4, and secure the win for Flash Wolves. With 4 of their players in this top 4, YYDM was that tempo leader in the early game, 13 win streak to preserve so much total team HP as a whole, and K-Bao was that comeback player coming back from 26 HP into that top 4.
Really well played by Flash Wolves. We're talking about just how teams kind of adapt to the GP3 in a team leader situation. And what I think was really cool about this game was not only YYDM lending so much HP to the rest of the team, but also Haruru giving up his spot for K-Bao. K-Bao full loss streak, there's limited compositions that can stabilize you. He had the Jarvan and the Karma, and he said, no, I'm going to recombob into something else.
And Haru having to play essentially the content game, the streamer game of recombobbing and of trying to flex around the 5-cost you're given, of thinking he's playing into Juggernaut, then looking into playing into Volibear, into Samira, and just trying to make it work, playing kind of the X-Factor line. But I think the big star of the show has to be Ironbog. Kaisa reroll, a comp we don't see played every game, a comp we don't see performing to such a high level in the top 2 here in game 1.
Yeah, and he didn't get Knuckle Dusters necessarily, but that was still a very scary Vi rushing across the map. We saw it was going, just from point to point, killing carries. He, of course, got it naturally with the Caretaker, so he had a very stable front line, and the Akali positioning at the end, that was what sealed the deal. If it was just front to back, I truly believe that Flancy would have taken that fight. But no, the extra Executioner emblem he denied, going up into it, doing a ton of work, just getting that damage threshold to secure the win.
Surely the Vi cannot 1v1 a Katarina and a Rakan 3. That would be absolute insanity. Maybe this is the new line to play on ladder, but it will be a loss there. Ahau, the dominant player in this game. Not enough though for his team. He was just 2 alone in this top 4. A strong initial showing from Flash Wolves. in this series.
And I feel like Flash Wolves has just grown so much in the past 2 days. They were really in control in this game, in the driver's seat, mainly because of the GP. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. That definitely was a thing. But think about how high roll Twisted Minds had to get to this spot. They had to have 2 max caps to get their 3 stars. Without that max cap, I think Ahaoe dies almost instantly. The other thing was Achen actually getting the 1% Twisted Fate into the Ziggs 3 and still not being able to stabilize, actually getting team killed right there. Very unfortunate.
Chen really clutch as well, though. In all of Stage 4, he was able to survive on just that 1 HP. A lot of great communication between the teams to weaken themselves, to remove items off Katarina, to allow him to continue scaling the crew and continue getting more reward from TF to try and maybe become that win-out player, as I said. But we'll hear more of an in-depth breakdown from our analyst desk now. Take it away, guys.
We will indeed. Welcome to the analyst desk. Flash Wolves here, starting things off very strong against Twisted Minds. Hupe, we said this was going to be a very close game. We were going to expect a lot of different things from both of these teams, and they're so far living up to the expectation.
Yeah, 100%. It was all decided in 1 round, actually. 6-1, 4 players with only 1 digit of HP. And the name of the game was the Gunplank once again for YYDM. Very, very early into the game. Pushing tempo vibes, if you will, and then he was able to give HP. We didn't saw it in the transmission, but I'm pretty sure he was just able to give HP to the rest of the lobby, and then in the end, that was worth it. 3 players of Twisted Minds in the bottom 5, so good win for Flash Wolves.
Absolutely, but let's break down YYDM's spot, why was it so good in the first play. Full upgraded board with GP, picking up the duplicators. And after the cracks, he had 3 duplicators, GP2, just waiting for the roll down, and pretty much hitting it effortlessly. What's interesting, Achen had a really good spot to play GP. He had 2 GP already at the cracks, optional, and he opted to play still crew while having really good items. So he could have made Eon Rageblade and the Kraken, and he opted to go for reroll. Without max cap, he's guaranteed Dave this spot. So just because the YYDM had such a good spot for GP, I think the Twisted Mind were scared to contest, and I think it was incorrect. You just contest there, and given you have already 2 GPs, you would be way better off playing GP2 and just into tempo than trying to play crew from not really good augments this game.
Yeah, also I want to recognize Ironbog. He tried to go for the Kaisa and he didn't find it early. He was being griefed very heavily from Twisted Mind, and that was the plan. They tried to take Ironbog out, tried to take him 7th or 8th, but no, he got 2nd. And a late Kaisa 3 was able for him to surpass the time. Once again, just good gameplay from Flash Wolves. Twisted Mind has a good plan. The strategy is there. You need a little luck. You need to avoid that GP2 early for the enemy team. But for sure, it's a close series, Ginny. We saw it already. This is the rematch. So I really think it will be even closer. So still, my prediction is a 2-1.
Okay, I like how you're sticking to your prediction. And I mean, at the end of the day as well, for Flash Wolves here, they are coming off hot from yesterday's win as well. They have that confidence coming through after crushing a key. They're now here on this first game. So for Twisted Minds, if we're looking at it from this perspective here, Alan, it's the fact that they have now lost 3 games in a row. So for me, I am also a little bit worried of like, how are they gonna bounce back from that?
Oh, I'm all down. Mental boom to Flash Wolves go.
Oh, okay. I mean, you know what? For Flash Wolves side of things, they should be very proud of themselves that they're able to get this lead on. But something that we've seen today as well, Hupe, from every single one of the series so far, is that even though that first game might not necessarily go the way of the team that, you know, they're still bringing it back. We've seen 3-match series every single time today. I think a lot is on the line and the players are fully aware of that. So as you touched upon, the strategy is already there. It's maybe like a little bit of a tweaking of components, maybe left, right, maybe center, however that might be, and then hit this second match very convincingly.
Yeah, I mean, the second win-out condition, getting that first place, was accomplished. So Ahao playing the Katarina, that is normally not the best possibility because it's actually different. It's being grief, same as the Kaisa. So 2-star, 2-cost, 3-star are the one accomplished. So Ahao is the win-out player here. You could have another one, but once again, you said it in the previous game, Alan, you need 2 win conditions. So this is the first one. Now you need to have the other one, and the other one normally is an X factor.
The fact that Ahao hit their max cap while YYDM was holding 7 Katarinas is so crucial. Like both Twisted Mind players, Ahao and Achen, without max cap there, are just going dead last. And it was such a bailout on the Prismatic argument, being a 50-50% chance essentially, a bit lower, 40% there roughly, was crucial.
We also have a little bit of a Twitter update because we have some kind words. So we're gonna have a look at to what's been said on social media when it comes to TFT at EWC.
Socials, 4v4 TFT is the best. Thoughts and feelings here, Cass?
Thoughts and feelings, yeah, of course. I mean, 4v4 is the best. I can somewhat agree. I think I'm a bit biased towards team games. I mean, my professional career was in a team game as well, so I think I really like that camaraderie, that teamwork that comes with it, so it does kind of get a little bit of an edge for me.
Yeah, I have to agree. Pro players love the format, and even normally you're very individual in normal TFT, but now there's a lot of group story, and that's the best way to perform. And if you have a group story, and then you're able actually to play with them and enjoy the game, I think it has to be one of the best formats. If not the best, we have to give it a little time there.
I think it's cool too because it like mitigates your bad variance as well because you also have your teammates. So if your variance is bad, like maybe your teammates will have a good variance and it kind of gets to average out where it becomes a little bit more skill testing, especially because it adds a couple other skill testing things like sacrificing for your opponents, weakening your board, and then also griefing units of the opposing players.
Yeah, we see in several times. Sometimes you don't have to be the hero. You don't have to be a top one player. Even though you're helping, when you're helping the team, you are the hero. You're being the strategist. You're the one to talk. So I get the feeling, and I totally get with Milk. He's a yapper, but he's a hard yapper.
And it's a known opinion. Milk has been saying he loves 4v4. He doesn't even want to play non-4v4.
Auto-reclaim ambassador.
Yeah.
Okay, Hope, I was expecting some Twitter screenshots, shown to the camera where like, look what they are saying. But overall, it's been a positive sentiment around the 4v4 format that we're seeing here.
Yeah, especially from the players. Audience has been involved, but the audience is involved because the players love it. The players are saying this is the greatest format ever. Obviously, that's under discussion, but it has actually been a huge impact. Right now, for example, in Paris, in the TPO, that will be in December, Riot already announced that we also will have 4v4 on the second day.
Let's go!
So the format is going there, and obviously, it's getting great reception by players, by teams, and by audience.
Yeah, absolutely. Having the players enjoy it, casters enjoy it, viewers enjoy it, why not push the format further? Everyone loves it. There is a way more depth into it. And just seeing also clubs jump in and support the scene is pretty cool to see.
Yeah, and with that, we are heading into another match of TFT of the 4v4 format with Twisted Minds going up against Flash Walls. But first, a little break, and then we'll be back.
All right, and Robin Songs tweeted, 4-0, don't underestimate us advancing to the playoffs, right? And I mean, what do you think about this, Hupe? Don't underestimate us. They've shown it 4-0 in the group stages.
Yeah, we had them as underdogs, and they've been proving that they are amazing. So, I mean, Robin in his best form, being the veteran for the team, being amazing. Dan Means playing good, being BM with the rest, like talking about the rest.
Yeah.
We have this coming, and then making it work, because that's the thing. You can maybe try to insult, or you can try to say anything, but then you have to put the pedal in the metal, and they actually did it.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, like, Dank Beams has been so good for the past few sets, so him coming together with a couple of veterans. Solus, new set, he's always a beast. You definitely can't underestimate Solus the second a set comes out. And I think, we saw a little bit in the global qualifiers how good Citadels could be, but maybe didn't expect them to be this good.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. Experience now for gameplay, and for Robin, of course, the age. This is the veteran. This is our grandpa, if you will.
Grandpa
so,
Robin.
Yeah, we love Robin. We love Robin, and they're doing amazing. They haven't lost a series. They haven't lost a game. This is just too much, and the average placing is amazing. So I truly love them, and they could go all the way.
Yeah, what did he say in the interview? view. He's 59 years old, so I think he's the same age as the rest of his team combined.
59 years young is what I like to say.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the SNB Arena. Game 2 starting soon between Twisted Minds and Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves 1-0 up, a blowout win, although it was kind of close, but 3 players from Twisted Minds, from the CN team, went into that bottom 4. A heartbreak final fight there between the Sorg players that ended up with a K-Bao win and the 4th place. Nerves and jitters we're seeing there. A lot of pressure on both of these rosters to perform in this game 2.
There's so many players that have came back from long hiatuses in their careers to find that second win on the EWC stage, to find 4v4 and call it a new port of home. We had Shunga, who's honestly, after he won the championship in TOC, he was kind of like, you know, I didn't find the same drive. He found it with 4v4. He's coming back with his teammates. Same thing with K-Bao, who has been one of our best players from the ancient days of the Southeast Asia region, finally being able to get a competitive experience here.
We will see if any GPs come to YYDM shops across this stage 1 especially. He's the player that had, of course, the most explosive start and middle part of the game in game 1. A 13 win streak, which is so important. We talk about probably the most important facet of 4v4 being HP preservation in stage 2 and 3. If you preserve HP or if you lose too much of it, it's what sets you up for your finale and your game plans in stage 4 and 5. And the 13 win streak is just so important to give your team breathing room.
Yeah, despite all the interesting things that did happen in the previous game, I think you can't ignore the elephant in the room. GP2 is just very difficult to play around in all circumstances. So if I'm Twisted Minds, I kind of just put the previous game in the book. I just say, you know what? These Flash Wolves guys, they're always lucky, but they can't keep getting away with it.
Game 2 is surely going to be one for the history books. We'll see now I believe it's going on to the kill for now, the fruit. Yeah, just testing to see if you get one of the very strong ones, if you want to maybe play for kill reroll. Doesn't hit a strong one, doesn't hit any kills in the shop. Going to sell the kill instead. Maybe do the same thing now on the Syndras. If you find a Syndra 2 with Rising Chaos, can be incredibly strong for an AP start. We saw the Swain as well early.
Yeah, a lot of people do like tailoring for the Syndra. You drop your fruit on the Ezreal, throw it away, and then you put it on the Syndra for Rising Chaos and Heart of Gold. Those 2 ones are just very easy to play around. Heart of Gold is my personal favorite. You can just straight level, and it's kind of for free if you're in that line. Clancy is going to find himself some additional interest just to start off. Does look like perhaps 2 components. And we are going into a triple gold encounter, so there will not be too many crazy variants coming, at least from the augments.
Pyromaniac can be a strong option here with a red buff, just using so many different comps to great effect. Protector Crest, an interesting option. I know it's pretty strong on Leona, but definitely only if you get it, I think, kind of for free, not from a 2-1 augment pickup in terms of direction. Stars Are Born, though, a very different story. This is a strong setup for rerolls, as is the treasure hunt that we see picked up there by Shunga. Incredibly strong lines to play for.
Yeah, you almost automatically consider that a win-out position.
Ooh, and Clancy with the Deathblade augment, Deadlier Blades I think it's called, where you get the extra AD off of takedowns. Very strong for just AD reroll lines, I imagine. Kai'Sa, for example, double scaling with both her kit and the augment.
I think we're being set up for a very fast tempo game right here. There's a lot of rerolls. Stars Are Born also coming in from Flash Wolves' side, so a lot of additional power. And we're going to take a look what Flancy is angling for. We have not seen anyone play the Xayah so far, so I do have to assume it will be going into the Jhin line. But you can still keep the stacks just playing with this carry.
That's right. Important to know for our viewers at home, these stacks are on the Deathblade itself. Only on that exact copy of the Deathblade you have. If you get a different Deathblade, you have to restack it, get kills again. If you somehow disassemble this Deathblade with Salvage Bin, the stacks are gone. So definitely do not do that, please.
Yes, that's an important thing to remember. Same thing with power-ups. Actually, all of the stacking power-ups do transfer between champions, but you would have to be very, very lucky to re-roll them.
Strong frontline setup for Haru here with a good amount of DPS from the Ahri. Single target, early game, there's not many units on the board, so she definitely does a very good job. It's where the late game where she kind of falls off when there's 8, 9 units to chew through. Her one-hit wonders with her ability, not quite as impactful.
Yeah, this is a really nice board for early gold generation and tempo as well. Haru just trying to decide between the Mentor, additional tankiness, or does he want the Sork? Does look like he's going to end up just putting the Kabuko onto his board. I do think that's probably a better option given that he has 2 items onto the front line of Rel. And it is going to be Flash Wolves on Flash Wolves action. One of them will lose that 100 streak.
Okay, Baba potentially going to be the GP player in this game. I know he had 1 game of GP across the last 2 days, and he had a win, actually. So maybe has some positive reinforcement on going down this line. He is only sitting on a red buff, which does give you attack speed. Maybe not exactly best in slot for GP, though.
I just want to point out, this is money laundering between Flash Wolves players. So far, it's 6 gold generated in this one fight by executions and also just by the Mogul's Mail. So this is a cool thing about 4v4. You can actually try to set up these scenarios where the fights just go on very long.
Maybe remove items, get the DPS as low as possible, and just, if you're able to really, really read the board strength, you can get a perpetual loop going on for as long as the overtime takes you.
Kind of an interesting thing. I don't think it was intentional, but it was definitely kind of cool to see in that specific instance. Xingge most likely going to be the win-out player coming in for Twisted Mind. And this is the one thing that I think Twisted Mind has struggled with a lot, finding good win-out spots. It's best when it's on Xingge, because Xingge currently has been struggling the hardest this set, and also in this tournament, and still in like a 6 AVP overall. So if he gets this boost of confidence, if he can drive home a win for Twisted Mind, it would be absolutely massive.
For now, Xingge not really committed to anything, hasn't slammed a single item just yet. With Treasure Hunt, you can play pretty much any reroll and find success. We've seen it work out with the crew, Katarina, of course. We'll see what line he goes for. He is holding, of course, some of the Battle Academy units on his bench, so potentially Katarina is the angle with a Quick pickup on this next carousel, for example.
Yeah, with Treasure Hunt, there are certain playstyles where you don't actually even go for the reroll line. You do stack up those treasure chests into the later phases, but if you want to play on tempo, then it is advised.
There's a Katarina on the carousel as well as a Gangplank, so some of our reroll players, some key hits here, maybe even the Kaisa, right? Maybe some more prio between these 2 teams with how well Ironbog was able to navigate that Vi-Kaisa duo to the top 2 last game.
Second place was absolutely huge for him. Ironbog with the hefty rolls is already committed towards the reroll, and it looks like he will be taking over the crew spot.
Yeah, it's a very strong setup for the crew. We talked about it. Certain comps like the crew, you can't just play straight up on 2-1 any game you want. You can't force it. The stats in the ladder meta are not very good. But when certain conditions are met from certain augment starts, hefty rolls being one of them, it suddenly jumps up to an A tier, maybe even an S+ tier comp, with how much synergy it has with hefty rolls and augment.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see between Xingge and Ironbog who does end up on that crew line. Both of them are still holding the crew units. Obviously, Ironbog a little bit more dedicated to the line so far. But Xingge with Treasure Hunts, he could try to crash the party right there. We'll see how these shops end up for both of these players. Ironbog, 40 gold, just trying to get that hefty roll econ up so he can transfer it into combat power later on. And it does look like, yeah, he's just showing his cards right now. He's like, I'm not moving off this spot.
And it's especially impactful on Malphite because you get all the extra armor from his passive, from the items you equip, and then you have the extra HP to make it essentially more EHP as a whole when it comes to Malphite tanking and buying so much time for the crew ship damage to just take over in the late game. And you're just rolling so much anyway, right? You have all the crew rolls once you hit your first 3-star. It just works oh so well.
Ooh, and We're here to see who can challenge perhaps K-Bao's full win streak. He usually has been the full loss streak player for Flash Wolves coming into this one, but finding himself a good tempo play here, additional items in a low component lobby, was able to do that for him. But
it's surprising. It doesn't look that strong, the board, no? It's like a red buff Lucian.
I was very taken aback by how easy he's been able to cruise to a 4 win streak.
And also has already used a remover, right? Which are premium in 4v4 especially, to take the red buff off of the Gangplank and onto the Lucian. Unless you maybe sold a Gangplank, but I really doubt that in this day and age.
Yeah. So it does look like he's going up against YYDM, unitemized. Should be able to win this one unless we get some lucky rolls from that GP coming in.
Already adding a belt onto the Lucian, knowing that this might be a close fight, but it looks like it should be a wrap here. One last cast from the Lucian, takes on the Senna. A 5 win streak from K-Bao. It's not YYDM in this case, being the one to preserve a lot of HP, but it is Flash Wolf as a whole in this game too as well.
Yep. Meanwhile, in the bottom end of the lobby, Achin and Ironbog, the 2 lose streakers here, being able to preserve their streaks, great for their econ. Oh, just as I spoke, the HUD updated, and Achin actually breaking his streak, so that was pretty unfortunate. Ironbog laughing here, so perhaps it was Ironbog, the one that took that streak away. Now he's going to start his roll down for the crew unit. Does find 2 Sivers right off the bat.
6 Malphites as well, so we've seen some crew spots where they have 1 Sivir and they have a couple Malphites. This is looking much, much better after just a small roll on level 4, potentially being able to go back up to above 50 gold we're seeing here.
Just seeing to find if he can hit Gwinsu's Rage Blade, perhaps the best item for this composition. You can use it on so many different carries here. Streaking situation, I would say this stage 2 definitely more a bit in Flash Wolves' favor, but there are a lot of players where we don't know where they're actually landing with the compositions.
And Ironbog, does he have a predisposition in individual TFT to, is he known as a reroll player? I know he's a very good fast 8 creative player. Did he ever have kind of a predilection for reroll as well?
The only reroll he really enjoyed was actually the Nitro Flex reroll, and I'm not sure how rerolly that actually is.
That's reroll plus, basically, with some extra flexibility.
So he's not known for a reroller, to be honest, and he's known for fielding all of his forecasts.
Yeah, basically Bintum, similar playstyle.
Yeah.
Well, he's a reroll player in this series. Had a great top 2 with Kaisa Vi. Last game is now going to be the crew player trying to potentially turn this win streak around, or this lose streak around somewhere in the stage 3 and scale alongside the hefty rolls. We'll see what the next augment coming up is going to be on 3-2, because it could be so impactful to fill in some of these game plans that are already very structured. They're not flexible. They're pretty much locked in from 2-1 onwards.
Yep, we are seeing some of the dedication come out. Shringa is going to land up on the GP spot with the Treasure Hunt. He is going to be the win-out player, designated, already all eyes locked in on him. So that's good news, at least there's some direction there. Also, good finds on Ironbog, and he was able to hit the Gwinsus like we were talking about, probably the most critical item. Here comes the big roll down.
Portable Forge was an option for Flancy with the Mundo Jin reroll, which I'm surprised he didn't go for. Maybe too much of a gamble. Instead, goes for the magic roll, finds units that are not quite able to fit his comp. The Caitlyn does actually with the snipers. Maybe a little bit of a damage boost alongside that Jin 1 for now. Surprised he didn't go for Portable Forge. No, there are some very strong hits from Mundo especially.
Yeah.
Maybe too much of a gamble, really. With
Both
those
of the players from Twisted Mind actually avoided Portable Forge, which I thought was slightly surprising. We're having big roll downs here. No GP2, sorry, GP2 found on Shringa. You guys probably know what I'm using for my browser. The other hand, Flancy does manage to find the Jin in the final roll here. So a little bit of a under roll, I would say, coming from Shringa. You definitely expect to hit 1. But he does have the keepers for that, so I still expect him to be able to streak out on stage 3.
A lot of that is also holding on units on his bench, right? He has a 2-star Malphite, 2-star Sivir, trying to deny Ironbog from hitting his 3 stars early. He has 2 copies of Yasuo and Udyr, which are expensive. This is one of the biggest skill tests when it comes to this comp, is how to balance out how many copies you're holding of your other mentors before you find the rise.
Oh, and Ahoe also very well established right here, coming in with the Yuumi. As we've seen, he had extra EXP on stage 2 to work around with. So we are getting a much clearer picture across the board where all these players are going to land up. K-Ball, as always, flexing for Sorks. I think he's pretty much the Salvi of APAC, can we call him that?
Yeah, I think he's starting to earn that title, has a JG, has the striker's flail and has a sword open as well, so really going to be trying to hunt for a tier on this next carousel. He is last pick, so I mean, Twisted Minds, if they are as wide awake as they should be in an elimination match like this, they should be denying any tier, and they have to hope that the Wolves PB round does not give that tier for the Shojin for Kebaba.
Yeah, the pressure is on. This could be the last match for them in EWC. It feels so weird to say that because Twisted Mind has been so dominant in a lot of the scrimmings that we see in the CN scene. But everything comes down to this matchup here. K-Ball still with a 7-win streak, and it looks like it will continue against Achen. That this is the board that we haven't seen from Twisted Mind. Is looking like he might be forced to contest a Sork spot from a rather disadvantaged position.
Yep, has picked up Epoch. This is the difficult position to play Sork from, and we've seen it time and time again. There is that one player that is thrown to the Wolves, and they basically tell him, hey, roll down and hope you stabilize because we're going to need your help in stage 4 and 5. For now, a non-factor, just free-falling in HP down to 47 now. And that roll down with the Epoch rolls could be the help he needs to get there.
Yeah, definitely needs to save those up. I expect that he's going to, you know, just hoard those until level 8 coming into it. Coming into this carousel, there's no critical forecast right here, at least for our compositions. Maybe the Jinx is useful for someone like Flancy that's going to Juggernaut snipers, but otherwise it's quite tame.
Eyes on the tier that is open here. Does Twisted Minds let it slip? No, Flancy's on top of things, picks it up on this Nico as well, and denies that Shojin slam for Kebaba as the current HP leader coming into the almost stage 4.
Yeah, great call out right there. He needs 2 tiers to finish off his composition, still with the Void Staff and the Shojin open there. And Achen, this is the board that we're most worried about for Twisted Minds. He has 0 upgrades across his entire board, going straight to level 7 in a very weak position coming into this.
This is for me the hardest games of TFT to play. When you have no resource, no power stage 2 and 3, you're going fast 8, but you're really at the mercy of your roll down. Of course, a skilled player like Achen, the I think factor that really helps him out is that he is able to roll down and make a much stronger board than I would in terms of his flexibility and his understanding of unit synergy outside of the cookie cutter short comp. So we'll see what other frontliners he holds on that roll down and what kind of comp he's able to assemble once it all comes through.
Yeah, and the tough thing for him is, if you look at the econ, he's not really even ahead of K-Ball. K-Ball with the full win streak, and I believe Midas touch on the Lucian as well, was able to farm up, and the EXP bar, he's even ahead of Achen. So if we're just going, 50-50, then you do expect K-Ball to actually win out on the roll down.
Maybe even Kebaba, maybe both players have to roll on 4-1, but it is one thing to consider when there's 2 players playing for the same comp, the same forecast. If one player has an econ lane, he can roll on 4-1. If he somehow hits all of his karmas, he can tell the rest of his team, hey, everyone hold karmas on 4-2, and this could really throw a wrench in the plans of the kind of loose streaking or the player that is kind of not really high rolling much when it comes to his econ.
Yeah, it does have that rich get richer situation when you have teammates to play along with. You've hit already, then you can just play full denial. The good news is that even though Achen is in a very tough position, I do expect Xunge to still be able to carry out onto the win out spot. Treasure Hunt is just that powerful. It is a prismatic augment in disguise.
Is once again at the end of the stage, Kebaba versus his teammate, YYDM. This could be another 10 win streak for Flash Wolves in this game too. We saw it from YYDM last game. We could see it this game from Kebaba. So important for all the extra gold he's been able to accrue from the win streak itself.
I wonder if they did coordinate for this to happen, but it looks like K-Baba's board is just strong enough to power through regardless. And yeah, gets it without even proccing the round 2 on that Udyr. So once again, this is just, strategically very advantageous for Flash Wolves because they can then borrow so much HP to the rest of the team. Now is going to be the time where we have the 10-win streaker roll down versus the 5-loss streaker roll down coming into this.
And weirdly enough, Chen can't really start rolling on creep because he has to wait for the econ or XP to come through at the start of the stage. He doesn't want to he wants to min-max every single bit of gold he has. So he is forced into, we're seeing it here, very high APM. We saw from Solvi in this position where you almost always roll on 8 down to 30 gold to buy yourself enough time to do everything on 4-1. Chen is forced to min-max his augments and do it all on 4-1 instead.
Yeah, this is going to be the critical round for both of these players. How fast can they roll down? When can they hit those karmas and stabilize right here? This is the story of EWC coming in for them, and it could all happen within this span of 50 seconds.
They're off to the races. Ready, set, go. Pump to 8 and start pressing D. Who can hit that Karma to first? Who can hit the front line to stabilize? Who can hit the Gwen high rolls especially? That's one of the big questions as well. A10 also has item component anvils to work with, so a lot of APM will be required here from A10, and we're not seeing much of anything yet. Has hit the Ahri upgrade. That can be the damage carrier for now, but no Karma whatsoever. Still so much to work through here for the board on A10. There is a Karma and a Gwen. Karma in the shop though, so stun lock for K Bao as well. He might lose his win streak.
Yeah, I will say, unfortunately, that this is a really rough roll down when you look at A10. 3 critical units ahead on K Bao's side. He hit the double Karma and also the Gwen, which makes sure that you can then sell the Ahri and get a little bit more gold to juice up on those roll downs. So this is, putting even more pressure on Xingge, I would say. Xingge with the treasure hunt, the win out augment, he really needs to get that first place right now. There is almost no alternative.
The round 2 so clutch here, buying time for the Lucian and the Ahri to clean up the Mundo to potentially win this fight, to continue the win streak, and now allow the breathing room for K Bao to continue repivoting his board. Maybe this win streak will become a 13 or a 15 win streak like we saw last game.
Wow, such amazing spots coming in for the Flash Rolls players early on here. There's also a reinforcement. Oh, but he's on the 2 Karmas. He's not going to pivot into that. And this is where we see him clean up onto the board, go for the 3 mechs, and hopefully find the Karma. Wow, big finds here for his front line. Just missing that Karma.
Can't tell the Ahris, but the Karma anyway for the 6 Sorcerer. Has 6 more gold to work with.
Oh, I think he just puts his items back onto... Oh, okay. He swaps around the Lucians there.
Still doesn't have that last Shojin to complete the BIS on the Karma. We're seeing now the crew player, Ironbog, with all of those hefty rolls, has dropped down to 44 HP, but the crew usually stabilizes around this point once they're able to start hitting all of their 3 stars.
And it's very interesting. We see a reinforcement being taken by Ironbog, so I wonder what forecast he's going to play around. Maybe he's going to try to deny the rises from the pool, a very popular forecast that can also be used by the crew composition.
Very good win for K Bao's win streak, and also just minimal damage being taken by Ironbog there as well. Could also be Leona as a Bastion. You deny the Yuumi player if there's no Yuumi player on Flash Wolves, for example. That could be a little way to make yourself tank here while also min-maxing the Grief game as well, which is so important in 4v4. There's the Leona. Ironbog's considering, is that the option he wants to take? Looks like it's not. Potentially, I think just the Yuumi player already has Leona too. He was probably scouting and then seeing, okay, never mind.
The Jarvan or the Ryze, probably the most important ones. If he gets the Jarvan, A10 is just in such a bad spot.
Jarvan, especially because we already saw K Bao hit his Jarvan on his 4-1 roll down, or 4-2.
So Ahale right now carrying the HP lead.
YYDM, Sniper's focus on the Gangplank. We were talking about Portable Forge, how impactful it can be when you find the broken interactions between units and artifact. And this is one of them. So strong to get the stretchy arms Gangplank going earlier than ever.
He's been heavily denied onto the Kabuko, and I think that's the big problem with his composition. He could stabilize on stage 4 with just GP2, but with how many Kabukos are out of the pool, that will become an issue. He's also free-falling. A10 finally getting some wins. That's important.
Big stabilization. There is going to be a TF yet again on the stage 4 carousel for the crew player. And I believe Ironbog was first pick, alongside A10. It is on his side as well, so yet again, the crew player is in some ways saved by a very early TF in stage 4.
Is that the way crew is having great AVPs? You just hit max cap, or you just get fed Twisted Fates? All right.
Looking at the boards here, we're seeing Leona 2, Yumi 2 from Ahao. So alongside Kebaba, the two strongest players in the lobby from separate teams, playing separate AP Fast 8 comps, but both players looking very, very strong.
Yeah, critically this game, none of the 2-cost rerollers have actually hit their main carries. So we're seeing a lot of HPs dip super fast in stage 4. This is the hold hands together strategy. Jin is being denied, Kabukos are being denied, and
big
of course
hits
the
here.
GPs.
3 off Ziggs, has hit the Shen now as well as a secondary tank. Still has reinforcement up, so essentially down an augment, which is why we're seeing Ironbog lose some of these fights.
Oh, and here's Shringa with his final board. He has used all of his treasure hunts. Let's see what he's able to find. A lot of times you do get artifacts or radiance coming in for it. The artifact is going to be for Kabuko in the front line. He's a Hull Crusher. And he's going up against Achen. He did not look like he weakened his board much at all. Achen might just be in freefall.
We'll see the GP3 with just 2 items is enough. The Ari is going to be better at bursting, but yeah, Ari's already down. GP is doing his thing, shooting his pirate gun, and Achen now down to just 1 life.
There was 2 Reforgers for Shringa
Removers.
Here. Removers, sorry. But he didn't try to weaken the board, and I actually think that's correct. Achen's probably unsalvageable at this point.
Yeah, Karma 1 still. Look at Ironbog still 3 copies away from that Ziggs, which would be the big power strike, but TF now has found his way onto the board. We are level 7 now. We will try and stabilize off of this. Still down an augment, has not really been able to use that 4 cost at all, and with TF being found, there's not really a slot for that 4 cost either. I guess you can remove the Gnar if you find more frontline stability.
This is the critical fight. Who is going to take that 8th place? Achen is going to go up against YYDM. YYDM has a large part of his board missing, but does have that artifact. Oh, he's going to get the extra range now.
Swain's already down. The Gangplank's onto the Karma. The Karma's passed, but it's too late. It's a blowout win. Achen going to be taken down in 8th place. A low roll stage 2 and 3. Stabilized for a little bit, but then back-to-back losses to a teammate and now to a Sniper's Focus Gangplank. And Twisted Minds on the back foot in the series and also in this game too.
Yeah, if you take an 8th place, it puts a lot of extra pressure on Shringa to move ahead, but as we've seen from Shringa, I don't think his board is actually that strong. He was contested multi-way on the GP, and of course everybody was just holding away the units from him, and I don't think his artifact is going to make a huge amount of difference. I love this from Achen though. He knows he's down, but he's not out. This is what you should do in 4v4. If you get eliminated, start coordinating for the team.
Yep, you're essentially just a set of eyes on all of the opponent's boards. Every minute detail you have to cover. Itemization, what components to take away, what items are missing from their main carries, even just small positioning details. You have essentially a camera on all of your opponent's moves across the rest of this stage 5. That's the one little minor upside. Ahao, yet again, being the hero for this Twisted Minds team. Dominant with Katarina reroll last game, won that one, and now just in a dominant position. Goes level 9, 30, 40 gold to roll with, can really try and cap out this Yumi board.
Unfortunately for the Yumi board, we haven't seen this be a first place board, so that onus for someone to win out has to still be on Shringa. It's very difficult to play around in this situation. Ahao has to lend his HP to Shringa, also needs to try and preserve that slimmer of hope for maybe the Yumi 3s or the Leona 3s to keep going.
Ironbog fighting off against Shunga, and Gangplank walks his way all the way up to Sivir, to one of the main carries on this crew board. No Sniper's Focus, no problem. 13 HP, that could be the last nail in the coffin here for Ironbog. A pivotal mistake we saw from Salvi in day number 1 of this tournament, playing Karma, and yet again here from the Sivir.
Yeah, it's very difficult for that board to kind of deal with the Katarinas and the GPs, and that's one of the reasons I think the crew has done worse in tournament than on ladder from what we've seen. Flancy, as we were talking about, likely not the win-out spot as well, just being forced to roll super deep, no 3-star upgrades onto his board.
I think 4 Sniper for now, with the Varus adding in some anti-heal, adding in the Wraith for the Jhin, but is it going to be enough? Down to 17 HP, so should be 2 lives in stage 5. It has to be kind of a giga loss to get taken down at this amount of HP.
Yeah, we're not really sure what Haruru has been playing, but Haruru is still able to win on stage 5, so you kind of expect Clancy to be in the worst position and likely forcing Twisted Mind to get a 1-3 to move on.
Yeah, Ahau here. I think it's going to be a cleanup win or a cleanup win here for now. But it is going to be an elimination. Onto Flancy. He deals exactly 17 HP. That is a critical mistake, I have to assume, because he maybe had one more life in him. Even if just to preserve some HP for a teammate, if not to get stronger himself.
Yeah, Ahau is 65 HP. You expect him to be willing to sack a little bit there?
Not even sack, but just make sure your board is not so strong that you're dealing 17 HP in stage 5. That is a huge loss for Flancy. Especially with the Zyra plant in that top right corner. It took away so much DPS from the Jhin across the first stage of that fight.
I have to feel that's a communication error coming in from Twisted Mind. The pressure is really mounting at this point. Xingge now also on 1 life. If he falls down here, that is the game.
Items have been removed now from Ahau, so is understanding that he has to weaken his board. He is way too strong for his teammates. He has to have some breathing room for Xingge. Haruru on the flip side, fighting off against the Sorg board. Can the Yuumi with the Gunblade heal back up? No, the Karma Disc comes through, and Haruru's also going to be taken down now for Flash Wolves.
So that does mean the blowout win situation is taken off the board. However, Xingge and Ahau, they do have to go 1-3. And I think that's why Ahau was only saving his removers for Xingge. He knows that Xingge is far more likely to get that 3rd place compared to Flancy's board.
Last few items coming through here. Not really the most pivotal of 5 costs. Leona 2 has already been hit long ago in terms of the 4-cost space as well.
I don't really think YYDM has much gas left into him. He's just been denying that GP3 for so long. YYDM likely taking a 4th, which means we will be seeing a 1v2 situation in most scenarios when it comes to the final 3 players. The critical thing, of course, here is for K-Bao. He's still streaking. He could just win the match here, or he could go level 9 for the Gwen 2.
If he faces Xingge, that could be it, right? Yeah. Because YYDM, if it isn't the strongest player now, he does still have 2 lives, 19 HP. I think, take the risk and say it is going to be 2 lives in stage 5 still. It will be YYDM versus Xingge. So this could be it if somehow this sniper-focused Gangplank has enough of, just aura to kill off Xingge here.
Yeah, he will survive this fight regardless, but I do think that YYDM is kind of destined to go into the 4th place here. He's just missing so many upgrades compared to Xingge, and of course the treasure hunt is such a massive power boost to this comp.
And there was a loss from K-Bao as well, so it looks like maybe he is starting to meet his maker in terms of who is the strongest player in this lobby. It could be Ahau at this point in time. You mentioned there's not really a way to cap Yuumi as hard. I think part of that is Seraphine not really being the strongest unit right now as a 5-cost.
Is she a 5-cost?
She is a bit of a trait bot, unfortunately, mostly just used for reaching that 5 prodigy, which helps so much with the healing on Leona. Maybe a Braum 2 could be that missing piece of the puzzle.
And this is the critical fight for Xingge. He does have his Kabuko right in front of the Karma, which means that the Sork burst damage is not going to proc too early, but a lot of needles into that backline.
And Karma maybe onto the GP and the Kabuko here as well. GP taking chip damage that Eon could proc early. Karma might be able to kill the GP if she casts one more time, but she doesn't. A clean up win, a dominant win by Xingge, and also a dominant win by Ahau, with GP being taken down by the Leona. And that is going to be just K-Bao versus the world now.
It is a 2v1, but I do want to point out K-Bao's gold count. He's still sitting on a pile of gold, so the Gwen 2 is going to be very difficult to deny from him. We're looking across Xingge. He doesn't have the levels necessarily to not deny. So it's going to come down to the Gwen if he can hit by himself. Taking a look at the upgrades here, there's still a Sky Piercer on K-Bao, so let's see if he can find a shred item. If he does get a shred item, he can get another huge power boost coming from the power-ups.
And we'd be looking at something like Efficient, something like Shadow Clone, for example, onto this Karma as just the highest DPS increases. Right. Once you have that shred online, it could be Ionic Spark onto the Jarvan, it could be a potential Void Staff onto a Lux, for example.
Very similar thing happening here. There is no shred coming onto this composition and wasn't able to find it. Great defensive move by Ahau here. There are now 5 Gwens out of the pool.
We're seeing the max cap is just the addition of Seraphine onto that board from Ahau. We're seeing the last options here. No shred, unfortunately, so Skypiercer will probably remain for the Karma. K-Bao up against Ahau's real board. We'll see as a good test now of who potentially could be one of the stronger players in this lobby. Whoever wins this lobby essentially will be winning the game for their team. Gwen up very close to the Yuumi. Is Gwen gonna able to take down the Yuumi? She does, and looks like Sork has a much higher cap than Ahao.
Yeah, in the meantime, it looks like the hopes will have to be on Xingge. The treasure hunt player coming back. He's had a pretty abysmal tournament so far, just averaging a 6.4 on the AVP. But this is his chance to redeem himself, take Twisted Minds into a game 3.
What's the addition here for Hibaba on level 10? Is it just the Zyra, you assume? Is he going 10? That's the bigger question.
I think Gwen 2 spikes even harder than the
Yeah,
Zyra, so I assume he will...
And he can roll for Braum too as well.
Yeah.
He's really trying to bide his time. He understands that all that matters is him winning this game, so he really has to take it down to, maybe not his last life, but his last 2 lives, because there is some space to move around for fight RNG as well.
Just moving on to, this could be a pretty big difference maker. He's actually starting on the weaker side of Xingge, last minute swap, and we know that Sork damage coming through is critical.
A lot of burst. GP, Eon has proc. He's almost been taken down. Is he able to clutch it? No. The win comes out from Karma. Gwen
out.
putting so much work in as well. It's now down to the 2 fast 8 players. Ahao has to now beat Kebaobao 3 times in a row.
Oh.
And that seems like a very hard task to accomplish. It is still possible, but talking about caps, we don't think Yuumi has a chance to beat out a Sork board, especially a Sork board that still has 50 gold to work with.
I got way too ahead of myself. In my head, I already was thinking Shuka has to win this because he has the higher cap, but you're right. They technically still have a chance to win.
It is a much harder task, though.
Yes.
With just this board from Ahao, we did think the higher cap was coming from Xingge.
Ooh, that was unfortunate. Last second swap from Kebaobao really working out right there. And we saw the follow by Xingge. It didn't work out. He hull crushed right next to his unit and didn't get the extra HP.
And so smart from Kebaobao to wait with his gold. He knows that there's no more that Ahao can do to really strengthen his board. We're going to see now the damage coming out from the Karma and the Gwen. This duo carry so bursty. Leona being thrown around by the Braum. Yuumi trying her absolute best, but there's so many units still to chew through. Does Yuumi cast one more time? She's trying, but she can't. Ahao taken down. Kebaobao gets the win. A dominant victory here in Game 2 from Flash Wolves.
And what a way to play the game. Kebaobao just seems to be the kryptonite to Twisted Minds. So far in this series, there was 5 games played between it, and he's been in the final lobby in 4 games. Just such an incredible carry and showing flex play. Haruru as well, jubilated, just so happy. He is the eldest player in the TFT scene for SCA. You know, he's been in the scene forever. The most time streamed of this game of any player on this globe. Finally getting to show his stuff on the EWC stage. I could not be more happy for this upset.
And back-to-back games where Flash Wolves is able to assemble a 12 win streak from one of their players, which the HP preservation aspect of the game mattered oh so much. In this case, it was Kebaobao taking that mantle from YYDM in that game 1. Strong performances, strong line selections, just clean play from Flash Wolves all throughout this series. A dominant 2-0 win over Twisted Minds.
I felt like they got lucky on day 1 versus Twisted Mind. Twisted Mind actually played the better series, but in this 2 days, they have grown so much. They have found their chemistry. I also want to give a shout out to Alpha Chi, their coach. He is the best spot optimizer I've ever seen in terms of a player, and I think he helped the team so much, which is just making the early game stronger. We're here seeing the results.
After this clean play, potentially Flash Wolves going to be one of the favorites coming into the playoffs in terms of how good they have looked in this series. Props to Ahao as well. Back-to-back games, he put up a very strong showing individually. His team as a whole, they weren't really able to pull it together coming to Stage 5 and Stage 6. We're going to be hearing from V4, from the stage, from our winners. Take it away with an interview.
Revenge is a dish best served cold. And what a dish they served on the arena here against Twisted Minds. 2-0 victory for Flash Wolves, and they take the 3rd spot in the quarterfinals. First of all, congratulations. Incredible performance from you on this stage. And I want to ask you, when you get knocked out, what are the things that you look on? What are the things, or how do you help your team, rather, in the game?
首先就是恭喜你们2-0战胜了Twisted Minds，成功的晋级到了淘汰赛。就想问你，平时就是如果在对战中，然后你比方说要是提前已经被淘汰的话，就想问你会怎么个帮助你的队友呢？会怎么样？就队内沟通，比方说怎么样去鼓励或者指导吗？
就是比赛里面被淘汰的话，就是我会非常专注看对面要什么牌啊，怎么有没有对位的细节，还有队友会有没有改善这版面，队友有没有改善空间，这样就尽量帮队伍有拿到更好的名次。
Well, when you have been eliminated, then you have more time to spectate and observe what's going on in the board. So usually, what I would do is I'll be looking a lot more at paying attention to what the enemy is building, like what their roster, what their lineup is, and then I will be advising my teammates on how to best counter and what areas in their draft that they can potentially improve in order to get a better placement.
I mean, you guys definitely managed to get better placements in those 2 games. And I want to ask you, when it came to the last series, you guys lost to Twisted Minds by a difference of 4 HP in the 3rd game, the previous time you met. This time, it looked like a clean 2-0. So what was the difference? What was the mindset coming into this one?
就是第一天，当时你们惜败给Twisted Minds 的时候呢，就是胜负只差4点血。然后今天呢，却是一个非常就是很壮烈的一个2-0就拿下了，就想问你们当时到底调整了一些什么呢？
第一天的比赛，我们回去复盘的时候，发现我们有几个失误这样，然后我们当天晚上也讨论了很久，去改善我们的沟通，然后不要失误这样。然后经过因为昨天我们也是一个2-0对面，所以我们就确信我们是改进了这一点。然后今天我们来这里是很大的自信过来的。
Well, after our first match against Twisted Minds on the first day, we went back, we would look at the replay, and then we noticed quite a few errors that we made, and we had a very in-depth discussion that took a very long time on that very night, and we observed what are the areas that we can improve on. And then yesterday, we executed those improvements and we got a clean 2-0 victory. So we had a lot of confidence going into this match, knowing that we're on the right path, that we have already, ironed out those mistakes that we made previously.
You are definitely on the right path, and that path is going to lead you to one of the 3 following teams that you will be facing in the quarterfinals. It's either Weibo, Aegis, or the reigning winners in Wolves. Anyone that you'd like to or prefer to play against in the quarterfinals?
那你们成功进入淘汰赛的话，后面你最想面对哪一个对手呢？
谁来都行吧，我们自信满满的。
It doesn't matter who we are facing up against. We are super confident right now.
You know what? I like that confidence. And you know what? You get to crush Twisted Minds Key, and the Crusher is ready. Are you excited?
你现在能有机会就是碾碎那个 Twisted Minds 钥匙，你准备好了吗？
准备好，兴奋的。
Absolutely, I'm super ready for this.
Well, you know what? I won't keep you waiting any longer. Congratulations once again on the 2-0 against Twisted Minds. We're going to head on over to the studio because we have some keys to crush.
Another dominant performance from Flash Wolves here in this lower bracket. Hearing from the man himself, Ironbog, the fact that after that loss against Twisted Minds, they really sat down, went back to the drawing board, figured out what went wrong, and have been implementing that for 2 days now, and it is definitely working.
Yeah, it's showing. 2-0, Alan, your team. The one you put your items on, your push, your momentum. Taking the win and playing amazing, actually. And it's important to recognize that the same comp that went 8th for Twisted Mind, Achen, Sorks is the one that is actually winning for K-Babao. So it's very different. I mean, he had to contest, he had to look for a way for K-Babao not to go on rattle, but actually he did. Like 12 win streak with the Tempo Sorks and actually taking the win in the end.
All right, before I go into the game details, I want to apologize to Flash Wolves for doubting them. They'll go 2-1. It was a nice, clean 0 series. And in terms of the game, something is wrong for the Twisted Minds, because Achen tanking Ave back-to-back is definitely a big drawback. In the first game, it being a reroll angle, then it being a fast 8 Sork, which is a big gamba, given that he had very little econ, even on the backbone of the so much loss streak. And definitely they have to work on that, but they will not be able to showcase that anymore this one.
Yeah, unfortunately a lot for Twisted Minds here as they are knocked out of the tournament. But then for me, the question, Pupe, really is, what was the key differentiator today between these two teams?
I mean, he said it in the interview, right? Ironbog, even though he avoided 8th, he didn't have a good spot, but he went 7, and then he started helping the rest of the team. Okay, you have win position. Even if you don't get the win, it's fine because you're good.
And in the end, he was so rich in economy that Kebaba was just too strong. Then in the middle ground, it was just a battle all out. So actually, in the end, just sending one player 8th and getting the first was the objective. Even though the contester was getting like 5-1, not getting the win is good enough. He was just too strong, and the capital of the board was much better.
I mean, at the end of the day, Shunga missed on his treasure hunt, on the good cash out from the treasure hunt on stage 6. If this was Masterwork upgrade, like he certainly would lock that series down with the win out, because we've seen how close the fight against Sork were. However, the positioning misstep perhaps, he had very good arguments against Sorks. The early shield that comes up from the keepers prevents the early blow of the board. So again, the GP taking so long to the first unit to take the stretch arms, extra range, just tanking the splash damage and tanking the karma spins made the early Eon proc, which resulted in the early death of the GP, which is the pretty much spine of the whole comp.
You need to be the one who's winning if you get the GP that early and you have treasure hunt, as you say, Alan. That didn't happen. So in the end, it was the game of Kebaba. He was just too strong, and in the end, Flash Wolf is playing amazing and is the one to beat maybe in coming up for the next one. So additional key will be Crush, Genie, and the hopes now for Twisted Mind. Once again, another team that was contesting for that club championship gets eliminated today.
Yeah, the curse seems to continue. VP is the only one so far that has escaped it. But with this result as well, Group C is locked too, because we now know that out of Twisted Minds and Flash Wolves, they're the one who are going to be advancing. The brackets are pretty much, coming out pretty nicely, and we only have one more game left. But it's Group C really that we're focusing on here, because that's the one that we had just had a look at, where we already know that Citadel is going forward to tomorrow into the playoffs, and now they are joined by Flash Wolves.
I mean, we've talked how Weibo is the Grim Reaper of the upper bracket, and Flash Wolves is their equivalent in the lower bracket. They are cruising there. They're feeling like a shark in the water.
Totally. Citadel, in the other hand, the same. They haven't dropped a game. Not even a series, a game. 4-0, looking strong, looking amazing. Power of friendship once again. They're very good. That means double in TFT championships. And of course, Robinson, our grandpa, the big one, the veteran, showing his face now. This is a big group. And of course, 2 big representatives going up into playoff.
Yeah, and with that as well, Flash Wolves get to crush another key. This is the second one already for the tournament. When you're looking at the keys and at the teams in the upper bracket, they didn't get fun.
You think they did it on purpose? It's like, okay, let's go loser bracket. I want to crush keys here.
I was just about to say that they might be intentionally there. That feeling of they definitely upgraded the press. Last year, they were not snapping like that.
A little bit more extra power this time around, but for, when you're Flash Wolves, you're happy. You come into the competition. At this point, there are teams that have been, put out of the competition without even, tasting how sweet it is to crush another person's ski. Whereas Flash Wolves, they already have 2 that they can add to the tally if they do end up winning this tournament, which is a great feat pretty early on for them.
Yeah, I mean, crushing the key has to be one of the fundamentals. You see the emotion of players. It's like we saw, for example, we saw also when we saw in the end from Korea that he was trying to cross the key, but in the end Vintion was the one going there, and we saw him in the back like, I wanted to cross the key again. So it's not possible. So I mean, it's also, this is some of the aura that EWC gives to us, and I love to see it.
Yeah, Crazy Moving was very disappointed there.
Crazy.
However, like for the players, it's not just crushing key, it's crushing all the hopes and dreams down the drain or together with the key.
Yeah, and that's the case, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds. They had a valiant showing on day 1. Day 2, it was a little bit lackluster. And unfortunately here, on day 3, they weren't really able to show us why they had the upper hand against Flash Wolves last time. Flash Wolves, though, should be very proud of themselves. They were cruising through this lower bracket. They're now going to those quarterfinals, so they can breathe a little bit.
Yeah, 100%. If you're a Wolf, you're happy. Flash Wolf getting ahead and defending winners from last year, also Wolf in a good spot. So I feel it's just a good in tempo. We're just finishing only 1 series left, 1 more elimination match that we'll have to see, and tomorrow the playoffs will be totally amazing. The groups are perfect, and the favorites, at least most of them, are down.
Yeah, and that is the crazy situation that we are in here over for TFT at EWC. But there is also a little bit of an update from the Kyria stage that is happening simultaneously. So let's see what's going on over there.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett alongside Barney Banks. And Barney, thank you for letting me crash the PUBG arena. Now, I wanted to come in because our TFT tournament is getting whittled down. The big dogs, they're out already. It's anyone's game. Well, what's happening over here on this stage?
Well, we had Team Falcons with a really, really strong performance yesterday, but right now, today, we've got Virtus Pro, we've got Twisted Minds, and of course, we've got Team Liquid all performing on the stage. Virtus Pro started today really strong. Big kills, big eliminations, loved it. But the other two, Liquid and Twisted Minds, kind of mid. They need to step it up a notch, but we can't forget that tomorrow they're going to be on the group stage again. So they have another full day of games.
Okay, so Virtus Pro and TFT also survived. They're moving forward. Twisted Minds on the rope against ROC, and Falcons and Liquid are gone. But I noticed Falcons have a special key up here. Are they the favorites to win PUBG again?
I guess they should be. Yeah, those boys, they have found a lot of success in Riyadh before, so there's a lot of expectation on their shoulders, but you know what? They always kind of live up to the hype, especially in PUBG, I believe. So I think that they're definitely a team to watch out for, buddy.
Barney Banks with the update. We'll catch you later.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, Bucket and Barney. Okay, crazy to see you on our stage. Welcome, welcome. But it's actually crazy, though, as well, that Liquid and Twisted Minds are not doing too hot today when it comes to PUBG, because here they are literally out.
Yeah, the favorites out, if you will. T1 also with that possibility. Vitality, we lost them today. So it's tough. It's tough, but it also brings an opportunity. Remember, TFT, same now, all games, is 1,000 points for the winner. So that's a possibility to maybe someone that is not up there to maybe go for the challenge in the club championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Our tier list, as so-called, pretty much shifting, getting mirrored all the way. All the favorites out and underdogs going through, like...
That is actually such a good point. Every single one of our favorites are now, like, gone. Vitality is gone. Falcons is gone. Twisted Minds is gone.
T1 is the only one that left.
Oh my goodness, that actually might not even be an Aramco power ranking. That was probably just a curse. That was a pre-tournament ritual that we did to make sure that some teams were knocked out.
We did with underdogs because we couldn't put all teams in the tier list, so underdogs making their way and actually at least outperforming the rest.
Yeah, massive curse upon multiple teams at once. Never performed before. Seen it in the Riyadh for the first time. Delivered by the dear casters.
All right, well, guys, thank you so much for cursing some of these teams. It does make the competition a little bit more exciting, and it does also open up opportunities and doors to other teams to be able to get some of those club championship points, but also get the points here for TFT. We do, however, still have the defending winners from last year's Wolves in the running, in the competition. They went smoothly through that upper bracket, just like Weibo did, just like Citadel did. So if anything, I would be also a little scared, and Aegis as well. I'm a little scared about those four.
Let's not forget about Aegis, our EMEA boys still kicking. We've dropped a few teams, but we are still up there. One rocking in the winner bracket and one left for today in our last elimination match.
We do. We have Evo going up against ROC next. This is another elimination game that we're looking forward to. Another key to be crushed.
Yeah, and we see them again. ROC up and down on the streams. This is one of our underdogs that is performing sometimes with good foot, sometimes not. Let's see if Screams yesterday helped them out today. And Evo's, of course, with the possibility of going once again. We see them walking down. Good spirits, good momentum here.
Well fed, well rested. They are ready to go. The Polish boys.
Oh yeah, they look locked in.
Absolutely, they are. And they're all great friends. The chemistry is there. If they did a proper preparation for today, they can take down the series. Even though both teams are underdogs, I expect a great performance.
We're seeing now ROC, good hopes. They're laughing at Raya, the Filipino, together with the rest of the Koreans. It looks like a walk of victory. This has to be. For me, I know I just want to be on the other side here of my Polish friend, Mr. Allen. So I will go for ROC for the win here. And I just wanted to know, it could be 2-0, it could be 2-1. I don't care. But ROC for the win here, Allen.
I love how you're throwing out these predictions unprovoked. You know, I'm like, we didn't even ask you. You're like, I'm so confident ROC is going to win that I'm just going to say it.
Hey. Okay, I'm going to go with the humble 2-1 for Evo, but in my heart I know it's gonna be quick 2-0. Have you guys seen with what style they destroyed Liquid on day one? Like, you think they can't handle ROC?
Oh, I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see and find out, because we had an interview with them as well ahead of the match with Evos to see whether or not they think this is the game they can win.
Hey everybody, it's Puckett with Shredden from EVOS, and last time you and I were talking, you won a match. So this time, you're gonna win the match. Can you talk to me though, what are your thoughts going up on the big stage?
We feel really excited and confident in our skills. Yesterday was the time to falter. Wolves played really well, so good for them. But today is our time. We took our time to practice more solo queue and to talk as a team, work on our mistakes, and today we're not going to repeat them, and we feel confident.
So you guys have been grinding leading up to this matchup, and you've had a long day waiting to play these games. So once you get in, are we still looking at the GP strategy? You guys had a lot of luck in a Game 3 against Liquid. What luck could go your way today?
Honestly, we'll have to see. The stretchy arms lottery hopefully is going to be on our side. But even if not, then we'll definitely try to play around it.
And final question for you. You're going up against ROC. Is there an individual on the other side that you're looking out for?
Not really. We pretty much recognize all of them from watching global tournaments. We know they are very good players, but yeah, we work very well as a team and we're not afraid of them.
Shredded and Poland about to get it done. I'll let you guys take the stage.
And we're gonna look at EVOS going up against ROC, and we had another switcheroo on the desk. Counterfeit as well as Casanova. Welcome to the both of you. First time on the desk today here.
Yeah. I got a cast earlier on. I mean, Vitality versus T1. That's I wanted to be in the caster booth for that one, of course. But yeah, first time on the desk for the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great one to prepare for as well. The last elimination match of the day. Two underdogs against each other. I'm not sure kind of what makes that as when you kind of have a meeting of underdogs, but these teams, they've had exactly the same record against exactly the same teams as each other. So there's certainly not a clear one.
Yeah, so we're going to head into this and we're going to have to dissect this down little by little. Starting off with EVO specifically, this is a team that we, classified as the underdogs. Who are we looking forward to be the spearhead here for them?
I mean, I think it can be any of them because the reason we've classified them as underdogs is because none of them have ever been to a tactician's crown. They've never been to a world championship. Overall, their accolades are very middling, right? They've been to a couple regional finals. They've done decently at cups, but no big wins for anyone on the team. So when it comes to the tournament so far, I think Shredden's been somebody that I've been looking at. And also it's been... Wojtek has actually had some really big pop-off performances throughout the event so far, and so it really is an anyone's game with EVOS who will be the rising star at EWC.
And also not pictured in this video, Coach Kabixon with them along the way, providing the extra bit of guidance and experience on the big stage. But I did want to pick up as well on Shredden, as being a player to particularly pay attention to, because he's been playing a couple of different hero augments so far this competition and doing extremely well with them.
Yeah, and they are going to be going up against ROC. And this is another underdog roster that we had, another one where we had a couple of questions when it comes to how are they going to play, what's their approach going to be, how is the team going to synergize together. Yes, they do find themselves in this lower bracket, but so far they have been doing quite all right.
Yeah, one of the big things, I mean, Araye has been a hero for this roster, especially during the global qualifiers. But then in the most recent set, it was Dr. O that came up big. So it's just a question of, can everyone else on the roster be able to be the hero if they are given the spot in order to find that win?
Well, yeah, I mean, and the big thing that kind of adds to that there is the entire team has been incredibly flexible so far. No comps repeated more than twice across the entirety of the team. And in fact, every player has never played any composition more than twice total. So they should have a lot of flexibility to pick up their spots and run with them.
If anything, that flexibility then should be something good that we're looking forward to today from the side of ROC. Is EVO going to have the ability to counter that?
I think so. I mean, EVO has also shown the ability to play a lot of different comps that maybe other teams had shied away from. I know during their match against Team Liquid, we saw some of the hero augments, as you mentioned, from Shredden, but also just the fact that they seem to be playing the same meta as everyone else, which is, I think, a positive, right? Like, they haven't been missing their meta reads. They're recognizing what they're supposed to be playing, and it's just a question of, are they able to keep up with the rest of the teams? And I have to expect against ROC, they should still be within the same level. They had a very good qualifier in EMEA coming out in 3rd seed, but they were only a game away from actually being the 1st seed from EMEA. They had a very, very good qualifier. So they've definitely outperformed their initial pedigree as individual players when it comes to the 4v4.
Yeah, and the 4v4 tournament is also a complete different beast, right, Counterfeit, when we're looking at how these are approached. You've touched upon the flexibility that we're seeing from ROC, but EVOS is going to have to bring that exact same thing and that adaptability today here onto the stage. And ROC specifically coming out of this after already crushing a key.
Yeah, I mean, that's as already covered on this. That is a huge dose of confidence coming in. It's worth noting that from EVOS' side of things, they are not as flexible as ROC are, but every single one of their players is at least top forward so far. So even if playstyle-wise they're not necessarily as flexible, in terms of overall game plan, any of them can deliver.
Well, what I want to talk a little bit about with ROC is the history that they've had at the EWC, right? We had Songyup on Na'Vi make it into the top 8 last time alongside Crazy Moving from that roster. And even from there, we had also Panda on MSJ making that top 12 and having some big upsets because that was the other big underdog team from the last year, and they picked up more wins than we expected.
And what I really like about that is the most experienced players from the EWC are actually the ones which are performing the least well on the squad, but they're able to give the extra experience across these newer players and allow them to thrive the most successfully who don't have the EWC experience as of yet.
That's actually a really good point because in general, it feels like the teams that have that experience or the teams that we expected to be performing well due to their experience haven't actually done so here at EWC.
Yeah, it's been a very big tale of the underdogs, tale of the newcomers this time around. I mean, we had to say bye to Vitality, who made top 4 last year, and it was against T1 in that lower bracket match. So now it's kind of these 2 newcomers. One of them will break into that top 8, and they will be able to continue to write their story.
Absolutely, but first they have to get through this elimination match where we have 2 of these underdogs going head-to-head. EVOS against ROC. Keys are once again on the line. Elimination as both of these teams are with their backs against the wall. Which one of these 2 underdogs will prevail? Which region will have another one? We're ready to find out.
Thank you, and a shout out to our desk and casters who've been killing it all day today. Now, if there's one thing that we have learned, it's that quarterfinal spots are very, very hard to come by. They're like trying to catch a taxi in Riyadh at rush hour. And there's only one left now, Sandstorm.
That's right, Chambers. And as we near the conclusion of the group stage and the playoff bracket is almost full, only one more team will earn that final golden ticket to join the hunt. Witajcie, welcome, EVOS Esports. After getting schooled yesterday by last year's winners, EMEA's underdogs step under the bright lights for the first time with the opportunity of a lifetime.
Their opponents, ROC Esports. They impressed yesterday, blocking the path for Liquid's run, but they'll need to be rock solid here if they want to secure survival at the Esports World Cup. As the teams get into position for one final time here on Playday 3, we go to the casters for this crucial series.
Thank you so much, Ian. Thank you so much, Sandstormer. Ready to move into this series number 4 of day number 3 here in the SMB Arena. EVOS Esports versus ROC Esports. What a matchup. The first time we're seeing this EVOS team on the big stage. Extra pressure. And some biases from us, maybe, Alan, because Alan ZQ joining me here in Petrus Panda on the desk. Alan, you're Polish. This is a Polish team. We've seen these players performing in TFT for a very long time. But ROC is a tough opponent despite them not really showing up just yet at this tournament.
Absolutely. We'll do our best to be diligent for both of the teams and not be just biased because, again, I'm as a Polish, Panda living in Poland. And we know all the Polish players by their names, but ROC will be tough opponent for them because as much as EVOS prepared, they might not have the experience the ROC players have because they weren't to so many events, and now being at the big stage at the mainstream for the first time, the stress might catch up to them.
I certainly won't be biased because I have a reason to cheer for ROC as well. My fellow Panda is on that team alongside 3 other very strong competitors. And all in all, my biggest question is going to be, which of these teams is able to bounce back better from the demolishing losses against Wolves? Wolves has completely taken over this group in terms of how dominant they have been. In so many of their games, they were ending up 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the standings, which is a huge moral blow, right? A huge mental blow to the teams where you're trying to play for your best results and you're ending up with all 4 players in the bottom 4. This is now a test for EVOS and ROC. Who bounces back harder on this day 3?
Absolutely, but we cannot forget that they were also able to perform the same. They did send the Liquid members all bottom. So yeah, it can go both way, but if they are in the zone, if they did their homework, if they sat down after yesterday's failure, they might come back stronger, and I believe they will.
We have to see the comp selection as well from both of these teams, the game plans coming into game number 1, and how these game plans might pivot and change after they get to know each other a little bit better. Obviously, teams who are in the same group are not screaming at each other. They're hoping to hide as much tech and as much nuance from their game plans and their style of play overall from their opponents. So this could be the first test for these players to see how they're going to mesh together on the convergence. I know that the Polish team, that EVOS overall, they can be creative, especially in set 14 coming into the qualifiers for this EWC event, for the main event. We saw Shredin being a very creative player, playing lines that no one else was playing across those qualifiers and still finding success. I hope to see more of that today in this game 1.
Yeah, but that could be also the drawback. Like being too open for certain lines might bring you down. I think the biggest cook of the EVOS is Wojtek. He likes to definitely be flex with the lines, and he has been successful as well. And Shredin is not afraid of risking taking with the worth the weight recomp to hit the chase of the look. So you can imagine the item transition being pretty rough there.
We are going to see the Golden Gala for this first game. 3 golden augments across the board. Of course, the best of competitors in TFT are able to memorize and quickly realize what augments will be offered across the first 3 or all 3 stages, and know generally what lines might be a little bit more favored with gold augments being guaranteed.
What's very interesting, how TFT shifted across the sets. What we had before were prismatics were the most polarizing augments across the field. Whenever it happened, we knew there will be some crazy stuff happening in the lobby. Now, like, prismatic is where it's a bit more chill, a bit more low to the ground, where there is way more polarizing gold augments, solo leveling, treasure hunt, where you see two of those on one of team side, you know it's a trouble.
And Treasure Hunt could be very strong with the crew reroll. Sivir is being offered here, upgraded 2-star, of course, for Panda. Also, Hefty Rolls we just saw in that last game was the option for Ironbog in terms of playing the crew reroll. So he does end up buying the Sivirs, hoping to find at least one Malphite. There it is in this next shop. Has the Shen as well, so this could be a good start for the crew, which is one of those comps we talked about. It's kind of like an X-Factor comp. If you have the right conditions for it, you can play it and find success, but you can't force it every game like you can other reroll lines.
Yeah, I think the Hefty Rolls is just not that good enough for the comp. It's pretty much Treasure Hunt or some prismatic ticket, if anything. Outside of that, I think I would be too scared of clicking it unless... Oh, of course, the stuff like Protagonist Malphite or Build a Bad Malphite or Sivir are the other enablers. But besides those, I think you should be leaning away from the crew, especially at 4 versus 4.
For Kesman, early GP has been found with Trickster, has also the Katarina on the bench, hoping or having that option open as well. Heavy as a Crown is an option we saw a lot of today, played very creatively alongside Mundo to make him unkillable by Bintum in the very first series of the day. So it's also an augment that ruined some game plans in day 2 with Rebanav forced to pick it off of the Gold Destiny, and that really ruining his game plan.
Absolutely, we can see the Hustler here being also pretty solid in 4 versus 4 due to the fact that you don't get interest, so you can hold more units, so you can level more aggressively, you can play more for a tempo, and he will end up picking that.
Oh, Shredin is offered.
Okay, there's no... Okay.
Not just one, but...
Give one to the teammate!
2 very strong options. You mentioned both of them leading into this. He rolls Treasure Hunt and goes for solo leveling. He has an upgraded Aatrox, and he will be the protagonist in this first stage for Shredin.
I think that's a mistake. I see that Aki is having the Hefty Rolls, So they might want to get him on the reroll. But the problem is we don't see any slams from Shredding.
Yeah.
So
I do think that cap overall is going to be higher with Treasure Hunt. Obviously, it's less explosive in terms of preserving HP. It's more of a scaling augment, but we've seen so many games, like Ahau, for example, in that first game, between Twisted Minds and Flash Wolves, where Treasure Hunt Katarina suddenly becomes a very, very strong win condition.
Yeah, we don't know if the Shredding is choosing not to slam because he knows he's winning anyway, or he has no option to slam.
He's maybe doing it to deny takedowns from Kaisa. Big brain play here. No kills for you, at least in this fight.
Surely. We're on the Araya side. We see the Portable Forge was picked up. It's gonna be DFG, so most likely Sorgs. Could be leaning towards also Battle Academia, looking at the bench. Holding already the GPs that early. Usually we see that being a case after stage 3, at stage 3 and onward, because it doesn't hurt much as Econ. Holding it from that early could be too much Econ damaging, unless chosen to play himself.
There is obviously a chance to play the Mighty Mech mid-game for still a Sork board with GP just farming gold, even slamming AP items on GP, with the AP ratio scaling for the gold chance to get some gold as well, to get you a chance to hit that Karma 2 a little bit earlier. But looking now at Kesman's board, he is locked into GP himself. Is going to have prio on finding these units earlier with Hustler.
I love that Kesman went for that Hustler, given that we know that there is at least one hero player, which is Aki. Shredding can choose to go for either one, but given that he didn't go for Treasure Hunt, we're assuming Shredding and Kesman will be going for that fast 8 kind of boards, and then Aki and Simply Void will be going towards reroll, given that even with the treasure, Shredding decided not to go for the Treasure Hunt.
Seeing a very high tempo start, right, from most of Evos, at least in the case of rerolls, they seem to be pretty locked in with the crew, with GP, potentially an 80 reroll from Shred. We'll have to see where his items go as well.
I think this is very poor line selection. Going for the crew with hefty rolls without Econ opener, this might be tragedy. Unless Giga high roll the initial roll down, it's not gonna be looking good.
Ooh, Sangyup also hitting a very strong win condition line. Vi Hero Augment. Knuckle Dusters is here, and this is a very fun augment to watch as a viewer because this Vi is really going to become a carry, but also she will have a chance to farm loot off of her kills on every single unit. It can be just gold, as we just saw there, essentially like a GP-esque effect. In some later stages of the game, it can also be components. So if you're able to have one of these snowballing leads in stage 2 and stage 3, where you play high tempo, you roll for Vi 2, and you start taking over the lobby, you can snowball into an incredibly strong AD flex board in the late game.
Yeah, but the problem with the Vi is, like, it's a part of all the Juggernaut type of Mundo boards, and it's very easily deniable, because you can both play it, and you can just sit on it. So, and without Vi 3, the board falls apart. It will be most likely just a Mundo type of a reroll board again with the Jhin, but the whole team of the Evos will make sure there will be no Vi 3 available towards the Sangyup.
There's a bow only on a 1 cost here, so potentially might be able to reach Kesman. No, he already went for BFs, what it looks like. No, he still hasn't been released with Aki instead. So the bow is still there. Kesman obviously racing towards it as the GP player, but goes for the cloak instead. Maybe to slam Kraken's Fury. And Wojtek a little bit stun locked, but will be going for the chain at the end there. Has picked up the Ionic Spark augment, so Wojtek is going to be leading towards one of the fast 8 AP lines.
I like what Pano did. He went for the Bramble augment. And I like this more than the hefty rolls for the crewmate because it's so strong on the Malphite 2. It stabilizes your stage 2, stage 3, and you can actually slow roll without rolling too deep. And you suck a bit of the stage 4, and you catch up on stage 5, which is way better to play than playing all the way behind and just die out on the stage 4 or like one unlucky fight on the stage 5 with the hefty rolls. And we can see that Kesman managed to push level 6 already with the GP2 again. A reminder, Hustler gives you gold per round. You don't get interest. A great augment to play GP because you get also that econ from the GP. And we see that Vi 1 managed to print already a component. I'm not sure if it was component or it was just the blue orb that could contain more gold.
Okay, it could be gold as well, yeah. Key win there from the Gangplank though. Obviously the Vi, this might be on the right side, it's still 1-star, and it's not quite able to get that snowballing effect just yet, but on stage 3 especially, Sangyup will be coming online We'll see how strong he'll look. We see the item slams here from Shredden, not ideal, but he really wants to try and min-max the value from solo leveling. So force to slam the Gunblade and the Spirit Visage, which will likely go on a Mundo coming into stage 3.
And we see Wojtek actually not going for reroll. It looks like Kezman at the end will be rerolling GP, not going fast 8, and Wojtek will be the player playing Sorks or Battle Academia, still being flexible between both. And yeah, the high voltage being so efficient with the Sorks, given that Gwen can go back lane, and the Spark applying also the pressure, so explosions are way more efficient on the back, can be very explosive if you have tanky enough.
4 win streak for both of the EVO's players, Kezman and Simply Wojtek. Of course, no real reason to try and shenanigan, giving the win to one player or another. Just let the best player win. Doesn't really make sense to weaken your board with GP, especially when you test to farm gold. Would be maybe a little bit better for the Sork player overall. I think the fast day players need more gold. No?
I'll disagree. I think player without interest is more beneficial because he gets gold from both GP and streak this way. And
but it's Hustler, so there's...
Yeah, but you get other sources of the income because you cannot get gold from the interest. And we see that Panda will be in contention of the crew to the Aki. So this might be actually blessing in disguise for the Evo if there will be 2 players going for the crew and they can go 7-8. It just matters who will go lower. And I would imagine Aki will opt to pivot out maybe.
And Aki will likely have, if that situation pans out where there's a 7th and 8th battle with the crew players, has a better chance because EVOS has preserved a lot more HP in Stage 2. They have, I think, the positions to preserve more HP in Stage 3 as a whole, so there'll be more chances for players to sacrifice for Aki if he needs it in Stage 4 to then just one-up the placement of Panda coming to Stage 4 and 5.
I would say in general, Panda has a better spot due to the Bramble Agony, but there is look at the econ here. There was no real reduce from the Krags coming in, and Aki being in the similar spot, they are both rolling. They don't care. They'll contest each other. I think this is the first time we see on the mainstream contested crew.
Especially from a spot like this, like as you're mentioning, there's just very little amount of gold to really find a big spike in Stage 3. And if other players who are playing stronger rerolls can come online on 3-2, this could be a bloodbath in terms of how much HP you're losing to all of this Stage 3.
I think in Panda's spot, I would consider pivoting also in the Mundo. This is very good to pivot just into Jin Mundo line, but perhaps he just wants to make sure Aki goes safe, so he just plays contested, he doesn't care. He knows he'll be stronger for this stage because of the Bramble argument, and hefty rolls not doing much, and as long as you can send Aki A, like, it's already a dub. Like, you are dragging yourself down, but hey, that's about, the whole competition is about it. So you can just outplace the other guy.
Ari does get her last cast off, doesn't quite kill the Sivir, so it should be a win, a stabilization now here for Panda. And Wojtek gets his win streak. Again, it was already broken last round, but Kezman continues strong. 6 win streak for the Hustler. And this is the whole point of the augments. You're able to sacrifice having to greed for extra econ thresholds. Instead, you're using all of your gold that you're getting every single turn to get progressively stronger.
Sangyup hit 6, he will be going for that Vi 2 at least to stabilize. He finds the Udyr. Finds even more Udyrs, but still no Vi 2 on the side. Missing just one copy, finds the Kaisa upgrade.
We saw this from Ironbog actually, not with the Knuckle Dusters, but just by Kaisa duo carry. Makes a lot of sense if you're contested on the lines that you're trying to fish for in terms of having the Jin contested and not be able to hit 3-star, for example.
You need this. This is like hitting GP2. It's essential for this.
I think even more essential, to be honest, because GP1 can kind of farm more than a Vi1 because she is usually in range and in melee distance, basically, without the Edge of Night build.
I think it's rolling Donkey Kong to 0, like sell Ash and just roll deeper.
And this is not the case for most 2-cost rerolls, especially the case, obviously, for Vi and GP, because they're snowballing units. If you get a 2-star, it has a much higher chance of farming gold on kills, and this gold is essentially as if you are 10 or 20 or 30 econ in terms of your econ thresholds.
Yeah, so Aki picks up the Moguls on 3-2, very unusual pickup. Perhaps there was just like even FAP choices would be fine. Oh, Shredden gets the...
Shredden has been watching. They've been playing solo queue, but also watching the rest of the teams in this tournament and what tech they're bringing forward to their series. We saw this exact game plan from the T1 series with Bintum. He was the one playing this heavy as a crown on Mundo, and he was able to win streak off of that on very close margins, all of stage 3 and stage 4. So much tech from today's tournament being showcased in this broadcast as well with the Vi Kaisa duo carry that Ironbox boarded recently.
Yeah, we're looking at the Dr. O board right now, clearly playing for the either Storks or the Battle Academia Prodigy, having the forward thinking, so we'll be having a massive rolldown that will tune in on the 4-2. So general game plan from the EVOS, it looks like Shredin should be very stable until stage 5. Kezman should be very stable until stage 5. Wojtek, we'll see his roll down, but if he hits, we see 3 players that could be stable, and they could actually cut loose Aki and not sacrifice for him at all HP, and just try to send 3 players from their ROC bottom.
And this is a very high-risk game plan from ROC. Essentially, if anything goes wrong for the players who are risking it all, in terms of you miss on your roll down somehow with forward-thinking gold even, the game is essentially automatically over because they're all players that are playing for 1 or 2 lives and this big comeback synergy, which is something that we haven't really seen work to great success as a team in this tournament.
Yeah, there is a good counterplay here because Wojtek picked up an Icon argument, slamming, which allow him to 4-1 it. So he will roll before forward thinking, and what Kezman will do, he will hold the units, probably will roll as well after the Wojtek, before the forward thinking, and just take all the units to make the forward thinking so much less efficient.
I was going to mention exactly this, and to counter this, I think Dr. O has to make item slams and unit holds that keep him open to both Sork and Yumi to be able to pivot out of whichever line is less contested. If he tunnel visions on Sorks or Yumi, he will have a terrible time with 2 players trying to grief him the turn before he has his gold injection.
Yeah, and while we see Kezman hitting these items on GP on stage 3-5, while being on that 100 HP,
Aki says, I'm going down, but I'm bringing down everyone with me, holding 6 buys on the bench. The Malphite is not close, but he does not really care.
Okay, honestly...
It's a Vi 1 still. So impactful to hold this many units. Kezman as well is holding a copy of Vi as well. The tactical griefing is absolutely insane up against Sangyup here.
Sangyup trying to play defense, but quite poorly, so only 1 GP on the bench. Can't hit his own upgrade. Okay. I'm gonna go strong, with not a curse, but a blessing, perhaps, that EVOS got this in the bank. If this is looking so impossible for OC to win, that I think we're looking for already second game.
Yeah, it's a really tough situation that you put yourself in, and you talked about it. The initial thought on, Vi Knuckle is very strong. I would be very excited to pick it and play it for my team. I would be celebrating, but you mentioned it. It can be target griefed, and Vi is a champion that thrives off of the snowballing effect. If you cut that snowball early, you start drowning in your lack of tempo. An early TF has been found by Kezman, thanks to Hustler, able to pump levels and get some great 5 costs early, especially a scaling 5 costs like TF.
Yeah, the scaling comes from the more cards he farms, he gets the better rewards. Later on, we can get even 3-star the crew member, which allows you to roll down together with the crew and get the extra XP with the hustler that can that can be beneficial.
Well, maybe he'll sell it if Aki is still trying to 3-star his
I'm assuming Aki will not be around anymore. But okay, he wants to send Panda also A. So it depends which kind of unit that would be a hit. But again, most players insta-sell it instead of actually putting in it for the extra XP, which is quite great when you're at 100 HP ahead.
The battle of the win streakers here, all EVOS on this battle for now. Heavy as a Crown is added at the very last minute from Shredin. Shredin does lose the win streak, and Kezman continues. We saw it last series from Flash Wolves. Both games, 1 and 2, a Flash Wolves player had a 10 win streak coming into stage 4. Both times, Flash Wolves won that match. So it's just so important to preserve HP.
Both players are on the rolling on the creeps, just trying to get ahead of each other. Rolling, we'll see how deep, but this is looking kind of sad. Like, this is only 6 Malphite, 6 Seviers for Panda, while the other side we see also 4 Malphites and 6 Seviers. They are not having prime time.
As we move into 4-1, we'll also have to look at the board from Dr. O to see what kind of angle he might be going toward, and then also look quickly at Simply Wojtek if he is going to be 4-1ing it for his Fast 8 comp.
Yeah, so all we can be hoping for, they won't be sucking for Aki. Like, he is pretty much destined to just go 8, Just grief all the units you can grief. I wish he wasn't holding Janus. Holding Janus does nothing. Like, you are not free-starting Janna at this point.
Wojtek is rolling 4 Sorks, down to only 10 gold on level 8. Has found a pair of Cassantes, has found
of Yumi.
A Jarvan as well, has found some Yumis as well, so trying to stay open to both lines.
Not with those items, probably. Like, those items will not accomplish much with the Yumi too, even. I think getting... Ooh, the TF maybe potentially pivot here. Yeah, you see it right there. Items staying on the Lucian as just being 4 Sorks, slightly probably stronger, not pivoting quite yet.
No Karma is certainly not ideal yet for Simply Wojtek here. Looking at Araya's board, he also looks like he is going to be the Sorg player. He is holding Lucian with Deathfire Grasp, so I assume that means that Dr. O is most likely going to be playing for the Yumi line and will be rolling heavily on 4-2 once all of his gold comes back, thanks to forward thinking. For now, this Sorg matchup seems to be going in favor of Araya. It will be another big HP loss for Wojtek.
Yeah, he still didn't roll, but that Swain too, just 3 items, was quite enough to take down the Wojtek, given that he's still running Aatrox's main tank. So this could look a bit more on the grim side, given that Wojtek missed completely his roll down, and the Aki is not looking too good. Even though he's a bit ahead of the HP, we'll see the roll down now from the Dr. O, and he funds Spirit Link, which is amazing when you're at this HP. Karma missed!
He's playing for Yumi.
Oh, yeah.
Araya is playing for Sorg, so they don't want to contest each other, obviously. He will be playing for especially Leona and Yumi as the key units to buy. He needs to hit, I would have to hope,
for Sorks.
Leona 2 and Yumi 2 on this roll down. If not, I would say he is in a bad position considering...
Oh, 0 Yumis!
Oh, no Yumis whatsoever, so it's looking really, really grim.
I'm sorry.
It's looking really grim here.
Okay, look, we've seen that Wojtek was holding the Yumis. They were aware that the Battle Academia will be contested by Dr. O. So we'll need to see the Kazman bench yet, but this is looking very grim for Dr. O. Given that was like 70, 80 gold
80 gold
down,
to roll for this unit
missing
board.
so many on the units. So only hitting pretty much Cassante, which is amazing for the comp, but it's not gonna be enough.
And that's the big problem with forward thinking. You would think you have a guarantee to hit, but some cases it's just not the case. And look at Dr. O's HP total. He sacrificed his entire mid game more than you would with any other AUG when you can't even go 6 because your gold is taken away from you to then be returned with interest coming into 4-2. But he is now in a very difficult position here.
So now, when Evo sees the spot of the Dr. O, they'll try to send him Ave before the Aki goes there. Given that Aki will not be able to stabilize, all they need to do is just position for Dr. O, make sure they hold his units, and with this Cassante is still chilling there.
The Vi can finally farm some extra gold on the kill. Malphite 3 hit on 4-3 for Panda, very, very late into the game as well. It happens when it's contested. Shredden here, the Mundo 3 would be so important, especially with this setup with Heavy as the Crown, where you are trying to fight for your Mundo staying alive for as long as possible.
So not many of copies of the Leona or Yumi on the side of the Kazman. Actually, so that's crazy, that denial only was coming from Wojtek on the Yumi, and no Leona denial, so it just was so massive low roll on the Dr. O side. And we've seen that Shredin was already sitting on the set 2 Gene 3, so pretty stable.
And Wojtek full contest, griefing the Yumis and the Leonas, but has not had much of success on his own game plan, potentially also seeing himself on the way out to hold the Vise and as many units as possible from the game plan from ROC. Is trying to use this TF as a duo carry with Lucian for now on stage 4 to try and get some extra loot here.
Yeah, but this is not gonna be quite cutting it. Sangyup also not being able to be even remotely close to hitting the Mundo nor the Vi. However, he's one of Kaisa, which should be...
Bit of a party on the bottom of the board here. So many different little legends seeing what is happening. It will be another win for Kezmen. 13 win streak now. And we've seen it 3 games in a row now. The last 3 games on broadcast have been a dominant lead of one of the players at least from, in this case, Evos.
Yeah, and I believe that Kezman hit Udyr 3, so this will definitely draw back from other Juggernaut players being probably unable to hit like...
Yasuo 3.
Is this Yasuo 3?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's even better. That's actually a carry
We have a secondary damage carry outside of GP as well, so we'll see how long this win streak will continue for Kezman. We talked about it, so important for preserving HP. He can also now start maybe sacking this HP to some of his teammates to try and manipulate the eliminations on the bottom.
Does he even
board.
have Rice on the board? I don't know if that's already a mentor because he has still on the... He's still sitting on TF. Perhaps there is no Jarvan. But given that he picked up the magic wand on the last argument, that's kind of unusual for the GP board.
For Dr. O, we're seeing it here. The Heartbreak board still on pairs of Yumis, pairs of Leonas. We do see the Mundo 3 being hit, and in comparison here from Sangyup, only a few copies of Mundo.
Yeah, we've seen Shredin removing the crown from the Mundo in case there is like a Yumi matchup, so she doesn't blow him out.
Not just that, but you can also place the crown on any unit that's going to die if you want to lose to a weaker opponent, for example.
Yeah, so here we see that ROC members are sacking for Dr. O just to make sure he doesn't go 8, because given the Wojtek is so weak, Aki is so weak, he should be able to outplace them. But if they sack for him and he does go 8 still, this is gonna be very, very bad news for them.
Fairly big hit on Araya here, now dropping down to 50 HP. We're looking still, Evo's looking so strong in that 1 and 2 spot with 100 HP for Kesman and still 75 for Shredin, so just a huge gap even to 3rd place. The Sivir 3 is finally found for Aki. He's on his last life, as is Dr. O. The early TF here, though.
You probably sell Vi on last second.
Yeah, you saw one Vi when there's no more time for the rolls to come through. And just try your best to win this next fight.
Or sell 2 Vi's, put another unit, sell another Vi, just put like another Malphite, just trying to win the last fight before you go out.
Level to 6, yeah.
Yeah. And he's facing Arai, there is no shot he was winning this anyway.
And it will be Shredin versus Dr. O. The crown is going to be on Mundo. Yumi could be scaling enough to kill the Mundo all by herself.
But Shredin needs to make a big hit because Aki is not killing many units, and I think Dr. O will actually outplace Aki given the HP difference.
Mundo's still very healthy. Udyr's coming to help as well. If Mundo doesn't die here, that could be it, and that's a big loss to Dr. O.
But on the other side, I think it was like 7 unit loss from the source. No, it was 6 units loss. It might be actually perfect.
Yep.
It was, okay, Aki was 1 HP ahead, but he lost by 1 more unit, so they were equal on HPs. But because Aki was higher HP before the run started, he's placed higher because of the tiebreakers. And you see, maybe not the happiest man, but he did his job. He went 7th, not 8th. Big victory for the EVOs.
He lost his fight to Panda in the 1v1 on the crew reroll, but he did end up outplacing Dr. O at the very least and held on to so much Vi's across that game as well, which is why we're seeing Sangyup now down to 23 HP and on a 2-loss streak. Is now going to have a chance with those 7 Vi's going back into the pool to maybe hit that by 3 and come back into this game.
So the biggest question is, did they brought down Aki, or Aki brought down Sangyup and Panda down?
It's a 1v2. I think it's worth it if you're ruining 2 game plans by ruining your own.
And you still outplace one of them.
Yeah, exactly. So overall, I think you have, like I mentioned before, the help from Kesman and Shredin with so much HP to also sack for you and to buy you more time than maybe Dr. O had from his own teammates. Wojtek now has finally found the Karma, but it's just a Karma 1. There's no Gwen yet here as well.
Yeah. Pretty much this whole game will be reliant on Shredin and Kesman, just making sure they can close the game with at least 1 and 3, looking that Wojtek will be probably going bottom. However, he does face a Vi, but there is a Kai'Sa 3 and another component for Sangyup.
If the Ahri can go onto the Vi earlier before the Mundo, that could be enough. The Vi does have kind of an AoE once she gets her ult off, so once she faces the Ahri and the Karma,
another cast from Swain, that might be just enough.
That's enough time. The Vi gets taken down.
That will go towards the Kai'Sa, and it
huge win for Wojtek. Now Sangyup is going to be on 1 life, which is a scary place to be. We're in stage 5, 11 HP, pretty much any amount of unit loss and you're down.
So now the big question, how many members of the ROC has the Sangyup in the pool, and if they even can afford to sack for him, if they have a win-out player.
GP3, Kabuko 3, Kesman claps because he knows he's going to continue to dominate this lobby as he had in stage 2 and 3.
That's so hilarious. Look how much natural XP Kesman got since he went to 7. He's almost level 8 by just default getting 2 XP per round.
Because he went with Hustler to 7 so early in stage
18
3.
runs of default XP.
Shredin heavy as the crown, Kai'Sa 3. And the Vi very far away from the Mundo, so Mundo will be staying alive for a long time. The Gnar has a Luchador, can try and get out of danger. And Jin all by himself on that top left-hand side trying to deal out the damage. Kai'Sa is having a very hard time breaking through onto the Mundo here.
Kai'Sa does have a bypass damage towards the Jin once all the units but Mundo are dead, but there's still set healing out. And yeah, that will be the end of the Sangyup. They would need to 1-3. Do they have HP for 1-3? Araya having 50, Panda 29. Technically it's possible, but are they gonna be strong enough?
It'll come down to Panda being able to turn this crew game around and find the high cap of hitting Ziggs 3, of hitting TF2, of being able to go 8 and fit your strategist online as well. We're looking at the board here. He is level 7, 20 gold, no
Ziggs
TF.
3 what?
And
There is
only
no
2
Ziggs 3
copies
coming.
of Ziggs for now. So Panda looks to be very far away from the max cap for the crew, and no real augment to skill him to get him there, right? There's no treasure hunt, for example. It was just all about tempo augments with the Primal.
Yeah, that's a big victory, having the Wojtek being able to go 5th. And we see that item removal, just to make sure he doesn't beat Shredding, just to preserve the HP. Beautiful sack from the player that you could think that you want to sack for. But no, he doesn't want to take away from HP from the Shredding, because they need to make sure that Kezman and Shredding go at least 1-3.
If Panda was also 1 life, of course that would change, but because Panda is relatively healthy, at the very least 2 lives, there is no incentive to keep Wojtek around. He's done his job. He's outplayed Sangyup as well in his game plan.
Also, they can go 2-3. They don't need to go even 1-3. The Evo, so that's even better. Given how healthy is Shredding and Kezman, while Kezman being higher cap board, it'll be extremely hard for the ROC to be able to outplace EVOS altogether.
This is because ROC can face each other, and that means they're taxing each other's HP. There's only so much HP they can work with, essentially. There's only so much buffer, which is why we've been mentioning across this entire tournament how important it is to come into Stage 4 with 100 HP, or to have a 13 win streak, because you have such a buffer to share with your team as well in Stage 5 and 6.
We've seen how that Hustler was so important for the EVOS, being able to just play tempo out of that GP opener. Really, really nice to play it. And we see already the matchmaking here, Panda being playing against Araya. They shouldn't be sucking to that extent, I think, because they still need to kill some of the units. Like Araya still needs to kill some to not lose that much HP.
Maybe Panda's weaker than you think. It could be the question. We've seen players thinking, oh yeah, I'm sacking for sure, and then they end up winning regardless. And there is still the Shadow Clone Karma dealing some damage alongside the Lux.
25%.
You'll kill the Shen, you won't kill the Malphite, but you'll get 2 or 3 unit kills here at the very least.
At least there should be some Gnar segment. Like, that's another HP that could have been, like, there is no Luchador, this Gnar does nothing, it just deals extra damage. So there should be like a bit more of an adjustment from Panda side.
Araya has Braum as well, so Braum able to shield some of that health as well. Only now down to 44 HP for Araya. Has been now dropping to 42.
Yeah, Shredding being at 59. We'll see if the Kezman decides to sack for the Shredding, given that how strong he is, if he thinks he can beat the Zorks. But I believe that Kezman is slightly weaker than the Zorks, but have a chance of beating Zorks. Where Shredding board, I don't think has a chance against that capped board from the Araya.
I wonder if Kezman has been holding Ziggs as well. We're seeing 1 on the bench there from Kezman. That's the only really big power spike left for Panda that can put him back into this game. We'll see Mundo now getting a lot of damage from the ship, from all these different carries, trying to take him down. The Malphite's very close to being down now as well. The Gnar and the Jhin, damage coming through. Heavy as a crown, seemed like such a great tactical play. Ascension procs though on this very long fight. Is this enough DPS to break the Mundo shield? It's a Mundo 3, he's chunky, he has a chair, and he seems to be unkillable. Shredding a very important win. Panda maybe now, as we move into Stage 6 on 1 life, 17 HP.
And Kezman also being able to bring Araya down, looking pretty much like they both outcap the ROC players. Kezman holding even the Gwens, making sure that Araya cannot reach the final cap. We've just seen that Mundo, heavy is the crown, being pretty much equal or a bit weaker than the Locket Mundo.
Yep. It seemed just very, very strong. Even in, my worry is that in late stages of the game, there's enough DPS that it ends up becoming a hindrance on your game plan, but no, he's just able to tank so much damage. So many Ziggs being held here by Kezman as well, thanks to Hustler, and just a great griefing game plan to try and secure the win here for EVOS.
In general, reaching 8 by default is crazy. Just from 7 to 8, that is so many rounds. And Araya will go to 9, will try to hit the Gwen, but doesn't have much gold behind his belt. That does find 1, but 1 might not cut it.
1 off from the Ziggs. Is he even able to hit it is the biggest question with the amount that are being held by both Shredder and Kezman. They are certainly not selling any copies of this Ziggs to try and deny the spike from Panda. 17 HP, who is he facing? Can he stay alive?
Oh, he's not beating this board.
He's not beating it, but is he losing to it in a way that he takes that much damage is the biggest question. Gangplank wrapping onto the left side, potentially can wrap now onto the right as well. Zig's already down thanks to the Yasuo. It's going to be a massive loss. Only the tanks left alive here. This could be it. Kezmen, huge win and a huge knockout on Panda as well. EVOS takes game number 1 off of decisive game plans in stage 2 and 3 especially.
You can see on the EVOS faces, they are so pleased, they're happy, they're cheering, they're already locked in for another game, just gonna be locking it.
No, Mundo,
game.
surely not.
I mean, Anima Visage healing the percentage of missing HP.
Oh my god, heavy is the crown indeed. The king of tanks is here. Mundo just does not die. The real Karma was killed early on. That was a shadow clone, but still, impressive display from this 2-cost 3-star.
Is this the tankiest unit we've ever had?
The moment I realized how strong Mundo was, this set became much more enjoyable for my ladder climb. It opened up a lot more paths when it comes to AD rerolls, when it comes to AD flex as well.
I believe if not for Mundo, the meta would be so much narrow because like all the AD flex comps would be suddenly gone.
Yeah.
And like it would be all just everyone playing AP.
Mundo is the big enabler in this current meta for AD flex. And a cool setup from Kezmen. In that flex spot on level 8, instead of playing a strategist with Jarvan, instead of trying to go for the Mighty Mech, he's just going into this TF as an AP carry with Karma items essentially and using him to farm more and more resources to snowball. So this is all about Kezmen playing high tempo with Hustler and pressuring everyone else and never really taking his foot off of the gas the entire game. A great display from this Polish player.
Keep in mind this TF is scaling there since 3-5. This is 3 stages of scaling. Gold, rolls, AP for him, attack speed for TF, and also like stuff like shielding. And those cards keep getting better over time. So at this point, there is just premium stuff coming from him.
Really to Kaisa as a reroll unit, it's a unit that the more you play it, the more it is on your board, the stronger it gets. Which is why if you find it early, it's always a consideration. Even if he's not usually in your cookie cutter meta comp, try and find a slot for him because he will put in the work.
Especially when you play Hustler, getting this extra resources will definitely not hurt him. And the cool tech from Araya, having Shadow Clone with the...
Deathfire Grasp.
Both of them proccing over time, definitely cool tech.
We'll see now Araya on his last life. Of course, it's already going to be a game 1 win for EVOS, but we'll see if Araya can put up a fight against this Mundo. Lost the last time these two players faced each other. The Braum is coming in to throw Mundo around, but Mundo does not seem too bothered just yet. The healing coming in from Spirit Visage. Double Karma Disc onto the Mundo. He's by himself. Surely this will finally be the end to his reign of terror. The healing cannot be that strong. It will finally be a win from Araya up against Shredden.
Also DFG being a natural counter to Mundo, blasting for the percentage HP. When both of them proc, the Mundo will melt. But it still respects the resists.
There's a TF on the carousel here. If Kevin wants a little blue buff, we'll see if he wants any other items.
Really cool, also augment selection from the Shredin. I believe it's Tesla coil for last one.
Yep, Tesla coil.
So he makes sure even if the Mundo is left alone, he still can do damage and he can clutch it up.
And you have so many items. You have obviously the Heavy as a Crown is an item in and of itself. It counts for Tesla coil, so just that little bit of min-max in terms of trying to find the most value from your augment setup. We're seeing now the change, the fusion dance onto the Gwen alongside the Lucian, and the Karma with a Shadow Clone. So just max burst damage and hoping that these 4 frontliners can buy enough time for all the damage. I mean, one of the burstiest versions that we've seen of this Sorcerer's Comp with double DFG as well on the Karmas.
I think this is the best combination of the power-ups you can hope for on the swords on the current patch.
And it's GP. So he comes in and fires a few shots and everyone is down. Can he win against this last Gwen? The 1v1, he can. Araya taken down. That's all 4 players from ROC eliminated. And the victory lap from EVOS, the victory lap from 2 great friends and 2 long-time players in EMEA scene, Shredden and Kezmen, who were the 2 players who played such high tempo in stage 2 and 3 and put their team in such a good spot all by themselves. Look at this amount of gold from TF in the late game.
That's what comes when you get all the scaling on, but like, this is GP. He comes in, fires a warning shotgun shot to the face, he refuses to elaborate, he goes out.
And the Rise upgrade, all the last few upgrades coming through here. Not much more to spike this board with. You've hit everything, essentially.
We should make, like, if there was removers available, there are still two. Some optimization with the items where, like, Void Staff goes to the TF because he has a way better spread out on the item going to the back lane and benefiting of the attack speed way more than the Rise. And then, like, Mentor Rise with those items would do actually solid damage, especially against Mundo.
And for Shredden as well, a great tech. This Heavy as a Crown, we saw it earlier. For me, it was the first time really seeing it in a high-level situation, performing so well. Thanks to Bintum, we're seeing it now again for Shredden. Definitely a combination we'll be seeing a lot more of this tournament now that either players, maybe they already knew from scrims, but I think everyone across all our viewers are now learning how strong this is, and definitely a way to maximize Mundo's effectiveness as a tank and just win fights all by itself.
So would you say this is more on the EVO's premium gameplay, or ROC just playing against each other and falling on their own fault?
I think it's a bit of both. Dr. O put himself in a risky position with forward thinking. It backfired. Aki brought 2 players down. Sungyup was unfortunate on his initial roll down on 3-2. He could have easily hit a Vi 2, maybe even 6 copies of Vi, the same way we saw with Aki rolling on 5. So I think it's a little bit of misfortune from Rock's side. Maybe not the ideal game plans as well, but you have to give credit where credit is due. EVO's played, at least for Shredden and Kesman, 2 very clean game plans, and these are game plans that fit perfectly in 4v4. High tempo, high pressure, and when you see some weakness or some bad luck from the opponent's team, you have to capitalize on it, and they've
apply
done
pressure.
exactly that.
You don't let them go, and you just send players bottom. That's why playing fast 8 is so volatile, because if you don't hit on your initial roll down, you are not hitting.
We'll hear a more in-depth breakdown now as well from our analyst desk. Analysts, take it away.
Thank you, guys. EVOs are putting themselves here in the lead with that first win over ROC. We expected this to be a little bit of a closer matchup, but it did feel a little bit one-sided.
Yeah, I think really good game plans from EVOs. I really just like the direction they went. They had the solo leveling start for Shredden, but then going towards the heavies, the Crown Mundo, we had a GP setup for Kesman. I think the way that they played around Aki, somehow at level 5, still able to play 7th in that game. I think it was just really well done from EVOS. And then on the other side, I think there is a little bit of low rolling that did happen.
Yeah, I mean, to follow on to Cass's point, I think just having the dual accelerants in there, to be able to bring 2 different players into the game that much faster than they should have been doing, I think really made a big difference here, because for a lot of teams, they don't necessarily get to really hit that kind of angle quite as hard as we saw for Reroll in that game.
Yeah, and then we're looking at ROC, and I think I would like to start off with maybe talking about what potentially went wrong for them. We were talking about some of the low rolling specifically, that being an issue. What else could they have done differently then?
I think some of the plans could have gone a little bit better. There was a bit of contesting on the AP line, so Dr. O gets kind of pushed into a corner where he has to only roll for Yuumi, can't actually roll for the Karmas because Araye is going in that direction. And so we end up in this spot where forward thinking goes off, and he rolls 80 gold and hits nothing at all.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw that happen, I thought he really has to change his name to Dr. No.
Yeah, probably Dr. No Yuumis, because he hit 0 Yuumis and 80 gold.
And it's a little bit of a difficult situation to be in as well. Kind of unlucky if I do say so myself, but it does play out like this at the end of the day. That is how the cookie crumbles, and EVOs were also able to capitalize off of the boards that they had going on.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think, it's definitely going to be one of the things, of course, with this being a day full of elimination, you can see the emotion just flooding in at these kind of moments when you realize that your sort of team's trajectory. In this case, I think for EVOS, they did have a good amount of momentum pretty much through the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it starts out with solo leveling and Hustler, right? I mean, that's immediately just a lot of tempo from 2 of these players, able to set up, then leading in, as we said, the heavy is the Crown Mundo. We've seen this once before. This was kind of newer tech, I guess, that is emerging in the tournament that we had not seen prior to today. And both times it's been brought out, once by T1 and once now. It's looked incredibly strong. And then the follow-up is just having Slammin for Wojtek that gets to go into Sorcerers. He's the only player on his team going Sorks, and he gets to kind of contest into 2 players on ROC.
And I do want to follow up, Cass, on what you're saying about Aki as well, because we had a crew game, or we could have had an extremely strong crew game with the heavy rerolls to get contested and still provide utility to the team by holding so many buys and just holding on for as long as possible. I think that's really good team play and playing, knowing what the reality of your spot is.
Yeah, and we're touching upon you, Kazi, you were touching upon the Mundo specifically with the Heavy as a Crown, and that's something that you said that we've only seen today, right now from EVOS and earlier from T1. Is there a world where these two have a similar meta read because they are potentially scrim partners?
It's possible. I know the big thing that we heard out of EVOS coming into today is actually they finally were having some good scrim results. I don't know if that was with T1. I'm not sure who their scrim partners are, but one of the big things with EVOS coming into the event, which is why we rated them pretty low, was because a lot of their scrims we heard were going terribly. They were not winning very many games at all. But now, today, they're feeling very confident. They actually had some really great scrims yesterday, getting ready for today. And I mean, it shows immediately. I think they're playing with confidence. They have some great plans and they're executing well.
Yeah, and even the interview that we heard earlier today ahead of the game against ROC, they're like, yeah, we're confident. We've had our scrims going well. Everything's doing really fine. We're ready to take this on. And it seems that confidence has genuinely translated onto the server as well. And they continuously are surprising us here as the underdogs.
Well, I mean, we've been talking about this all the way through the competition. You know, teams growing in confidence, teams growing in ability. And I don't think you can do too much better than what we're seeing from EVOS right now. I mean, they are surrounded by some of the best 44 players in the world. So I think they're taking every moment they can get here, making the most of it, and growing as much as they can.
I mean, they've seriously leveled up. I think that now we have to see, can ROC actually level up as well, because we've seen some very big hero performances, especially from Araya and Dr. O, but now is the time for the rest of the team to make sure they can step up as well if they're given the spot, because this last game, I think, had a lot of issues. It seemed like some kind of communication issue might have broken down, which was a worry for this team, and I'm hoping that that's not the case and they can actually turn it around.
So for EVO's side of things, then, what are we looking for them to replicate again this game? Because ROC, as you touched upon, a couple of communication issues, maybe some of the low rolls that we're seeing from them, that's obviously something that they should be able to fix in this next little break. EVOS, though, they want to make this a clean 2-0, because that's kind of been what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for EVOS is actually just continue to do what you're doing. I think the plans were great. You had the 1-cost reroll, you had two more 2-cost rerolls trying to help them the pool, and from there you have your fast 8 player. I think that's generally a great setup to go for. Of course, you have to have the spots cooperate, but I think the overall plans and execution have looked good. Keep it going.
Yeah, I mean, I think absolutely, I'm with you there. EVOS really did get to dictate terms in this game, and I wonder if we would necessarily see the same opportunity be given to them in a second game. I think, you know, there's something to be said from ROC to being very reactive as they were to shut down the crew, but I don't know if necessarily they took enough initiative of their own.
Do you think ROC then has the ability to bring this one back?
Well, actually, I've got an answer for that in my book. Let me a second.
No. Do you agree, Kazan?
I don't think I agree. I think ROC definitely has enough in the tank to get it done. I think they've had some outstanding carry performances. We saw it out of Dr. O with the 9 lives, and we saw it all global qualifier with their IA. So I'm thinking they can actually bring this one back.
All right. Well, whether or not it's going to happen, we're going to have to wait before we find out, because our second match of EVOS going up against ROC coming up after the break.
When the world of business is constantly changing, you need to stay ahead. So what about AI to generate new possibilities? Machine learning to predict what customers will like? Or expand your business by forecasting delivery routes with real-time data? With the power of the cloud, imagine how AWS can transform your business.
Hey everybody, it's Puckett with Jin the Translator, and we got Flancy here from Twisted Minds. Now, Flancy, this was a rematch going up against Flash Wolves. Last time, you edged them out on day 1. What went wrong this time?
就想问你，这次重新对战 Flash Wolves， 但是这次不像你们第一次跟他们对战就是2-1胜出嘛，这次相当于是惜败给了他们。那想问你，到底问题出在哪里了呢？
我觉得第一把我们处理的还可以，但是确实对面船长那个点太糊了，处理不了。然后第二把的话，就是我们在就团队沟通啊，可能选阵容啊，包括后期的一些细节方面，就是没有处理好，就导致也是非常可惜输掉了。其实有差一点。
Well, game 1 we actually thought that we put up a good fight. But the opponents had a very complete Gangplank roster, and we just couldn't really keep up with that. And then for game 2, I think we made much more errors in terms of team coordination, communication as well. Just and there were a few roster conflicts as well. So I think that a lot of things added up, and we end up losing. So it's a shame, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Clancy, one thing is for sure, though, you made a lot of fans in the production room. We all love to watch your face, all of your smiles, all of the emotions. Are you excited to get back to your stream?
就这次，因为摄像头也很多次切到你的镜头，然后也看到你的各种情绪、各种表情、各种就是摸脸啊，或者其他动作。然后呢，很多人这些主持人这些解说也都挺喜欢的。想问你这次回去的时候是不是准备继续开播呢？
直播肯定会继续嘛。然后就是非常谢谢大家，不管是国内还是国外的粉丝对我的喜欢吧，我会继续加油的。
Well. When I go back, definitely I'm gonna resume streaming again. And a big thank you to all my fans out there, both domestically and internationally, for watching me. Love you guys.
A global star right here. We'll see you next year.
Welcome back, everyone, to what could potentially be the final game of the group stage for the Esports World Cup TFT 2025 tournament. All in all, right now, EVOS has put themselves in the pole position to qualify to the playoff bracket. 1-0 up against ROC with a dominating performance from two of their players, Kezman and Shredden, who preserved so much HP in the early game, dictated the terms of that late game, and took over in stage 6.
Yeah, but we cannot ignore the effect that Aki and Wojtek had into the game. Aki just drawing back the knuckle duster down, holding that 6-7 Vice, being unable to hit Vi2 for such a long time to accelerate the econ, to accelerate the components that comes out of the trades, and Wojtek playing a great tempo, having the HP. Unfortunately for him, that he missed down on the roll down, but it did not matter because they were so in such a commanding lead HP wise and comp wise that they had a fair share in just going to win the game regardless.
All smile for EVOS, but for ROC, faces of concern. They now know the strength of their opponents. They now know what they need to do and potentially change for this game too, to try and come back into it. Some misfortune in the game one. Dr. O's rolldown was not ideal. The game plans were a bit all over the place, but they have a chance to clutch up in this game too.
Yeah, like what you were saying about the game plans. Maybe they have to focus more on their own game plan than the disruptive game plan, and that's what has been the case of an attempt last game, and where they tried to drag the 1-2 players down, and they were the victims of their own plan, scheme instead.
And we talked about the confidence, right? The moral loss to Wolves, where they were absolutely dominated by one of the strongest teams in the tournament from what we've seen so far. They won and really dominated both of these teams actually in the earlier parts of this group stage. And right where you need it most, you need that confidence injection, you need that morale boost for the rest of your team, you get dealt a pretty big and important loss as well in game one. So this is the time. If there is champion blood, if there is winner blood in these players, they have to show it now. This is the game two where they are required to clutch up, they're required to bounce back from the loss, to adapt and to come together as a team, right? You need to have that group morale to confront this challenge.
Yeah, ROC does definitely need a rally effect here when the second wind, where they're gonna come back into the series, where they're gonna cut their losses, they'll forget about the game one, and they'll just play a nice, beautiful team fight tactics with the team.
And Sangyop, as a part of Na'Vi last year, he knows what it feels like to make it into the top 8. Individually, Dr. O knows what it feels like to make it to 3 TAC rounds, to make a final lobby as well. These are players who have tasted great deals of success individually. They have to now do it as a team in this game too.
As you mentioned, they have all the skill they need. They have way more experience than the Evo. They just need to be a team, not a 4 men of individuals, just a team. One pretty much object moving on.
One rock moving forward.
I was thinking about sending that one, but you did serve it well.
I could tell. And there's been a lot to learn, right, across all the different adaptations we've seen, not just in the meta itself of what comp do I play, but how do I adapt to a certain team's playstyle. We've seen, this is the last series of the day, we've seen it all already on this day 3, across the last 2 days of the tournament as well. So there's been a lot of chances to learn, there's been a lot of chances to take some parts of what other winning teams are doing, of what Flash Wolves did in the last series, and try and add that to your own game, to your own game plan. It's incredibly hard. Start of a set, there is 2 weeks into set 15. TFT is a game that brings forward so many new things when a new set launches. It's almost a new game in and of itself. So any chance you have to learn small little decisions to min-max and to improve your game, it's relevant and it's important.
And you can see, as in the last game, it's never too late to change your strategy, to adapt, to yoink the techs, as we've just seen from EVOS taking the page from the Binteum book with the Heavies, the Crown on the Mundo, even though Binteum managed to only score 6 that came, and here Shreddy managed to lock down the second just behind his teammate.
See now as we load in, we'll see of course what encounter we get as well. Incredibly impactful in TFT. The Golden Gala there, we saw a lot of very relevant gold augments like solo leveling for Shredden, really set him up for that Mundo game plan in the first place. We saw of course the Hustler. I think that was probably the most important augment of the game. An augment that in normal TFT on rank ladder, no one says Hustler is S tier. No one says Hustler is broken. No one complains about Hustler and its balance across the last 6-7 sets of TFT, but we saw that in the right situation, especially in a 4v4 format, it can become one of the strongest augments in the game off of just the way that a top player like has been able to adapt and really showcase the strength of the augment that it offers to you, and shore up the weakness with something like TF giving you that extra econ in the late game to bounce back from the lack of interest, for example. So we're going to see if we see some of this as well from ROC, some understanding of key augments that can really propel them into comfortable tempo positions in stage 2 and 3.
So we've seen the interesting outcome of the game where there was a decision between Treasure Hunt, solo leveling with Aatrox upgraded only. There was no GP, there was no Nafiri, there was no premium units for the solo leveling, just Aatrox with no slums whatsoever. And Shredin made it work where 90% of the players would just opt for the Treasure Hunt, especially that Shredin opted for the reroll anyway.
And for the hefty rolls pick from Aki, I think back-to-back games now we saw it in Flash Wolves as well. It has not really been that impactful. I thought it would be a little bit stronger, but you were right. Without a gold subscription or some extra econ to accompany, it doesn't really have that much impact. We are ready to go for game number 2.
Golemic.
And boy, oh boy, will we need adaptation. Trainer golems are here thanks to Lulu, everyone. Thank you, Lulu. We're going to have 3 random emblems added to every player's board. And this means that the chance to cook, the chance to play some creative CFT is here. The chance to potentially high roll some broken and strong combinations as well. The first one to start things off for Aki. Duelist, Juggernaut, Wraith. Juggernaut fits into Mundo, Duelist pairs with Udyr, and Wraith pairs with
Kayle?
Jhin. Very, very strong for Kayle. Also very strong for Jhin Gnar snipers, depending on what spot you have.
I'm sorry, this is 4 duelist Kayle, no?
If you have enough
flex GP,
if you have enough econ to get a Kayle 3 and go level 9.
I think you just fast 9 of this.
With a Kayle 2?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll have to see if Aki
Mundo 2, Kayle 2,
agrees
boom.
with this game plan or if he goes for the more maybe traditional or more stable Jhin reroll.
And the best part is you can itemize for the GP. You just don't play the mentor version, you play GP too. You itemize the Lee Sin later on.
We'll see if that'll be the thought for Aki. It looks good on paper. I'm not sure if I would pull that out the first chance I have in a game like this one where everything's at stake. Crystal Gambit offered for Dr. O alongside Soul Fighter as a potential vertical with Bastion +1, which fits for both.
Comps?
Yeah, both Crystal Gambit and for Soul Fighter. Crystal Gambit, obviously, it's a whole different story in 4v4. The idea of losing so much HP early is always scary. We have seen one team, Aegis, on the B stream yesterday. They were able to use Crystal Gambit with Lides, catapulting to a huge win off of that. Tournament favorites is offered.
Are they the favorites, though?
This is going to be one of the vertical inclined augments for Soul Fighter. Could be a pickup for Dr. O.
I mean, you have already the dummy. You could go vertical, and tournament favorites. Is this a sign for the EWC?
For Panda, he has picked up Patient Study. Going to play for a fast 8 comp. I assume we'll be looking into some AP comps like Yuumi or Karma, Sorcerers. Aki will be going for Replication. Simply Void-Tech, I believe that's Clear Mind. So also playing for a fast 8 game plan, very similar to what we saw last game. Kesman on 2-trick, that could be another tempo game from Kesman if he hits the right units.
Yeah, we'll need to see still what the other players hit on their golems, because it will heavily rely what the game.
Hustler was offered their last minute, and not even a consideration. We see the complete difference in how much teams really value this augment. Kesman here, we're seeing the all-star from last game on a Katarina board for now. Strategist, Soul Fighter, and Executioner.
This could be just a Katarina reroll straight up.
Yeah, you have the extra Executioner, you have the chance to fit in Rise for Strategist, as well as Janna for Protector and Strategist for the late game. And Kesman does love, I think, his 2-cost rerolls in terms of playing high tempo and bullying the lobby in the late game.
Aki pickups the Replication. We don't see quite the components yet. Could be... Oh, we don't know yet. But he will be able to win that initial fight against Panda. Will be, as you mentioned, going the past 8. We need to see the comments. There was a sniper there. Aki has the... Okay. Did he find the bow?
No kill for Aki whatsoever, so we made the kill game plan already kind of evaporating. He does have a Rage Blade, he does have a open cloak as well. This could be some kind of GP line, as you mentioned.
It's always Rage Blade Slam, probably. And
or just Narjin, I think, is the most obvious answer from here. Looking at Araya's side, he does have Juggernaut, he does have Luchador, and he does have Sniper. This is the hand-picked trainer golem for the Mundo Narjin line. You have perfect synergy with the entirety of the trainer golem. You have a Gnar upgrade with the Kraken's Fury Slam and potentially Kahuna Huna, Alan's favorite power-up on this unit as well.
Oh, are you implying something? That I will not be able to pronounce Kahuna Huna?
I would be very disappointed if you couldn't, as a professional caster.
I'm locked in, baby.
You nailed it. Gnar also nailed it. A big tempo win here for Araya. I have to imagine all throughout this stage too. We're seeing Replication Rod, it looks like, for Aki, with a Rage Blade Slam onto Lux of all units.
And we are seeing the Aki's board once again. Would love to see the boards from the Void-Tech, I believe we didn't see, from Sangyop, and from the Shredding. Aki could decide to contest the Jhin Mundo intentionally, just to stop the powerful spot from the Araya, to not give him that easily top 4. And now we're working on Sangyop. There is Edgelord, Juggernaut, so many Juggernauts.
I don't think anyone's hitting Mundo 3 this game, is my prediction.
Oh.
Considering how many players are trying to angle this Juggernaut frontline. We're seeing the battle between the teammates here as well. With, I think it could still potentially be leaning into all outs Cassante, Akali.
I think it's just Kai'Sa reroll
to buy
help out the other players.
Just to open an opening for the Juggernaut line for Araya, but potentially both players go down and just go for Mundo too.
You have already Kai'Sa too.
Yeah.
Like the components are not looking like it's Cassante. You need way too many gloves, way too many gloves.
We have seen a variation of Kai'Sa with Cassante and Akali in, I think, the last series, so that could be an angle from...
But it was more of a reroll, those 6 protectors for Supreme Cell from like some egregious spot.
Yeah.
Where it was reroll Kai'Sa and then Cassante as a final cap to the board, where it wasn't Juggernauts, but now that there is a Jugger on the Golem, we'll see something else, most likely.
First carousel rolling around, we're getting a look onto the boards now on the lower third here. Below the carousel, trying to start some predictions on what these players might be angling. We're seeing Shredding with a Nasher Slam and the Power of Friendship augment, I believe, for Star Guardian, so that's potentially the line for him with the early Nashers on the Syndra and the Rel 2 upgrade.
I mean, +1 on the Golem on the Star Guardian
I have to imagine,
is extremely potent. We didn't see his Golem just yet, but I believe we'll get to it quite soon. Meanwhile, Araya, Naruto, already found the Mundo, upgraded from, this looks like a solid 5 streak. And having Scavenger really helps get any additional items on the Nar.
And we've seen Mundo Nar be the standout tempo line in terms of preserving HP. Most of the times, throughout even just today and yesterday, the player that was reaching stage 4 with the most HP was playing Mundo Nar Jhin. And this is now the spot that Araya has been given. He has 100 HP now. He could potentially be, just like Kesman, the player that deserves the most HP coming out of stage 3 in this game.
So we've just seen 2 players having Star Guardian spot, which is pretty much they're forced into. One of them having Protector alongside and the other one having Bastion. So one will be not supplementing either Kennen or Cassante, but playing Swain instead for the Bastion Sork, and the other one will not be playing Swain, but will opt more into that exactly Kennen or the Brown perhaps, not Brown but Cassante for that extra front line. By 9 Star Guardian is extremely strong on 8 if they get there.
And one consideration here is that sometimes the trainer golems give you such clear paths that you are forced into a vertical, you're forced into a certain line that's not super meta. If no one's forced into GP, does someone just give up their trainer golem and just play GP reroll as if it wasn't there because of how strong GP is, especially when uncontested? That's a question that we will see answered on 3-2 once players commit to their roll downs. I think it might be Aki. Aki says, you know what? +1 duelist, that's good enough.
Got the bow from the replication. It was either bow or the rod. But does find already 2 pretty good items. So he might be the one taking it down. There was also a strategist player that could lean towards it. But again, there are such comps, as you mentioned, as GP, Sorks, that could just completely ignore the Golem if it's bad enough and just play towards the premium line instead.
A flip of the script coming into this game too. It is instead going to be ROC who have maybe the most dominant lead when it comes to the HP totals. Coming into this, Lux with 80 items though, looks really dominant from Aki here, dealing a blow to Kesman, but it is Araya and Dr. O on the win streaks, preserving HP coming to stage 3. Early Cassante for a Wraith Emblem player in Wojtek.
With the sword.
Very interesting setup all of a sudden from a 5 lose streak, 69 HP, can maybe stabilize off of this Cassante now.
Absolutely, and this we might see a rare case where we don't play Rise, but we're gonna play Kobuko because of the heavyweight emblem on the Golem, providing enough extra DR and HP to whole team, which should be more beneficial than 2 strategies and Mentor for the Sorks.
And you play a much tankier version, less bursty version of Sork potentially, with the index on Cassante over the extra Sork you have. You have a free spot obviously over the Ahri, I guess in this case it would be. Very interesting line potentially being open for Wojtek here in terms of a Sork variation, and gonna have that spot like Dr. O last game where he's gonna free fall in HP potentially, but then have a chance for a big roll down on stage 4 to stabilize.
Cassante should be a tool that pretty much secures your stage 3. It's such a strong unit if he just puts on him the items, gets the mech early on, finds maybe all out here to just stabilize.
Yeah.
And the items we're looking, it's gonna be Shojin Guard probably, could be also Void Staff, but it makes the items awkward. You can just go for Sky Piercer early. So it's gonna be Shojin, probably Guard.
could also maybe still lead into Ola Casante from the spot if you wanted it.
I don't think with this goal heavyweight. I mean, you could.
Sorcerer for Kennen, I guess.
But I think his Sork is just too good to not go for that. It's uncontested as well.
If he has a tempo line into Ola Casante, okay, but from a loose streak, 30 HP, and then what? You don't hit or you don't hit all out.
You don't have enough items as well for that.
It's too risky, I think. Silver augments to come through now for our players coming into stage 3, so a little bit less tempo, a little bit less amount of power budget coming onto the comps and the game plans for this stage 3.
I4NI being one of the better item silver arguments, providing 3 components for a silver argument, even though it's stage 3, it's one of the better ones you can hit.
Even better because you have in stage 3 more units that can die, so it kind of accelerates the rate at which you get item components compared to stage 2.
I remember when the argument was 4 components.
Oh, I remember.
I was
looking at it very often.
I was some egregious argument, but still very strong.
And Aki trying to play the game Kesman played last game, but unfortunately he has a different 2-cost carry. It is Lux carrying the Rage Blade. Level 6 roll down, not a single GP has been found.
And there is a defense coming from the RIM, holding already 1 GP, roll down for Mundo 2, Panda still on 1 copy, and Panda finds the Titanic. So that's one of the best silver arguments for 4 vs 4, providing the 25% extra HP just for the pretty much slowdown and the cost of having the non-having combat argument.
I have to imagine that Araya had most of his teammates in his matchmaking pool. Doesn't roll past this spot right here despite having rolling for days and 11 free rolls. Going to play it more greedy despite being at 100 HP. So a very dominant start for Araya, the Philippine player now being the carry for this ROC squad.
Wojtek opts to itemize the Ari instead. With those items rightfully, given that it's a critical threat, so it enables also
he has clear mind, so he has to either sell this Casante or level to 7 here. I think he should level to 7. It's so much HP that you're saving.
He will level to 7.
Oh.
I mean, is someone else playing all-out Casante?
I think he's playing for the full Lost Streak gold instead and doesn't really care about his HP, but I'm not sure if I agree with this.
He has Kingslayer, so even if he wins, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I think this is not correct. Like, you want this Casante anyway.
Yeah, and you lose
it's like
gold.
Your key unit.
Yeah.
So we'll see what's in the oven for the Evos on the Wojtek side later on, and if it's gonna bite him back on not having enough front lane, because Econ is definitely up there.
Even if your team wants a Casante, they're not gonna really have a chance to find it or roll for it in stage 3, right? No one's rolling for their 4-cost this early on, so you could use it as a tempo option in stage 3 at the very least. But all in all, a loss for Wojtek, a loss for Araya, his win streak now ending on the hand of Sangyup. So not quite the 13 win streak you saw in the last 3 games from a player, but still a strong start.
Shredding being the spine of the team with the HP lead once again, playing the tempo. I believe, it's a Kale for now holder, and he already has a Yumi on the
And even more interesting is he has a Rammus 2 with a Stone
Restart
Blade.
mission.
Okay, I was gonna say, okay, thank you, Alan.
I was thinking, how long will I let you dive into that?
Damn, Shredden is really cooking. That's the first Rammus I see on anyone's board in this entire tournament. But it was restart mission into a lot of high roll, and we also see a recombobulator from Kesman. So Evos decides, you know what, full for fun on our 3-2 augment selection.
Oh, I see. I think this is Kesman all out?
Yep, I think it's going to be the case. It's a good spot for it, right?
That's why they wanted Wojtek to sell the Casante.
Even then, I think the chances of a natural Casante going to your shop when you're not rolling on stage 3 is so low that the HP preservation matters more for Wojtek.
Absolutely. He could sell it on 4-1 easily before the Kesman rolls.
Huge loss streaks for both of the Polish players, Kesman and Wojtek. So kind of the script has been flipped from last game. If Wojtek misses on his roll down, he will be very similar position to Dr. O in game 1.
Yeah, I don't think Wojtek would mind losing the loss streak here, given that he has Kingslayer. So getting already the extra gold proc would be probably equal to having the streak at this point, but he will prolong the loss streak and get the value, hopefully, from Kingslayer later for him.
I will say, if Wojtek does stabilize and does find all his upgrades on his 4-1 roll down, he will completely take over the lobby in terms of econ, because he'll be able to go 9 off of Kingslayer. He'll proc it for many, many turns to come in 4v4 especially.
You would think that in the normal lobby, but there are some egregious golems this lobby. Like, I'm looking at the Raya board, and if he hits... Okay, there is no shot he hits Mundo free. Like, he's still undecided if he wants to roll or if he wants to push levels. It looks like pushing levels, and because of there is too many Mundos taken, staying on Mundo 2 and playing off Nar 3 might be too risky.
And I think there's some spots in TFT where you're so strong without indexing more power that you think, is it even worth rolling more for very little increase in my strength? Or is it worth using this current strength to then propel myself to a much better cap later on in the game, playing around 4 Luchador, playing around Braum, playing around TF and Ashe potentially in the late game? Maybe the Frost Touch comp that we heard so many rumors about in the last few days.
So this might be the 4 Supreme Cell variation where you don't play Rise, because you have already Rise on the Golem. Strategist Executioner, just ignore Rise, play the Kaisa and play the more, like you have Cannon and just slot in Darius, boom, 4 Supreme Cell. Maybe you get an emblem for the Cassante.
Araya now free-falling a little bit. Dr. O leading the pack coming into this stage 4. He is a Soul Fighter player. Soul Fighter overall, I think it works better off of a high-tempo lead coming to stage 4 where you stabilize and you maybe can play towards the vertical Soul Fighter.
45 HP difference between 8th and 7th player. I think that's the biggest gap we've seen so far on the tournament, but Wojtek is pre-leveled to 8th. We will see a massive roll down. 80 gold, same as last game, Dr. O. Will he succeed?
20 more gold for Wojtek on the left, but so much less HP compared to Dr. O. Dr. O is playing for Soul Fighters, and Wojtek is playing for Sorcerers. Karma has to be found, Gwen has to be found, Jarvan, Cassante.
Oh, no.
And Leona could be other options. We're down to already 30 gold, and that's the first Karma now being found. On the side of Dr. O, no Samiras.
Two Karmas for Dr. O, one
sets.
Karma for the Wojtek, and there is Cassante too. We'll have to see if the Kezman managed to find it, but pretty bad rolldown for the Wojtek, similar to the Dr. O rolldown from the last game.
But Dr. O's rolldown on this game also looked pretty doomed. He didn't find a single set or a single Samira on the vertical Soul Fighters, and he was down to very little gold. So despite leading the pack in HP, he might be dwindling his HP total across these next few fights.
He did play defense. He held a lot of forecasts from the EVO's compositions. So like it's not, he might have not rolled that much. I haven't paid attention what was his starting point, but like Wojtek had a pretty massive gold lead and still missing out.
Final augment coming through. Gold augments. Portable Forge has been very warping, especially for some
I've seen a Flicker Blade.
certain comps, and we're seeing it here. The roll down from Araya. The cell on the Gnar. He wants to play for Ashe. He wants to play for Ashe. Flicker Blades, a comp we've heard is very, very strong. We haven't seen it too often. An early Braum is found as well for potentially 4 Luchador already in this stage 4. Do we find an Ashe 2? That's the biggest question. Holding Leona's now maybe deciding to play for his own game plan. Ashe 2 with Flicker Blades would be an insane spike for this board from Araya.
Yeah, on the side of the shredding, we see the roll down for the Star Guardian. Only Nico fan. There is no Poppy, no Jinx. Yeah, it's looking really bad for the Evo, but he does pick up for Trifecta, so the free cost will be way more effective, which is a Nikos, Wayne, and Ari for the Star Guardian side.
We'll see Wojtek. We'll see if he's able to stabilize. He won the last fight. He's facing Shredden. Shredden hasn't necessarily... I believe he has. He has no frontline items. Only has 2 item slam. So he has weakened his board. He has a stone plate on the bench here to allow Wojtek to come back in HP, make a bit of a comeback here. We're seeing now the win clearly coming through here. There has been a Gwen that has been found. And more importantly... Actually, no. We have Water Lotus. So the crit is already there for the Karma.
Pretty good augment for Wojtek. He does, however, miss the units. Gwen is there. Probably more important to have one Gwen, one Karma than Karma 2 all together. And Panda found already 4 poppies, which will be pretty bad news for the Shredding, who has still 0 poppies. And then there is also Jinx already on the board.
Even worse news, Poppy has her best in slot power up. Unstoppable, so impactful with Poppy. She just runs around, knocking up everyone. It's really, really hard to keep your carry safe.
Araya rocking 4 Sniper, 4 Luchador, 4 Juggernaut board with pretty much best in slot Ash. ROC looking very solid so far in this game after the roll downs on 8.
Great understanding of AD flex from Araya. Doesn't fall for the bait of staying on Jhin Nara reroll despite this being a great setup for it. Instead, gets rewarded for pushing level 8, gets the perfect artifact for Ashe that would not be very strong at all on Gnar or on Jhin, and is now potentially one of the strongest players in this lobby. This is the vision for Trainer Golems, right? This is the kind of game that you would hope this portal enables. In the last few sets, wasn't quite the case across most of the board, but now we're finally seeing with the prismatic verticals change that this is starting to see, I think, better consensus from the player base in terms of players liking this more and more.
What a world we're living at, that golems make meta more diverse.
Yep.
And like you see more stuff from the players that are enabled by golem, which was never the case until now in the TFT.
And a great example there from Araya's board, a set on the carousel. Dr. O last pick. The homework has maybe not been done by EVOS. They should have denied this set. I think, yeah, it's still set 1 with 3 items for Dr. O.
So they are saying, okay, we are not playing disruptive TFT, we need to stabilize on our own, we're in the trouble. Even though if we deny that, it doesn't change a thing because we are already so behind. Wojtek Aki closing the table and then Kezman is slowly free falling as well.
But there's the concern, right? The prismatic trade for Soul Fighters off of dealing X amount of player damage. You can manipulate it a bit more in 4v4 as well. It can be a concern if Dr. O is able to just have a clean win streak and dominate the rest of stage 4 and 5.
Yeah, the problem for Aki, like he's missing that 3 copies of GP to be able to slingshot back to the top, get that econ back, and like given that it's a heavy fast 8 lobby, he'll have a hard time stabilizing. A good chunk of players having Bramble, where this GP will very much struggle into, and we see another big loss for Aki.
Even this Poppy you're seeing as the stuns coming through, there's no amount of CC immunity given from Edge of Night. We're looking at the Karmas being held by Dr. O, so Dr. O playing both offense and defense. First in HP, 7 win streak, while also trying to doom the spots of some of the players from EVOS.
See, at the end, Wojtek managed to hit a front lane, managed to hit the Karma, Gwen. He does struggle on the item as well. He does have on, like, not even a front lane, it's just a fully itemized Karma and nothing else. Meanwhile, Kezman missing 1 Cassante, where, like, Wojtek has unitemized Cassante 2 on the board. This might be like as much as selling Cassante we found questionable that could save him HP during stage 3.
Now
when he buys Cassante 2, when his teammate's main carry is Cassante, this could be a big misstep from Evo.
Maybe with the HP save by fielding that early Cassante, you could instead pivot into a different frontline option, feel less pressure to have to buy Cassante to stay alive essentially in stage 4. So tough game from EVOS here. We're seeing the team play not quite looking good there. Shredden also taking a loss here. ROC beginning to take over game number 2. This is the bounce back we were hoping for. This is the series we were looking forward to. A close matchup between these two organizations.
Yeah, Shredding is one of the RE3. I don't know if there is much defense played on that, besides just sword players having like each of the RE2, but that's pretty much a Hail Mary from Shredding, but I believe they are too low on HP to be even able to swing it back. Look at the HP ROCs have here.
Yeah, it's looking very tough. Aki and Kezman going to stage 5, potentially already on 1 life, Shredding on 22, and a 5 loss streak, not looking good either. The roll downs looked abysmal from pretty much every single player. It's down to Aki to find a few more copies of GP to then use his 2 duplicators to find GP3. Every player on EVOS has to stabilize essentially right now on 5-1. There is no more time to spare. If they're not able to do so, I think this is going to be a wash. It's going to be a big win for ROC going forward.
I think going for this Udyr 3 here
just
is
never make this. Oh my god.
Okay, you sell this Udyr.
Of course.
The one from the board
what
because of the one from the board, so you can move the items. Oh no! We see Nico on Udyr over going for the GP3 on the essentially one last life. Was he able to even make GP3? He was 1 off, no?
He was 1 off.
But like you could sell Udyr and have more gold roll for GP. Like I don't think this Udyr changes anything. I think it's pretty much.
He's up against Shredden, he's up against his teammate. There has been no sacking. Does he get one more kill to stay alive? He does. He actually wins the fight. Shredden gets taken down to 1 life now as well. So every single one of the players in the bottom 4 from EVOS is down to 1 life. Kesman trying to stay alive here as well. The Akali trying her best against the set that was 2-star on the carousel. Does get the win in the end. Some breathing room for Kesman. 1 off of Ahri for Shredden, so just so close to big power spikes. I am not sure about trying to buy the Udyr there and just foregoing the game plan, especially if you're swapping items off of the Udyr now anyway.
Like, okay, sell Yasuo, put item, put TG on Udyr, and item. Okay, this is worse. Kobuko is a better unit of than Udyr. You could think with this setup he's better, but he's not. And you would want to TG him instead and itemize Kobuko. That would be definitely stronger.
Kesman up against Aki. Kesman potentially has 2 lives, has some HP to spare. We'll see if Aki can get a very clutch and very close win. Has to be against Kesman here with only maybe 2 units left alive. That would be ideal. I think there hasn't been any real setup to try and make that happen from Kesman though.
Matchmaking is not sparing EVOs given both of their all the 4 players playing against each other.
I think it's going to happen exactly as they need it to. It's going to be a 2-unit win for Aki, which means that Kesman stays alive.
But Shredden is out.
But Shredden is out, was not able to find the Ahri upgrade. Kesman now has found the Cassante upgrade right after he's faced his teammates. Is this going to be enough of a jump?
Is this a comeback?
That's the question. Wojtek is streaking, so the sacrifices the rest of the team made for Wojtek has worked out for now. He's on a 7-win streak. And that's really the only saving grace. Look at the HP from Dr. O.
Even if Kesman, Aki, and Wojtek are the strongest in the lobby, I don't think it matters because of just pure HP.
I think it's a wrap. I think ROC has this one. Just too much of an HP buffer. Dr. O did a fantastic job this game with the Soul Fighters in terms of denying karmas, in terms of playing for his own game plan, preserving HP. As did Araya, right? Araya had a fantastic game, deciding to go for fast 8 AD flex instead, being rewarded with kind of playing into the high rolls, right? Of finding that Flicker Blade or the Ashe.
The stretchy arms GCP is horrendous. Sangyo barely losing to the GP2 with his Edgelord's flex board. It's just making it pretty much sided.
Sangyup down, 1 player from ROC now in the bot 4. Wojtek lost the fight as well, so he's down to 1 life. Every player from EVOS is on 1 life. Mathematically, I think it's impossible unless some
matchmaking,
very weird TFT matchmaking comes through. But it would have to be
Wojtek had Kesman.
It would be a 1 in a million matchmaking for this to happen.
I think Wojtek is strongest in the lobby, and look at his bench. He has all the items on the bench, hence he had to play against Kesman, which he sucked HP for. So technically, they are safe on matchmaking there, and it's just a matter of what will follow. Who will Aki face? Yeah, and if he hits GP3, perhaps. Now, the question is, Dr. Araya and Panda having a pretty strong tempo boards, but they are not that much full cap boards.
I believe Aki has 1 more life to sack if he loses by exactly 1 unit in stage 5.
Yes, he does.
It's 11 HP.
Perhaps if he
of course, it's basically impossible to look at board strength and be able to position.
Okay, I know. There is a way.
Oh,
Wojtek needs to play Braum.
Yeah, Braum to get some extra portal life.
And then suck.
That would be a pretty crazy outcome. Maybe they just have to put more work into the early games and I'll have to think through these combinations. Araya up against Kesman. Kesman trying to stay alive here with the Cassante Akali matchup. Cassante's going to the wrong side. The Sniper Ashe is maybe
God, look at this
strong.
Braum just taking the Cassante for a ride.
Akali's still alive, but she's all by herself. Kesman will be taken down. Aki did stay alive and win here, it looks like.
Did he?
Oh no, he got taken down as well.
Wojtek.
That's gonna be it. That's gonna be ROC winning game number 2. Fist bumps all around for the team. And they needed this. They needed the morale boost. They needed the confidence boost. They needed a dominant win, and they got exactly that. Looking at the standings now, 1, 2, and 3 from ROC. Dr. O especially as the most experienced player, as the most accomplished player individually, as a player who needed to show up when it mattered most. He absolutely has.
I mean, pretty much picking the argument we've never seen, the tournament favorite.
Are they now tournament favorites?
They might be. the karma bite back, because we've seen horrendous roll down from the ROC last game, and now exactly that happened to the EVOS. So it will come down to the final game, see whose skill, luck presents to us.
And Wojtek also taken down here. Dr. O looking so strong. And it's a great combat augment setup, right? Tournament favorites into second wind, into keepers where you have so much survivability on your team. You have units that sometimes put themselves in danger. You have Samira that jumps in and you hope her Omnivamp from her kit keeps her alive. Sometimes it doesn't. This will definitely help her out. Gwen as well, without Edge of Night, dancing around, sometimes walking into the wrong corners of the board. In this case, much more survivable. An early Lee Sin, set buying a lot of time as well. So just a really good setup here from Dr. O.
Will we see the first prismatic trait?
Vertical traits activated. I mean,
He had 3 wins on this stage, if the overlay is correct.
Oh, I think if the team wants it to, yes, we will see it, because it's only them left alive.
Yeah, but...
It could definitely come through. Of course, ROC, I think, probably spending more time thinking about Game 3 coming up and not about entertaining the viewers. They've locked in the win in game number 2, but there's one more pivotal game left in this final series of the group stage. Now for sure, the final game of the group stage coming up after this one. 1-1 between ROC and EVOS. A dominant blowout win essentially from both sides in either of these 2 wins, or 2 games we've seen played already. And I have to say, really clean gameplay from ROC, really good adaptation to their trainer golems. This is, I think, I've talked about it before, but the example of what trainer golem should look like and what it should bring to the table in TFT at a high level. Some unicomps that we don't see much, Star Guardian, Soul Fighter, very strong.
We've just seen the tech you utilize against keepers with Unstoppable and how the power-up works. Because the units are so clumped up, Poppy targets a frontline unit. When she goes over, she cannot target that frontline unit, so she changes the target. And because she changes the target, she charges again over. And it happens over and over until the unit dies, so she can actually target it.
I think we're fishing for Frost Touch here, trying to find the double Frost Touch combination from Araya. He has sold the Ashe. He is trying to showcase to the world what this Frost Touch combo looks like. He hasn't found it. Unfortunately, it will be Rage Blade, Flicker Blades, and a Kraken's Fury on the TF instead here.
Demolitionist, also pretty good on the TF.
Pretty strong.
But not as good as Frost Touch.
Looking at Pen as well, he did pick up Titanic Titan on his second augment, so also a really cool tech for 4v4. He buys himself a buffer of HP. Obviously caps lower, but gives him gives his team more time, especially with someone like Dr. O, to eliminate everyone else for him, basically.
TF, very good to access to the backlane, but not as effective as against Star Guardian because of the amount of the sustain they get from the Poppy Star Guardian bonus, which is the healing under the certain HP threshold. And then, really cool to see 8 Soul Fighter.
Who would have thought the top 3 in the EWC game would be Vertical Soul Fighter, Ashe TF, AD Flex with 4 Luchador, and the Vertical Star Guardian as well. Definitely not the most meta comps right now, but in these conditions with Trainer Golem, they can definitely perform at a high level. And it's good that players have put in the time to play reps on these boards despite being off meta, and to know exactly all the combinations of items, how to position, what augments are good for them, to really find success in a game like this.
It's so cool to see Ashe working out, because how niche the comp is, how niche the champion is, it's hard to make it work. But when they do, it really looks cool.
I think it's stronger than people think. I think it's just slightly hard to find a spot to play for it.
And we'll see Soul Fighter picking up another win, slowly closing up the game. We don't know how much the Soul Fighter needs to proc the prismatic version yet, but he's at least at like 8 wins now.
It's, I think, is it 100 player damage you have to deal?
No, Soul Fighter, it's 10 wins.
Oh, just 10 wins. Okay.
Yep. It used to be the damage, and it was changed later to the player.
As you can see, I have not been playing much Vertical Soul Fighter across the first patch of the sets on ladder, but it looks like Dr. O definitely has level 10 for Dr. O. Maybe can start looking at Samir 3 to add some extra spice to the win here against his teammates.
Just rolling, probably went to another Gwen on the board. Adds up the 4 Jagger instead. And just pretty much doing another victory lap before they close out the series, thinking about the strategy for the next game, if it's like vanilla Portal or more so.
And these two players, two South Korean players that have been around for a long time as a group together, Dr. O and Panda, some of the OGs from the TFT scene in South Korea. Some players that have made it to attack rounds very, very long time ago and are still finding success late into their TFT career. In this time in a group setting, we're seeing the elimination here from Dr. O, or the loss, at least from Dr. O, with Panda now being the win streaker.
I mean, the issue is like Poppy is just charging through, and Samira is being exposed when she jumps in and dies from one shot from the Ari, pretty much.
And the tech to explain here is that unstoppable, the units that get put up into the air, they are, as you mentioned, not targetable. So Poppy has to find the new target, and then it just creates a loop where she's just constantly trying to find new targets and moving all over the board. This is where this combo really breaks and where unstoppable becomes
against keepers, because it doesn't happen against anything that's not keepers, against combs that don't heavily clump like here.
Yeah, exactly. Although some augment or some board situations also can lead to a lot of back and forth knockups from something like a Poppy or Kabuko.
Pay attention to the Poppy. How many charges are we gonna get? That's one charge, that's second charge, third charge in a row, and she locks in on the target.
And then
just board exploded.
That's going to be it. Dr. O taken down. Panda takes the win. The celebration there from the South Korean player. The happy smiles finally coming out for a team like ROC that has been on the back end of big losses in this tournament. They needed to have a win like this one for the morale.
The second win comes in. That's exactly what they need, as you mentioned, and they can go with the fresh mind to the game number 2. And on the side of the EVOS, they have to cut this loss, the same as ROC did on their first game, and just go with the fresh mind, and yeah, just lock in.
That being said, I think they did play well into their spots, but I believe as a whole, ROC did have much better trainer golem spots to play into. I believe EVOS was on the back foot in that sense. We saw maybe the healthiest version of trainer golems in this set off of this game that was showcased here, but it is still high variance in terms of what you're given in the early stages. We'll see if in a more normal game of TFT with less variance and less disparity, we'll see that same thing happen. But we're ready for our analyst desk to break down all of that action that Lulu brought onto that game too.
ROC lives to fight another day. We're going all the way to that final decider match, guys, and that is something that we genuinely expected from every single one of the games that we had going on today, and this is no different.
Everybody being pretty evenly matched coming into today, and we get to see some excitement in the second game, of course, coming out of Trainer Golems. It's a little bit of spice, getting a couple
I
extra
think we sort of collectively looked at the screen if we saw the Trainer Golems dropping in and said, oh no. This is going to get very wild very quickly.
Yeah, and then ROC also gets that top 3 finish for 3 of their top 3. Yes, top 3 for 3 of their players. That's how it works.
It was a very dominant game, and sometimes this can happen with Trainer Golems. You just end up with a lot better spots. I think some of that was happening here, but I also just like the line selection that they went for. I think seeing the Soul Fighters, it was tournament champions popping up and actually going for it, and it really just paid off for Dr. O. He ends up in that top 2, and then just Panda comes out on top on the Star Guardians versus Shred, and they both just contested there, and Panda ends up hitting more, finding a better spot from that
Are we putting this down solely to the golems, or is there also something that EVOS has done in this game that allowed ROC to just really get that big of a lead and such a dominant win here?
I mean, I think it's really hard to separate out what the Golems were doing in this game. I mean, I think Kashi said it really well with saying that ultimately, I think the game was pretty much in hand from almost the beginning, because some of the setups here were absolutely absurd. I do think there was a lot of, very quick moving into their lines and saying, we've got the opportunity to take over this game and never let up until the very end, and they took it.
Yeah, I mean, the early commits were nice. We actually saw some really nice plays out of ROC, particularly Araye, going towards the Flicker Ash after having Jin Mundo recognizing that there was a contest in the lobby, finds one Ash and just decides that he can immediately kind of swap over there. And this was one of the players we were looking at as needing to have a big performance for ROC. They've kind of relied on him in the past in the global qualifiers to be one of those players who can look for the win out. And Dr. O was kind of the other player we highlighted as someone who can look for that and actually committing to the Soul Fighters, the team ready to support that. And he was able to just hit very early and keep the big win streak and able to just carry things out for the team.
I do want to make a point of saying I've got in my notes roll down sad face because of that game, because I thought it was going to be another repeat performance with that rolling down, but ultimately it didn't matter.
Yeah, and it was Dr. O again rolling down a ton of gold. He's playing Soul Fighter of all things, and yet he can't find Samira or Set in the first set of roll downs, but eventually he does get there. Now on the other hand, we will say Voltec did kind of have a Dr. O moment. 80 gold roll down looking for Sorks. Only finds one Karma, one Jarvan, sending all of that. So a little bit of give and take. ROC had that problem in the first game, but EVOS does get a little payback with their variants going a little bit the wrong way.
Yeah, and coming in 5th place, Aki, of course, we also had an opportunity there to go for something interesting, potentially looking towards the Kale, but just didn't work out at all.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big thing, right? Wraith, Duelist, Juggernaut. If you're able to pick up a Kale too, you might be able to just fast 9 from there because of how much power you can get. It just synergizes with everything that comp wants to do. But when we looked at the board of Aki, you just never saw a natural Kale, so has to figure out a different way to go since you don't want to roll into that line. You need to find just kind of the natural Kale too to be able to play that as a fast 9. So looks for something else, doesn't really find anything great, ends up with the 5th.
Yeah, for EVOS, this is maybe obviously not the game that they wanted it to go, but it also means that they're back on equal footing for both of these rosters. You said that you didn't think ROC could make a comeback, so how does it feel to be wrong?
Well, actually, I realized I turned to the wrong page. Sorry, let me just...
Oh no. There is another page.
You asked for this one.
I did. This is all on me. I would like to apologize. Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's not a very concrete answer though, Casa.
No, it's not. I think we need... Do you have a 3rd page, maybe?
Do you have a yes or a no? Because I feel like you guys need to you got to give me something a little bit more solid. Okay, fair enough.
All right, well,
I will ask again later.
We walked into that one.
No, we did. But Casa, when it comes to ROC, EVOS, obviously one of them is going to get their key crushed. One of them is going to be able to head over through into those playoffs. Which one is sitting more comfortably, do you think has a higher chance of actually having their dreams and hopes not turn into ashes?
You know what's interesting? I think at the start of this series, I would have been saying ROC. My prediction would have been probably ROC 2-1. However, I think after watching the first game and watching how EVOS played it, I think they've played the most impressive game out of the series so far with that first game. And so because of that, I think I will give the edge slightly to EVOS. I think they're going to be able to take this. They're going to crush ROC's key.
No, I'm quite with you as well. I think if we get another high variance encounter, though, all bets are off.
Okay, well, either way, this is going to be the last match of TFT that we have here today in this best-of-3 elimination game between EVOS and ROC. One of them will have their key crush by the end of this one, and the next will advance into playoffs to keep the dreams alive. And to find out who's it going to be, you're going to have to wait because we're going to show you after the break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hey guys, it's Puckett. I got out 2 of my favorite TFT talents to go for a little round of Puckett speed rounds. You guys ready?
Ready, man.
Question number 1. Which tactician is most you?
Duckbill.
Oh, the Dark Pengu.
If you could delete one TFT item forever, which would it be?
Edgenite.
Talisman of Ascension.
Which champion would make the worst roommate?
Mundo, he has no respect for your personal boundaries.
Great call.
Hey, I'll go with Mundo too.
Mundo
Makes
on
sense.
this one. Would you rather get a broken augment or a perfect RNG on items?
The augment that wins more games.
I like to force comp, so RNG all the time. Item, perfect.
He's a gambler, baby. If TFT had a food fight set theme, what dish would you add as a unit?
Vel'Koz, but he's spaghetti and meatballs.
I want quesadillas. I love quesadillas, so give me quesadillas.
Cass thought about this one ahead of time. What's the biggest copium comp you've ever played?
Fiddlesticks last set without any artifacts. Reroll Fiddlesticks last set without artifacts. It's horrible, but I love it.
Okay. I like the Invoker set that you had infinite set in the count, like Electric. That was the best.
Which set mechanic gave you the most trouble?
Probably Chosen. I hate Chosen.
Power Orbs, I don't like to tailor them, but they remove it for the next patch, so perfect.
If you had to cast a match wearing a ridiculous costume, what would it be?
I've already cast a game dressed as a fish, with like a plate of fries, like fish and chips. I did like a full thing with that bit. So I think the only thing that could get crazier is like, let's get me in full duckbill makeup, just as cursed as possible. I want to be as unsettling as I can to the audience.
That makes total sense. I like to do cosplay, so maybe cosplay of each champion whenever they win, or maybe a little legend. The Pengu could be cool.
I like this a lot. One word to describe a lobby full of high ELO players.
Free. Next.
No scout, no pivot. I think that's one word, right? That's one.
Yeah. No scout, no pivot is one word. Yeah, I think so.
If you could create a meme champion, what would their ability be?
Okay, like what if there's like a backline champ, but their ability makes it so that when melee units, like melee carries hit them, they get knocked off the board.
That's good. That's good. I would like to have, maybe if you do something 3-star, you hurt the board of another player, not the one you're fighting against. Like another board that just go on
Just
another
random
place
attacks.
and just destroy everything and make it not a bug. Like actually something in the game.
Yeah, okay.
I think you guys got a 10 out of 10 on the Puckett speed round. Well done.
Huge.
Boom.
Welcome everyone for the final game of the group stage here at the Esports World Cup for TFT 2025. I'm Impetuous Panda, joined by Alan ZQ yet again for Game 3 of EVOS versus ROC. A first game dominant win for EVOS has been answered back by a high variance but high skilled win on the Trainer Golems encounter, with Lulu offering 3 random emblems and all of ROC using them to great effect for their own game plans in Game 2. A dominant win for them.
Yeah,
what happens now, Alan?
I mean, now they have to reset. That is for the Evo. They have to reset the mind, go into the fresh game. Don't worry about the last game. Because again, it was Golem. It's easy to just shake it off, you know? And now we have the Gala. And we are well prepped, well dressed. Time for some treasure hunting and solo leveling.
And this is the encounter we saw in game number 1, so we're repeating, going back to Yasuo as the opening encounter. And yeah, gold augments that we saw. Hustler from Kesman really took over the game. Solo leveling for Shredden also did as well. Hefty rolls didn't quite work out for Aki. We'll see if the same augments are offered and potentially taken by any of the players in this game 3. And it'll be Golden Gala, Golden Augments, not just for the first pick, but for every single augment stage of this game.
Yeah, while we're on the topic of the hefty rolls, the more you think about it, I don't think the argument besides like Scuttle is really pickable due to, like, for the most rerolls you are lacking items. For Jin you want just more items. And for the concepts such as Kale, it's like you want to go fast 9, you need that Kale ASAP, like you don't want to roll that much. And for the crew, it would make most sense, but the problem is like the comp doesn't need HP, it needs components, you need more items. And while we're looking at the Dr. Raw board, there is Kaisa 2, there is GP, there is Mundo.
Kaisa 2 from the Orb. 2 Jins as well. He is a 2-cost Whisperer. Take your pick. And I believe Sangyup from ROC also had a GP. So Dr. O will say, yep, I'll take this line. Over 9,000 has been picked up, one of these scaling power-ups for Kai'Sa. So double scaling on her kit with her growing AD on all her kills, as well as over 9,000, which I believe doesn't proc on stage 1, right? It only starts procking on stage 2.
You could think that, but the golden edge does.
I know some do, some don't. So either way, if it does, the great little...
is that a full gold opener? It looks like it.
Yeah. You
One
make 10
component.
here as well. Deadlier blades as well. Triple
God.
scaling for this Kai'Sa.
And the better it is, with no one has items.
Yeah.
No one has slams, so you are
so much
guaranteed
gold.
pretty much the 5 streak, unless some egregious GP2 pops out
This
of nowhere.
is a really insane setup. No decisions have been made yet, essentially, from Dr. O, and he's already given almost a, I'm not going to say a free win streak, but a very strong position. Level 4, above 10 gold still. Mundo has been found as well. You have the Juggernaut upgrades. You have Duelist as well for Kai'Sa.
Extremely good spot.
Treasure
and
Hunt for Sangyup with
Hunt.
Gangplank. This is looking scary for EVOS right off of the bat. Insane spots on 2-1.
RI having
ROC.
tempo spot with the Scavenger. We didn't see the upgrades yet. Solo leveling for Kezman.
And for Simply Wojtek.
With Udyr, that's not very good. Udyr is not that good of a unit. Hopefully Wojtek can find something better, but if they get each other, that's kind of better. Garen is very potent.
Yeah.
Garen is one of the best ones. And then can pick up Regenerative, which is one of the better ones with the solo leveling.
This could maybe be also a way, a two-pronged attack to slow down the Kai'Sa, right? If the Kai'Sa can't get the kill on either of the solo leveling unit, that slows down the scaling on her ability kit. But there is MR Shred here on the Ionic Spark Slam. Can this Garen get through this 4-unit board from Panda?
I mean, the spark comes out of the argument. The players cannot slam anything because, again, it's no component. That's why it makes solo leveling so much also stronger.
And Swain is also scaling with every cast.
Yep, and the resis are being shred from the Syndra with the flat value together.
Yeah,
So this essentially this Garen
counter
already,
matchup.
Yep, has negative resists.
Yep. Counter matchup from Wojtek, so starts off with a loss. A Zac 2 is found. Do you want to have a Zac on the
Zac 2
board?
is better.
Yeah, over the Udyr. 1 is the question here for Kezman. He can also make gold that way and sell the Udyr, which is not that important, I think, for a GP
It's
comp.
important for the stage 3 if he wants to play around it.
Yeah.
But for now, if he wants to get full value of the solo leveling, I believe it's get out of Udyr and get in Zac.
A few more augments to think about going into stage 3. Dr. O, we saw him with forward thinking in the game number 1 when you can expect the golden augment. So preparing for golden for forward thinking is also important in terms of pre-leveling to 6. Also, a golden quest can be offered. It's an augment that you can maybe optimize for if you have certain like gold injection like we have in this game, for example.
So if you are a Kezman and also Wojtek teammate, do you just level for the more units to give them more value?
Ooh.
And more melee
You
units
must.
because for
Yeah,
the
you must.
Udyr?
You baby level 2-5. And yeah, you give extra value to not just 1 but 2 solo leveling players. You have enough econ to do so without sacrificing. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Kezman in a very good spot, having already the 4th streak. We'll see what he picks up from the carousel, if it's Eon or Titan, but he does definitely need some sort of slam. And then we are looking at Aki, who will be contesting 2-cost reroll, which will be Mundo Jin most likely. And shredding, oh, that's not good. Scoreboard, 1 unit, when your teammates are playing solo leveling.
True. Yeah, you have to try and give XP to your
I mean,
teammates.
you have to buy like low value units here just to give them like.
You're not making gold here anyway.
Yeah. Okay, there
he's
we
doing
go.
just that. So Shredden has probably gotten the call from Kezman or from Wojtek, I think it was. Yeah, Wojtek with also solo leveling, and they've told him so. He's gonna face Sangyup in the end, which actually this is a bad thing because GP can farm more gold. So there's a two-edged sword in that decision-making process.
But it's again, okay, GP 1, no items. How often does he? Oh god.
Oh, that's a free 2 gold for Sangyup.
Could be 0.
Some extra econ to proc treasure hunt every stage.
And the same problem Wojtek was struggling with.
The counter set up here from Panda. Win streaking, but also you have the flat shred, as you mentioned, from Syndra. You have the percent shred from the Ionic Spark. And you have just the units to kill off.
The scaling on the Ezreal as well.
And from the Swain, yeah, exactly. So huge counter matchup setup on stage 2 for both of the solo leveling players, denying a lot of the XP they can pick up there.
So Wojtek is sitting on the tier, might be Slam Archangel, really good on Garen for the scale, and can pretty much outscale everything on the stage too. And then Kezman might look for something like the Eon perhaps, if he wants to challenge. No, he'll go for the Sunfire Slam, and Wojtek will go for the Archangel indeed, so maybe just Battle Academia. We'll see if they slam at the end, they might just pick up the good components and chill.
Really want to see Dr. O spot as well. He's found a Vi too, so some frontline to buy time for the Kai'Sa. Did lose one fight, but all in all, it looks like, as we expected, ROC is coming into this game with the lead in Stage 2, the better spots, the more dominant spots to preserve HP, and to put themselves in comfortable positions coming into the rest of this game.
One of the best openers you can have, the 2 Prodigy, 3 Battle Academia, so strong early on, given the strength of the Ezreal Syndra with dealing the single target, and then Swain for the tank. He actually has time to cast multiple times, just scale up when there is no offensive items slam.
Here again, scoreboard scrapper Shredden. He had the option to pick up a Katarina on the carousel. She had a rod, opted instead to pick up the Kriklov instead, so potentially not thinking about playing Katarina in this spot.
I mean, you don't want rods on your Katarina anyway.
Exactly, yeah, for both options.
And rod...
but could just try and play towards the Sorcerers, for example.
And I believe that they just wanted to give the Wojtek rod, because if he's leaning towards Battle Academia, he can use infinite rods essentially. And we see that Kezman ended up slamming Sunfire, and he will be able to kill just 2 units, which is not too bad. The Setfire was definitely crucial there. I think the solo leveling is not as potent when it's full gold opener, because you lose a bit on the value. You get the 2 components, but slammed items are a bit better with the solo leveling, given that you are empowering 1 unit that has so much stats.
And really heads up play from ROC. It seems like I think almost every single one of their members has picked up an item augment in an encounter or a start of game where we have seen little to no components. So it's a really big heads up play. In TFT, one of the biggest fundamental rules to learn if you want to improve your game is you always want more of what you don't already have, in this case items. So heads up play from ROC.
Yeah, and pretty much playing the strong front lane and a lot of back lane is a very efficient way of dealing with the solo leveling players, given not being able to deal with a single target that easily as with the many units. And I believe that Panda will remain his win streak against Dr. O, even weakening his board. So very good spot for both of the arrows.
3 more clutch wins to come out here for the Udyr with his inbuilt healing. Dodges some of the Senna burst. I don't think he'll get another kill here. Maybe. Nope. Just barely misses it.
Not that many procs on the solo leveling.
I mean, it was not an ideal setup. We saw the counter matchup on both players, at least for one of the fights they had in the stage 2.
And went for Udyr instead of Zaktu, which is just straight up better. Udyr does not do enough damage, given it's a trade, but it has 3 trades, so obviously he needs to be a bit more on the underpowered side.
Yeah. Just at a base level.
Yep.
Let's see what comps players decide to go for. Obviously, a lot of reroll lines are going to be sought after in stage 3. On 3-2 especially, we'll have a very clear idea when the augment pickup comes around, but also from the amount of really real players they want to try and contest, and Grief. Once again, I will mention a golden quest as a potential option. There's a lot of gold in this lobby. It would be, reachable at the very least, despite not having kind of a hedge fund or anything crazy like that.
I don't think anyone is allowed to pick it.
I think in 4v4 it's not the right setup, but if you want to entertain me and the viewers, that's...
absolutely.
Look at this, 70 gold on level 5
Then you get
already.
Seraphine, and what do you do?
That's true, that's true. But I mean, this is a game 3. Sometimes if you feel you're on the back...
You get Fiona, and then what do you do?
If you feel you're on the back ropes already, like Evos might feel coming into this start of the game, they might say, you know what? It's time to pray. Time to hope that...
It's just Lee and Gwen. There is nothing else that you want to get. Everything else is kinda...
Braum will save you a lot of HP.
Bro, you're dead by the time you even win a run with Braum. And we'll see Aki face no slams against the Panda Quest. 2 pretty good slams ending Battle Academia. So we'll probably have at least 2 players going towards it.
One of the best things to have in this 4v4 setting, a fast 8 HP player that is playing from tempo, that is playing from HP preservation, because this completely changes the dynamic when it comes to stage 4. gold augments coming around for all of our competitors. Pre-level to 6 from Aki in case forward thinking comes around. He is ready to go, but this could just be a roll down, of course, for the Mundo Jin board.
We see
big
portable forge.
Big.
I think it has to be portable forge.
Or
Features Kansi on the other side.
Yeah, also for GP reroll. Raining gold for Sangyup is, I guess with Treasure Hunt, maybe it's fine.
Just to make sure to hit GP, to preserve HP. They are in such a commanding position. And there will be contest from Aki. What are his items that he chose not to go for the artifact? There are so many good artifacts he could have picked up for either GP or Jin or Mundo. Okay, he had already the Kraken.
GP2 is big here for Aki to try and stabilize off of. Still has so much gold to work with. He's found upgrades all across the board.
And he's still rolling off the free rolls. He didn't even touch on his gold just yet.
We'll be playing, of course, a different variation of GP for now, considering that he has too much value. And looking at the setup from the Treasure Hunt board from Sangyup, is holding Katarinas as well, so we have to assume that at least one player on EVOS is playing Katarina reroll.
And the Hodge Slam.
Oh, the Trickster could be big here.
Actually, life-saving.
Yeah. Gets out of the way of the opponent's GP, takes down the kill as well, is now having a chance to clutch up and win the rest of the fights here.
Will be getting the final win against the Healing Cup back with the Trickster.
We'll have to check out the rest of the boards. Panda still continues the win streak as we almost move into the stage 3 carousel. 3 levels to 7, so much gold to work with.
Having the Lotus on top of that, very good spot to just play the Battle Academia. If he manages to find one like Yumi on 7, he'll be extremely strong. And then we have Dr. O, Araya, and Sangyup all in the top 4, maintaining the HP, and then shredding on the 7 loss streak.
This is looking very tough already, from a dominant Game 1 win to now up against the ropes already. We're halfway through Stage 3, we're 10 minutes into the game, but a Karma has been found on level 7 for Wojtek. Not the ideal items. You have a Rabadon Slam that would have maybe leaned more towards Prodigy.
Sure, but when you find already Karma, yeah, exactly. Given that he has the extra death cap, like it's just few percentage off, being a bit worse. But come on, you have Karma, you have free items. Like Shojin is more unideal for the Prodigy than death cap for Sogs. Like between.
Yeah, it's more of a downside. So Wojtek could once again be that fast 8 Sorg player. We've seen the same comp from him all 3 of the games in this series.
And Kezman barely losing to the Panda, maintaining that streak just on the last unit alive. And we don't see any crucial focus except of the J4. There's just Samira and Seth, which are, well, as last game we've seen being dominant, and won't be the case anymore in this game. I doubt we'll see any Soul Fighter players, given that you need to have +1 at least for that comp.
And Shodan, I wonder if he is playing for Katarina. He only seems to have a Katarina 1 on his board right now. I think he might just be the Yumi player on the team for EVOS. Looking Dr. O, relatively healthy. Has been able to find a second item now to get this Kaisa skating a little bit higher. Does have the fully upgraded Mundo, almost with full items here as well. Is it worth to have double Deathblade on Kaisa in this setup, you would say? Probably not this late into the game, no? I think just IE would be more.
I think she doesn't want that much AD anymore. Yeah. Like you want to diverse your damage multipliers at this point.
Maybe like from the very beginning, if you're stacking 2 Deathblades with Death Leader Blades, it could be worth it. But
you can move. You can distribute them later, like the Lee.
Jordan now has slammed items onto the Katarina. Hodge, Edge of Night will be the answer here, with hopefully having the scoreboard scrapper save him later in the game with the extra stats. But for now, it is going to be a blowout win yet again for Panda.
So you see that Shadin is playing for the late game, picking up, I believe this is the package. Yeah, not the Vitality. They have similar icons. And until like stage 5, this argument is a pretty much drawback. And then later getting the items that you don't have really units to put it on. So could be an odd choice in general.
Where Shredden now has a chance. Oh, this could be a Kali, actually. Makes a lot more sense. Yep, he's pumping 7, going 8, has it.
This with scoreboard scalper makes so much
more sense. You have mixed carries for AD and AP. You have already an early Cassante. Although no all-out here, and in a game 3 like this that is so important, there's a chance you'd miss all-out altogether, right?
Stand alone, not very alone in this front row.
Not currently. Maybe just trying to go.
Dark Amulet for just to save a bit more HP. Beast.
Trying to go for the 10 loss streak potentially, so letting...
I mean, if he wanted 10 loss streak, he wouldn't slam this Dark Amulet on the Katarina, would he?
He's standing together for now.
Standing together. He does have friends.
Facing Aki, trying to potentially give GP some gold to farm. Katarina, of course, is onto GP already, though, so we'll see if that'll be the case. Aki should be able to free fire here with the Hodge as well, the Omnivamp onto the GP.
There's still Trickster, I believe, for the Aki. They did not proc. And we see it just going away. That Hodge is so efficient with the Trickster.
Yeah.
Just able to heal up back to full.
A lot of gold farm for Aki, a chance with this Teacher's Council.
And we see Aki's playing a full defense, holding on 6 Mundo, 6 Kai'Sa, preserving that Doctor game plan.
That was the same role we saw from him in Game 1, holding 6 Vi's from Sangyup to deny the Knuckle Duster's 3-star. So Aki seems to be the one player that is being tasked with griefing the rest of the team, sacrificing his own game plan, but bringing down others alongside him.
I believe on the scrims and General Aki, when he tried to play fast 8, it was not to the great success. So perhaps that's why he was designated towards that position, given they have a bit stronger players on that position instead.
Yeah, a lot of experience coming out from Shredden and Kezman. We'll see what Shredden can do. Going to be a pivotal roll down. I believe it should be a 4-1 roll down with all the extra gold we saw on stage 2. And this could be everything. If he misses all out on Cassante, that could be super detrimental. He could also still play for Katarina, but I don't think so. He just skipped past the Yumi twice. He's just buying now the second one, but I think it will be all out Cassante. It makes just so much more sense in this setup. We're now trying to fish for it. Misses it here. Unstoppable is found.
Didn't tailor it.
Gonna try and remove again. Gonna keep rolling
first. On the Yasuo. And he might just itemize Akali if he doesn't find the all-out. The time is running out.
Yeah, he's not going to remove for now. I think he's going to keep Unstoppable for at least one turn and then
itemize Akali for now. I don't think you have much of a choice.
Yep. He will. It's more consistent.
Put the power up on the Akali. He has one more foot, I believe.
He is facing Dr. O. He is finally trying to hit her. Hit her. Yeah, not hitting any of the strongest ones, I believe, with like Mage, for example.
Didn't lock in on the Kai'Sa just yet, the targeting.
Yeah, unfortunate. Kai'Sa now, free reign, does finally lock in. I think Edge of Night has still not proc, so this should be a fight win for Akali here. Able to access the backline and not have to play front to back against this Mundo.
Important note, I believe all-out Cassante would lose this fight because of the not being able to go through the Mundo. So really good call to go, even though he didn't hit, to put items on the Akali.
Key roll downs for all of our players. The final gold augment coming through first. Fast picks for Shredden. He needs more items for Cassante. Makes a lot of sense for now. We'll be playing Unstoppable Cassante. If he doesn't even find more damage items regardless, he could just use him as a tank in this setup.
Who's Varus?
Has an early Varus as well. Varus can potentially play for Varus as a carry instead of the Cassante, for example.
You want to pass that Karma fast for the Wojtek. You don't want to be holding carry in the shop for a long time. Sell the Rice. You're not itemizing Rice. You're not making Rice too. Holding on those units. He has to do those faster because, again, it's griefing the teammate.
GP3 for Sangyup and still a lot of gold to work with. Has not found Rise yet, so can't play for the 4 mentor board just yet. Is holding an Akali to try and mess with the game plan of Shredden. And
2, not 1. 2
GP3s, yeah. Too much value, though, from Aki, so it's more expected for him to hit, although Duplicator was picked up by Sangyup on his 3rd augment choice. And Keeper's a pretty good augment choice for Aki on the right.
Aki is really putting up some solid job here.
Innervating Lockets. Portable Forge picked up. Onto Leona, though.
Not as potent as it is on the Mundo. And...
double Archangel Yumi, though. If Gangplank does not have stretchy arms and can't kill off this Yumi first, yeah, that'll be a win.
But Kezman is your win-out player, essentially, here. And Aki will probably just barely stand there, given that he's still missing out and holding all those units and playing off the HP for the team.
Cassante pair, Varus pair, just a single Akali for now. We do have an itemized Varus. This upcoming carousel could do so much for Evos. If there is a Varus on the carousel, that can buy so much time, that can find so much stability for a player like Shredden, who's on 30 HP right now and far away from his key upgrade in Akali.
There is no more power-up removers, so can't really sell that. Cassandra can't remove the power. You could remove item to try to itemize here the Jarvan to get the stun off.
Items have been removed for Kesman on that Yuumi, so buying some time for Shredden. I think it's smart to understand that Shredden has a chance to have a very strong board. He just needs time to get there. If he gets there, he can definitely be a player that, I'm not sure if he can win out, but he can definitely finish in the
with
top
Scoreboard
3.
Scrapper, I think he can win out. He's stacking here since stage 2.
Yeah.
This board, with the Varus 2, Akali 2, can definitely do dirty things.
And we're seeing Evos, they identify this, which I think is very important. They have to acknowledge this and now to start playing for these win conditions to try and manipulate the outcome of these fights to set it all up. Do we find a Varus on the carousel? One player from each team on the first pick. It will be Braum and Seraphine instead. Also no Akali in the 4-cost slots. It will be Poppy and Volibear. So unfortunate offerings for Evos when they have so many players with lower HP and first pick prio on the carousel.
It could be good news for Wojtek picking up the Braum, exactly. He does need that extra HP to be able to sack for later. So Braum, very good for the Evo, not so much for the Shredding, but Wojtek did pick up the Karma too. He has Swain 2 already, so the tank is established, while having a pretty solid augments all together, having one combat, one component one. And when looking at the side of the ROC, where I believe one of the players was playing Malzahar holder, or was this the
Panda is playing for Prodigies with Yuumi, and Araya also already hit Karma 2. He's a Sork player. Again, it seems like both teams have a designated AP Sork player in Araya and in Wojtek, which we saw in game 1 from Araya and every game for Wojtek.
Given how easy you can utilize bows, BFs...
Very stable setup here. 2-star Karma, perfect items.
Yeah,
Asante
and Cassandra too. Oof.
A very tanky Swain here as well. Can this... I mean...
I don't think he can kill the Leona, can he?
Oh, I think he can.
Really? There is not? Oh, there is anti-heal, but...
Does he buy enough time for the Yuumi is the big question.
There's one more cast coming.
That would win it, but it doesn't come out in time. Kesman takes a loss. Araya buys some time as well after a 3-loss streak. And we saw the Akali holding the bench as well for Araya, so some strong setups.
So here, what are we looking at? The
Sangyop's GP versus Dr. O's Mundo, which is the Kai'Sa reroll player we talked about. Keeper has rolled to 0 gold from Dr. O.
We see that they are targeting Shredding, try to send him bottom.
Yeah.
But Shredding is on the 4th streak. We see that Cassandra, Akali are on both benches, and Sangyop even plays it one on his own board for just the...
And Shredding's winning despite the lack of upgrades, despite everything not quite working to perfection with missing the all-out Cassandra and not having items for him. Shredding is starting to turn things around. Dr. O, despite the insane early start, let's remember, he had a Kai'Sa 2 with the Deadlier Blades, with a great setup to scale. He has not quite been able to do so just yet.
I mean, that's being pretty much hands down to Aki, being able to slow down so much Dr. O while gripping.
No Mundo 3, no Kai'Sa 3.
Yeah, and Kai'Sa without a proper scaling argument and not getting early enough kills to scale up, and she's still only at 2 items.
Water Lotus, or 2 Lotus from Wojtek here. Double Rabadon on Karma. Is this going to be enough to break through? Kai'Sa can maybe start targeting the backline, but no. The tank line from Swain is too strong. Dr. O taken down to what could be 1 life coming into stage 5, 16 HP. And Wojtek, more importantly, stays alive and healthy at 29.
I believe that win comes with the Braum, so every wins essentially grants Wojtek as a +2 HP.
We went into stage 4 with essentially 4 players from EVOS in the bottom 4 of the standings. Things have started shifting. Panda and Sangyop, they are still in the top 2, but this is not the 80 HP, the crazy amount of buffer that we saw in the past. It's very close now between Aki and the 2 players from ROC. Kesman also climbing, Shredded on a win streak, so things are looking more even coming into stage 5. The scaling game plans we were more scared of, like Dr. O's, have not quite come to fruition, which means that I think it's going to be a very close match all the way till the end.
The true scaling got to the Shredding, who has the Scorbo Scrapper. Once he gets the Akali 2, Varus 2, which he doesn't, but he does find Cassante. Will he find All Out?
He doesn't find it.
But he did Taylor.
Oh,
there
he
we
does
go.
find it. He has remover still. He does. I think he shouldn't slam yet. Yeah, he'll wait for the slam. Oh, never mind.
No, he needs to play for winner. He needs all the LHP. He's not sucking there.
I guess, yeah, he's on a win streak as well.
Yeah. And the rest of the items on Dakali.
He has a component anvil as well. I think he has, all 3 items
He has
already.
all 3. He has Morello. He has the...
An adaptive
Hodge,
onto the Jarvan. So a strong setup finally, and still a chance for high roll, right? With this Varus 2 upgrade for Shredden. He's made it. He's rounded the corner. He's facing off against Sangyup GP with Treasure Hunt, who is also scaling into the late game. Is he strong enough to win now is a big question. Cassante is still alive, Akali's still alive, Varus is still alive, GP tricksters his way out of danger, but is it enough? It doesn't look to be the case. Too much damage coming out from Scoreboard
Those are not the items for Sangyup.
And Dr. O is down. The Kaisa game plan did not work out. It's an 8th place for ROC.
Those are not the items on Sangyup GP that can go into the late game. He did play defense against Aki, but it's not going to be as effective. While we're looking at the Wojtek board, he did not have Braum on.
He has Braum in now. He's at 17 HP. He's just to have Rise before, potentially.
Yeah, like Bastion plus the potential HP would have been way more efficient for him.
He just barely was able to make it to 9 to try and find this power spike off of the Bastion added on to Swain to make him tankier, as well as to find more HP off of the Poro preservation thanks to the Braum. Still missing the Gwen item carrier. Number 2 is going to be Ahri for now. He's facing Shredden. A good test now to see which of the players is stronger.
This is very important for Shredden not to suck HP. He needs to go into top 4 to get that scoreboard extra HP scaling to being able to pretty much guarantee the win out. But we see that Akshi is getting completely rolled by Wojtek.
Shredden has a lot of HP though. As long as this is 2 lives, which it is, I think it's still a good thing for Shredden here and for
It's not the end of the world.
Araya is also in trouble now. 10 HP to work with. Sangyup has now hit finally the Yasuo 3. This could be the stability he needs. It is crazy from the spot we were in stage 3 that we thought the game was half over for this now to be a massive comeback from EVOS coming into stage 5.
I mean, we talked about it over and over. When you play for too much tempo but not enough value, it can happen. And we are witnessing it live on the final game of the final group stage.
Aki has really carried this game as well with holding the Kaisa, sending Dr. O 8th while also preserving his own HP, doing what he needs to do for his team, doing all the dirty work, but also being the hero in stage 4.
Yeah, absolutely MVP so far of the team. While we're watching the Araya fighting against Shredin, that Sork board that Wojtek just being able to pull through the Shredin last time. We'll see if the Shredin manages to win against the other Sork player, and he will take the Araya down. They did send Dr. O, Araya, 7 and 8.
And Shredin really encapsulates the idea of being that scoreboard scrapper, sending a player out in 7th and 8th for ROC. They need to secure a 1st and a 2nd to win this final match to qualify to the playoff stage of Esports World Cup TFT 2025. Everything is now at stake for these last remaining players.
Yeah, it depends who the win-out player for ROC is gonna be. It has to be Sangyup, hoping for like stage 6 Masterwork upgrade for the GP, because otherwise I don't see a case where they can win out. He manages to find Yasuo free with the 3 items, which will be quite potent, but still missing on that Kobuko. While we've seen Aki being sucking out the HP even throughout on the stage 5 for the team.
And very similar to Sologasong, the element of variance, the artifact that he was able to pull from Treasure Hunt was a Seeker's Arm Guard. It wasn't one of the crazy artifacts for GP that in some ways can kind of win you the game. So that could be the same, negative thing that happened here for Sangyup as well. We're seeing him face off against Shredden. Another big test.
He's on the wrong side.
How strong is Shredden? Cassante can barge now onto the Udyr, can then try and target the GP. Akali helping the Cassante out, but now both are out of danger, and GP is yet again safe, has a BT for some extra survivability alongside Edge
Oh
of
my
Knights.
god, this GP healing! Look at the scaling from the scoreboard!
GP is now down, it's only up to Yasuo. Cassante all out, he comes back, and a big win for Shredden, who continues to dominate this lobby in the late game. Panda now down to 16 HP as well, Sangyup down to 9, potentially the last life for both of these players on ROC. The last upgrade coming through here for Sangyup, it is maybe the weaker of the two, and Udyr 3 being found, Kabuko sacrificed to get the upgrade online. Is it going to be enough?
Yeah, on top of that, it doesn't help that Shredin just stepped into the top 4, which means there will be 10% extra HP for whole team, on top of all that scaling that came in throughout the stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and the stage 6 approaching.
Braum 2 for Wojtek as well, so a massive upgrade. Items removed off of Karma and the Shadow Clone to try and maybe buy some time. It will be Kezmen versus Sangyup. Is this scaling Yumi strong enough? Can she stay out of danger? She's far away from GP for now, but GP and Yasuo working together on that left side, bursting through that part of the backline. It looks like this board might be a little bit too strong, but Yumi is still alive. Leona is still tanking, buying time for the scaling cast of the AP carry. GP
Yumi
down to his last life. Yumi survives and casts one more time. The win from Kezmen, the knockout from Sangyup. They needed a first and second, they don't get it. And it's going to be Panda also in the bottom 4. The clean sweep, the 1, 2, 3, 4 from EVOS. They clutched up where it mattered most. They're almost
Look at the celebration on the
celebrating. What a final game. What a final showdown where we thought the game was over halfway through stage 3, but EVOS has pulled off a crazy comeback in stage 4 and 5. All their game plans worked out in the end.
This was truly a masterclass, what we've seen, where ROC had all the tempo, stage 2, stage 3, as you mentioned, getting and Evo getting almost no value from the solo leveling and being able to just play for the full grid setup and making it work throughout unfortunate rolls for Shredin is truly something impressive. Hitting all out just at the stage, stage 5? Like, this is quite a showcase of a skill.
Beautiful plays from Shredin especially, trying to balance his game plan with having to carry Varus first, understanding that he couldn't fish for all Agasante there. He had to make the calculated play in the next stage. He had to carry a whole stage with Varus instead of Kali pulling in most of the work. Everyone on ROC trying to target Grief Shredin, and he's just dodging and trying to find his upgrades regardless. And in the end, for 4 players to end up in the top 4 in a pivotal game 3 is just a very hard thing to accomplish in 4v4. It's truly a dominating win from EVOS here, and a win that is good for them, obviously, to make the playoffs, but what a confidence boost coming into tomorrow to try and fight against the rest of the teams, coming in as underdogs that a lot of people wrote off in the high-level TFT scene, and to come back into the playoffs with this showing is maybe exactly what they needed.
Okay, so now that they are locked in, they have to think about the next day, things they can improve. What we've seen so far, they either stomped opponents or they got stomped. So we have to reduce the polarization here to reduce the variance that comes off. Yeah, there was golems last game, but again, we have to remember yesterday they got also sent dead last by the Weibo.
By Wolves.
By Wolves, excuse me. So there's something there, and they have to analyze the replays and take the proper...
I will say,
lesson.
Wolves has sent everyone dead last, so it might just be Wolves being tournament favorites and the winner of last year's EWC for TFT as well. But again, I think you're right. I think they also have to, of course, not get too cocky in terms of their win here, and this being a blowout win. They have to stay realistic to their chances and their skill level, but definitely try and learn from what they've experienced in this series, learn from the pressure they were able to handle and the nerves they were able to handle. If I was in any of these positions in stage 3, I would have thought it's 100% over. I would have been completely demoralized from how tough some of these spots looked, but they believed in their spots, they believed in themselves and in their game plans, and really pulled through as a unit. I think you mentioned it, that Aki was put more on kind of griefing duty and maybe didn't have the right mastery of this set yet, or the right mastery compared to Kezmen and Aki, but I think he was one of the all-stars.
I think he was MVP.
He enabled everyone in this game 3, so I think individually for him, it's also a very big confidence boost.
Oh, he honestly enabled the team. We had 3 players playing fast 8, which is usually the bad play in 4 versus 4. Especially if it's not a scuttle puddle, there is no extra resources.
Well, I think from their spots, they kind of had to do that and gamble, because they had a treasure hunt GP player that was looking very scary. They had a Kaisa 2 from Dr. O on 2-1 that they really couldn't match up against in the early stages. Panda looked incredibly dominant as well with his Prodigy setup.
I mean, keep in mind we had the reroll players from the ROC playing defense and playing for themselves, and we had only Aki playing defense on the other side and for himself. And pulling ahead against so many players. Again, we've seen Aki play defense against twice, went 7th, sending one player 8th. That was very solid. Now pulling out again while maintaining top 4 is such an impressive performance. I think like clearly this match MVP has to go to Aki.
Yeah. All in all, a strong showing. For ROC as well, I think not quite the tournament they were hoping for. I think despite it being on paper, one of the easier groups potentially in the group stage, many people said, with Wolves being obviously the standout team, I think EVOS has surprised many people in terms of how strong they have become as a team and how strong their synergy is. And ROC had a tough time. Also, Team Liquid Brazil, I mean, a very, very strong roster individually. They couldn't quite gel as a team, I think. They had other difficulties, but all in all, ROC has to be proud of making it this far, 4v4. It's so hard to make it even here to the main event. The qualifiers are so tough, and they managed to do it in a very competitive region like APAC. So despite not quite being the playoff they were expecting, still, I think, head held high and hopes held high potentially for a return next year.
Absolutely. I mean, it's heartwarming seeing that a bunch of friends came from Poland as underdogs without bigger accomplishments and just making it work throughout to top 8, and you see them just celebrating in the screen, being so happy and yeah, supportive to each other, even though after the game 2 being dominated.
Final win for EVOS, the final series, the final game of the group stage. It has now wrapped up for the Esports World Cup TFT 2025. Only the playoffs now remain. Only the best teams, the teams that have mastered Set 15 in its infancy, now remain in this tournament. And I cannot wait, Alan, for what is left for the next 2 days of TFT with how impressive some of the games, some of the plays, some of these players have been across this entire tournament.
We have 2 days left of the most intense TFT we've seen. Today was the best day probably across all of the competition we've seen so far. Some great games. We started off of the Vitality against T1 being very close, and we ended up with the Evo against ROC, where both of those games were pretty much back and forth.
Yeah, a third game in every single series except for series number 3 between Flash Wolves and Twisted Minds, which was a 2-0 win for Flash Wolves. So what more can you ask for as a fan of high-level TFT, as a fan of 4v4 format, which we only get to see at this caliber, at this tier, on the stage like this one in EWC every single year. So we have been blessed on a day like this one. Hopefully more and maybe better if I can be greedy and ask for even more on the upcoming days coming up to finish off this year's tournament.
Casters eating well, viewers eating well, and well, top 8 eating well.
We will hear for our winners on the stage, though. We'll hear from EVOS in the interview.
You will indeed. I'm standing by with Shredding. Dobra robota.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, that means good job in Polish. Congratulations. You make it into the quarterfinals. What an incredible achievement for you and your team, who are just regularly, if I'm right, playing online. And now you're here on a huge LAN stage and you're just taking it in your stride. Are you enjoying it?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like I think we all thrive playing on stage already, thanks to our amazing Polish Riot support with organizing all the LAN events. So thank you to all of those that do take care of that. One thing I want to say before I forget, Polska Górą! Yeah. I didn't want to wait because I would have forgotten.
Hey, say it again.
Polska Górą! And hopefully we'll go on tomorrow as well.
Listen, man, you said before we had this conversation, you're like, I don't know if I can speak. You're very good at this. So I hope that you can progress in the tournament so we can have more conversations. But one of the things that I'd like to discuss with you is the fact that many are calling you guys underdogs. I'm sure that you feel like underdogs. We've already seen, some huge giants drop out of the tournament. Do you think it is, I guess, to your advantage that you're being underestimated a bit out here?
I don't think at this point any of the players underestimate us. We screamed against them. At least the European teams know that we were really strong in the qualifiers. Obviously, we're very honored to play amongst all those top players that are known among the world, and hopefully we can make our names on at least the team stage. It feels even better because it's like we're brothers by now.
I can sense that. I actually talked to some of your teammates in the player lounge, and it feels like there's a really good atmosphere and I guess a close-knit bond with you and the team. Do you spend a lot of time together outside of the game?
Yeah, right now for sure. Every day, obviously, each one of us play on their own, so maybe not so much, but the last 2 weeks we spent as much time together as we could, and that definitely built up our chemistry. We didn't have a boot camp, but still spending time online and talking on Discord did have a fruitful time as well.
I love seeing the smile on your face right now. I can tell how much this win means to you. And I'm going to be interested to see the expression on your face when you crush a key. Are you up for it? Are you ready for it? Do you like the idea of it?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, we're going to do that next. Congratulations to you and your team. Dobra robota. Once again, congrats. I cannot wait to see you guys continue into the quarterfinals. I'm sure that our magnificent desk have a lot to say about that one.
We hopefully do indeed. EVOS are the ones to advance here into the playoffs. They are getting the 2-1 win. They are absolutely ecstatic. The reactions from the players, the fact that they had such a dominant last game, they get to crush a key. Couldn't have asked for a better ending.
I mean, seriously, you know, we heard him talking about hoping that they could start to build their legacy, but I think, you know, a star is born here, and I'm not talking about 2-star GP, but I'm talking about the 5-star smile that he had on stage after that victory.
No, honestly, a great injury, and I think that's, you know, it's a perfect thing as well. As you said, coming into this one, for all the players on the squad, they really hadn't experienced the kind of global level of success. So this is a big breakout moment for everyone involved, no matter how the playoffs ultimately go. To have gotten this far is a massive achievement.
Yeah, absolutely. And even, you know, hearing Shreddies in the interview saying, like, yeah, we were underestimated, but now that we're scrimming teams, they're realizing that we are actually pretty much up to snuff, and we are a force to be reckoned with. Definitely something they've proven again here today. Even though they got knocked into this lower bracket, they're able to crawl their way back out. And yes, maybe game 2 was a very dominant performance from ROC, but they just came back stronger.
I mean, game 3 was just domination, right? Just EVOS all of the top 4 positions, sending every single member of ROC into the bottom 4. There's not a bigger way that you can win in 4v4.
Well, I mean, that's what we asked for, wasn't it? Trainer Golems in game 2, massive variation. Have the Golden Gala come out for game 3, make sure it's definitive one way or the other, and the ending could not have been more definitive.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things that we look at is, like, there's a reason this team was underrated, right? They have never sent any of these players to a Tactician's Crown. They've had this, like, medium success within EMEA. However, when it comes to 4v4, they've been incredible. They were great in the qualifiers, as we talked about earlier, just one game away from being the first seed. So the EMEA teams, as he said, knew they're good. And now the rest of the world are figuring that out.
Yeah, and just, you can see how much it means to this team. Just their reactions after the win, after the top 4 finish, just how excited, how happy, how ecstatic, and relieved they are, because their story doesn't end here. They continue to fight another day.
Honestly, like, you can look at moments like that, see how much it means, and know this will be a moment that will stick with them for the rest of their lives. Especially that they did it all together, and with the weight of low expectations coming with them into the event.
I think one of the big things is we look at Wolves' run last year, and that was maybe the team from CN that the least expectations were on, and it kept being surprise after surprise as they were taking down each team, and at a certain point it was no longer surprising. They just seemed to be maybe one of the best teams in the tournament. And while I don't know if that's true of EVOS yet, that question may be answered very quickly as we get to the top 8, especially with whatever their first matchup ends up being.
It's actually really great that you finished that sentence with, I don't know if I can say it about EVOS yet, because my next question is going to be, do you think we can say that about EVOS? Especially because they actually did get knocked into that lower bracket, so maybe yesterday not the strongest of showings, but I think this is a good start. This is what we can see, what we can at least expect from this team, is to have some of these dominant games, is to have their players step up, is to have a top 4 finish. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell at this point, isn't it? Because, of course, we don't know what the players will ultimately end up looking like. You can have shorter journeys, you can have longer journeys all the way through there. It's going to be such high variability, and for them to go to sleep tonight, knowing who they'll be facing tomorrow, It's a huge weight put upon them. I hope that their enthusiasm lasts.
And unfortunately, though, for ROC, this is the end of their story, and they are now out of the tournament. But before they do leave us, some final words with Bucket.
So close for Rock Esports, but at the end, EVOS takes the lead and takes the series. What went wrong in that game 3?
Oh, I think our spots are just unfortunate. We couldn't hit our units. Even though it was given to us early, like the Kaisa and the Karma, we just couldn't keep up because their augments are just too good.
The augments did seem to have a difference. The casters were very hype about not only the start of your game 3, but also your finishing game 2. How did you guys extend the series?
Oh, I think game 2, we just play what we're best at, which is playing what we're given. But unfortunately, this meta, because of GB, it's not so good for us.
Set 15 and game plank seem to have a big effect on a lot of people here. A lot of upsets so far in this tournament, and you guys will go out there in the 9th through 12th range. How far do you think your opponent EVOS could go now that they're in the playoff bracket?
I'm not sure, but I hope they can win because we all love Underdog story. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you get back to your team. Thank you so much for taking the time and speaking with us tonight.
Thank you.
He is so right. We all really do love an underdog story. And unfortunately for the ROC underdog story, their tale ends here. And with that, their run at EWC and their key is going to get crushed.
He suddenly made this feel a lot more sad.
Yeah.
I was like ready for the key crush. Now I'm like, wait, no, not Araya's key.
The hang.
Oh, you can see how it bit down at the end there. You know that's if they do win out of the entire thing, that's absolutely going in the trophy.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you get to crush it with your own hands, so to say. I mean, you do press the button, but it's a manual labor of love.
Yeah, imagine they just hand him the
happiness.
key and they say, yeah, just break it. Yeah, just split it in half.
Do you think you could?
There was a lot of love in the interview at the end, and I felt a little bit as like, I honestly, to be able to turn that around so quickly, to go from a devastating loss to supporting your opponents that quickly, that's a lot of class.
True sportsmanship right there.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta believe in that underdog story, right? I think it is exciting to cheer for EVOS and see how far they can take this run as we get towards that top 8.
Yeah, and the thing is now for EVOS, they are with a little bit of a target on their back, I think, as well, heading into these playoffs, because they have shown some really, really great TFT skill sets. They've shown great teamwork. They've shown great individual play as well. So I would be worried.
I think the biggest question is, a lot of us looked at that as the softest group, and is that the truth? Is that the softest group? Are they going to come out of there and then struggle against the rest of the field? Or is that group a lot better than we thought it was?
Yeah, funnily enough, Group A was labeled the group of death, considering the teams that were in there. But the teams that were sent home, crazily so, are going to be Vitality, first of all, and Alcacia. So T1 and Weibo Gaming do manage to go through, which is probably a little bit of the expectations. I think more so T1. I think Vitality was really the biggest upset here. Group B was also quite a difficult one, Casa.
Yeah, I think Group B was also crazy. This is another one that, you could argue is potentially a group of death, having Falcons, Aegis, and Mouse. And then Virtus Pro ends up being the big surprise, upsetting multiple teams to actually advance to the playoffs.
Which is a crazy situation to be in, so to say, because again, Falcons was also in the running for that club, for those club championship points. That's been taken out. Then we're going to be looking at Group C here, Counterfeit, and that is another upset happening here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, coming into this one, we just didn't know what to expect at all, but like I see, just the way the results played out here, I mean, Citadel particularly stepping forward massively. The decider match, unfortunately, wasn't quite as amazing as the first time Twisted Mind and Flash Rolls landed, but I think, honestly, Flash Rolls coming out of that one, it's a very Mouse-like journey where they get stronger and better as they go.
Yeah, last but definitely not least, we're also going to have to look at Group D, which is the group that has just now concluded with EVOS going forward, that underdog story from this group specifically. And then we're also looking at Wolves Esports. They're the defending winners of last year's title. They're looking to stay in this run for a little bit longer. So far, haven't even dropped a single match.
Yeah, I think the big question was losing Lisao and Shelty. Is this team going to actually be good enough? Like, are they deserving of the seed that they get from winning last year? And that's why everybody was kind of thinking this might be one of the weaker groups because of that, and that even Liquid might be the strongest team, and that just did not pan out. And in fact, Wolves ran over everyone, and then EVOS able to clutch it up at the end.
Yeah, it's got to feel amazing for Wolves, honestly, coming to this one. Just thinking that they had lost their touch absolutely. Not just to come out of that group, but to come out of the group on top, I think silences a lot of critics.
Yeah, and there were just a lot of good plays in general that we've seen today, and a lot of players that have stepped up, and a lot of expectations that I would say have been met as well. And of course, the upset, the classic tale here of TFT at EWC. When we're talking about the game so far and everything that we've seen today here, Casa, is there any specific game or specific series or match that you think that was what stuck with you today?
I mean, seriously, the set between T1 and Vitality was incredible. We mentioned going in that this was a matchup we expected to see maybe in the grand finals of this tournament, and yet it was both teams fighting for top 8. And every single one of those games came down to the absolute wire, just on a knife's edge, and T1 coming out on top.
Yeah, and to refresh everybody's memory, let's have a look at the Kiria top plays of today when it comes to the TFT sets that we've been seeing playing here overall.
All right, looking through some of the early ones. This is from that Vitality versus T1 set. We did have the Luchador Jhin that was put together counter from Milk, and it just not quite able to get enough done in this game.
Yeah, that's a real shame as well, because you live for moments like that where the stars align and give you something you would never get in nearly any other game. So, I mean, that's the thing. The play is so good that sometimes even something extremely unusual can't get the job done.
Yeah, this was the big highlight performance from Bintum, actually being able to play around this Kai'Sa spot where he got jailed away from his Kai'Sa 3. Felt like he was never going to hit, and somehow he managed to top 4 out of that.
Oh, gosh. I mean, of course, all the way through the EWC, you see these late game balls and how ridiculous they are. The Sorcerers have been demonstrating very well just how explosive it can get.
This was the clutch up from Prestivan. The team put all the faith in him to beat SCSC's Kale that had been triumphing throughout the entire game. It was found in stage 2 because of the worth the wait, and that was just ridiculous. They end up sacrificing Soju. He sells his whole board, and Prestivan finds that win.
Oh, gosh. And of course, I think that in terms of one of the dark horse kind of compositions, the Cassante, we saw it in the last series as well, just can absolutely cut through everything. I think it's such a great answer, along with, of course, the other unit, which has been absolutely deleterious to everybody, finding a Gwen with a range extension.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Fishbones Gwen here and just how devastating that is. It feels like when you look at these two compositions, the Sorks should be relatively evenly matched, but that Gwen just eviscerating everything. And here we do have ROC versus EVOS towards the end, and that was the Yuumi that was the final nail in the coffin, taking out this Gangplank. No attack speed for Songyup, and it really just goes to show how important that Ginsu's Rage Blade is.
I do love, at least, if Matsu's Gangplank definitely felt like an unanswerable problem, we are seeing more and more teams coming out and finding a way. Even in that case, it was pretty extreme double Archangels to say, you know what, I can actually outscale you.
Yeah, and with that, we close out today in terms of the games that we have seen so far. And I think it's also maybe nice to have a bit of a conversation about individual players that we've seen step up. I feel like it was different than the players that we saw yesterday from the teams that are returning. And I think that's a nice mixed bag when it comes to who can pop off on the day.
Yeah, I think one thing we saw last year is players often returning to the same roles. They'd be the ace or the bruiser or the strategist, right? I like to call it sometimes the hammer and the anvil. The anvil is sometimes just having to take hits for the team, go for the loss streak, and play for 7th, whereas the hammer is the one who looks for that win. But this time around, it seems like every player is being able to play different roles depending on the spots, and we're getting to see the pop-off performances show up for each and every player on these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly for me, in that kind of vein, players like Kababa are going to stick in my mind for a very long time, just because even in a team format, even when games are so different from each other, there are still players who somehow seem to keep cutting through and keep putting in ridiculous level performances.
Yeah, I think that's also the beauty from this format, where it's a 4v4, where every single player can show off their individual strengths, but at the same time, they also have to fit in within that team dynamic to be able to adapt different roles when necessary. And we don't necessarily get to see that when we are looking at a free-for-all again, because everybody is fighting for their own survival. And that's the beauty, I would say, from this 4v4 tournament here.
Yeah, exactly. And we've even seen examples of one team being able to find the win, but the other ends up actually taking the first place in that lobby, right? So we've seen Milk go first against Weibo, but they weren't able to take a single game off of Weibo. And then today it was Prestivan finding a couple of top finishes, and yet Vitality couldn't get the job done at the end due to just the team play on the side of T1 and Weibo respectively.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been said before, but I think it bears repeating that the development of the 4v4, which we're seeing here at the 2025 EWC, it's a whole different planet from what we were seeing previously. Even with so few events, we're seeing, so much development, so much better team play overall. And we were talking about yesterday, of course, that's becoming a bigger and bigger factor in team success.
All right, so when it comes to the playoffs now, we have our teams locked in. Biggest team that you're looking forward to over the next couple of days?
I mean, it's still T1 for me. I think them taking down Vitality was big.
I'm so curious as to how Aegis managed to manage this one, because there were so many questions.
Yes, and for those of you at home that are wondering what exactly is going to be the playoffs, what are they going to look like, don't you worry, because we got a draw show ready live for you where we're going to see which teams are going to be going up against each other in these next couple of days. So Stage, take it away.
Yeah, it's been a long old journey for all of the teams that have made it into the playoffs, and now it's time to find out what our quarterfinals will be. And to do that, we are going to do a live draw right here on the show. Sandy, you are going to be our draw master. I've just made that up on the spot. So here we've got all of the Seed 1 teams. Over here we've got the Seed 2 teams. We will begin and commence by drawing our Seed 1 teams first. Let's begin this.
Are you ready?
I feel like you've been waiting for this moment your entire life.
Very much so, yes. All right, let's go with our first one.
Oh, nice little pop.
I got you. Hold on.
All right, show it to the world. Who've we got? We have got Wolves Esports, last year's winners, looking for the back-to-back. All right, so that is our first draw here. Let's move on to the second. Lovely. All right, we keep moving. Second one. You have got a little pouch down there to put the disposed balls in, but you know what?
I want to have fun with it, All right, second one. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you excited? Ooh. Citadel Gaming.
Another phenomenal team out here, looking superb so far in the tournament. Citadel is our second team. Where's this one going? Give it, okay, sensible. Here comes the third one.
All right, one more. Here we go. All right, third one is Weibo Gaming. Nice and easy.
Nice and easy. One final one to draw from our number 1 seeds here. Where's this one going? Oh. Team you up for a volley on the next one, if that's all right. Okay. Last one.
I wonder what it is. Here we go. Of course. It's Aegis. Aegis is going to be the last seed 1 to be drawn. All right, are you ready?
I'm ready. So that is the final team that we have, of course, just... There you go. Thank you. We have just seen, of course, victorious, the Polish team who was celebrating. And now, here we go again.
All right, so who was the first seed that we got?
I can't remember.
Well, we'll leave that to the desk. So, first...
It was Wolves.
It was Wolves. That is true. Ooh. Wolves versus Virtus Pro. That is true. Yep. Wolves versus Virtus Pro. There we go. Our first matchup of the quarterfinals.
What a phenomenal matchup that will be to kick things off. Let's move on to the second one here. Nice throw.
There you go. Yeah, I like this one.
I love how the teams will be watching this right now.
100%. Like, we have the most viewership right now because this is the most important part of the day.
So Citadel will face off against
T1. That's going to be a phenomenal matchup.
That is valid. Citadel versus Team 1. That is our first 2 quarterfinals locked in. Let's move on to the third one here.
All right. Here we go. Weibo is going to be against Rough EVOS Esports. That is EVOS versus Weibo Gaming. That is going to be the third matchup. So that leaves one more to go. You know what? I'll leave this one for a volley. You know what? Last one's going to be a volley.
All right. Here we go. Aegis versus
Flash Wolves is going to be the last matchup. Aegis versus Flash Wolves. You know what? I know for a fact some of the people backstage are happy because it's not EMEA versus EMEA. So we take that. I heard that laugh in the crowd. I see you. I see you.
At least someone's laughing, brother. No, I'm kidding. You were brilliant. That is your first ever time doing a draw. I thought you were really good there. Nice. So
Yeah, throw it back.
where are you going? Come here. I want your thoughts. I know how much you love TFT. I know how much you've been enjoying this process so far. We are set for some phenomenal quarterfinals now.
Yeah, that we are. Ladies and gentlemen, we know exactly who's going to be facing who. And only 4 are going to be making it to the semis and, of course, then to the finals. And it's going to be spicy.
It is indeed. Let's preview it all. Back on the desk.
Wow. Never thought I would be seeing 2 grown men. Actually, I'm not even finishing that joke. Wolves against VP. Citadel T1, Weibo Game against EVOS, AGs against Flash Wolves. None of these teams have played each other yet. They are all from different groups, which does make things a lot more exciting. I mean, Citadel T1. Hey, yo, Casa.
I'm not happy about it because Citadel, that's my NA team, and I think everyone wanted to avoid the T1 draw. And Citadel hit them. They're going to have to play them right away. But I do still have confidence in Citadel. I think their 4-0 looked amazing over the course of their group, and I think they can beat T1. I would be sad to see either of those teams go.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you could find a little bit of solace in the fact that T1 had to go through that lower bracket and Citadel didn't. But for our EMEA fans out there, it's not looking too bad either because, we got AGs. They're not going up against EVOs. EVOs, however, is going up against Weibo, so it's a little bit more difficult.
I think the resolve of EVOS is definitely going to be tested. We were talking about the whole idea.
Yes.
They were celebrating moments ago. I suspect they might not be celebrating anymore in the immediate because that's going to be a really rough matchup.
The topic of EVOs as well. We have the MVP of we have the MVP of today ready. The whole day. Who would you give it to?
I mean, I'd give it to Crazy Moving. For sure.
Always Kababa.
I'd give it to Crazy Moving, but I guess we're going to have to wait and see who the Sony MVP of today is going to be. It is Crazy Moving. I mean, listen, this man had back-to-back top 1 finishes. And that's without even talking about the fact how great his interview was, how incredibly animated he has been. It's just a pleasure to watch, not just on the server, but also outside of it.
He's like an esports veteran of 15 years. He knows how to act on stage. He's exciting to watch. You see all his pregame interviews. He says he's going to crush everyone. He wants to crush their keys. He gets upset when he's not the one who gets to do it. He went 1-5-1 or 1-5-2 against Vitality, but it was his performance in Game 3 that was able to clinch that victory, holding on to something like 65 HP by the end of the game, making it so Vitality could not possibly chunk through that to get the 1-2 they needed.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always going to be the making of a player to really seize as much attention as he has done there. I loved as well we were talking about him so positively. He was just throwing up the massive smiles up on the screen.
I mean, he had a really great performance so far in the tournament in general, not just today. From what we've seen, really the backbone of T1 in a lot of these games that they were able to close out. And of course, it's going to be a very well-deserved daily MVP.
Yeah, that 70% win rate is absolutely crazy.
I wish my games looked like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous that he's been able to win so many games for T1. He's been kind of the clutch factor. He's been not just playing these big win-out angles, but also his tempo play has been some of the most impeccable in the entire tournament. He saves HP better than anyone else so far that we've been seeing.
I think, honestly, if you're going to be studying anybody's play from the previous days, he's absolutely the one to watch.
That is actually also something really important to touch upon here is the fact that when we are looking at the teams that have been through that lower bracket, they do have a little bit more tape available on them, which does make things for T1 specifically, it may be a little bit more difficult because they were knocked into that low bracket from day 1.
It helps and hurts. TFT is a game that it's very hard to kind of target their strategy and then disrupt it. You can decide, okay, we'll contest these comps, but that doesn't necessarily mean it'll work out for you, or they'll even have spots where you're going to get to contest. I think it's actually a bigger boon for them to come through that lower bracket, have a couple more games under their belt on stage, on the patch, to get more comfortable, especially because set 15 is brand new.
I will say that kind of the other side of that, though, coming from the lower bracket, you have much less room to hold anything back. Because if you lose your game, it won't matter if you had a million strategies you would have deployed in the grand finals if you never get there.
Yeah, and it's also, again, quarterfinals, which if I am not mistaken, there is no lower bracket here. So
no,
if you
single elimination.
it's immediate elimination, which for some of these teams that are already in this lower bracket, like T1, like EVOS, like VP, they've fought their way out of here and they know what it's like to have their back against the wall and to be in this position where you're like, oh, my key's gonna be able to get crushed. Whereas when we're looking at Wolves, Citadel, Weibo, and AGs, they are yet to taste what it's really like to have that much pressure on their shoulders.
And now they don't have the buffer. The buffer is gone, right? Single elimination. They're just, if they lose now, they are out of the tournament. Yes, top 8 run, that's great, but that is not job done yet.
No, I mean, we saw it last time as well. You know, the kind of the vitality spot, I suppose, where you just go completely undefeated and then you lose one series and your run is done.
Yes, and that is so much to look forward to tomorrow, with where we have once again 4 best of 3s for you, with the top dogs facing off against the underdogs, seeing which ones are going to be coming out on top and heading to that semifinals the day after, which is going to be Friday. But either way, we're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place. Make sure to drop a follow so that you can stay up to date. Either way, take care of yourselves. Have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Only getting started when it's midnight, keeping it tight. If a nigga wanna go to war, it can get dark, but we stay bright. Coming like a knight, it's on sight. If I touch my sleeve, niggas around there wanna disagree when it's clear that I'm speaking facts. Man like me, you know I'm proactive. Never gonna stop till I see the big man's on flats.
Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Bro like that, and we're back to the base. Back to the base. Back to the base.
How I can never act. Been trying to stack up racks on racks. Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Better chef should gun, and that's on me. Out here getting this beef. If you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, coming too clean. Could never move shady, ain't no feed.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? You know, I'm a madman, just can't stick to the program. Raise up the heat, keeping the tension, shifting the gear to a different dimension. Red light, speed up, take off. Hop on the front door, it's like midnight, 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 midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. I'll fight with need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. What? Throw like that, and we're back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Back to the base.
Gentlemen, what a day we just had. 4 best of 3s with 3 of them going to a game 3. I don't know if the show can get longer, but we tested the limits. Let's talk about everything we witnessed. What happened in the first match of the day?
First match, Vitality versus T1, a total banger. Best game for me of the day. Vitality tried to pop off. They tried to do the best they could, but T1 was just too much. Crazy move, once again being the hero for T1. He was laughing, he was having fun, and they took the series in the end. So hype, and now T1 could be the favorites to win it all.
Crazy Moving was playing at MVP level, but my guys on Virtus Pro, I think, were the shocker of the day. After Vitality was gone, everyone's looking at the club championship, and Virtus Pro, not only did they earn 200 points, they're still in the running to make more as we head to the playoff bracket.
And for game number 3, we had the fight back from Flash Wolves. I think that was the big one. We saw in day number 1 that Twisted Minds took down Flash Wolves, but they took their revenge with game number 3. And then game number 4, EVOS, the Polish underdogs, coming back against ROC, closing out the day for day number 3 here at the Esports World Cup with TeamFight Tactics.
to be.